There are few recorded cases of people claiming to have temporarily slipped into a parallel timeline only to return moments later, but there was no hard evidence that these things did happen. Some believe there are specific places where the walls between two realities become thinner, allowing people to accidentally pass through. Harry held his wand and performed a series of detection spells he had learned from the book. I see. It is as I thought after all. He confirmed at least one of his theories. The intense magic of the chamber had made the space extremely chaotic and unstable. That would make it possible for the basilisks living here to appear in from different timelines. That explains why so many supposedly unique magical creatures ended up in the same place, meaning that my theory about the Kodoku ritual was not that far off. Countless basilisks became trapped inside this chamber and started to devour each other. The powerful ancient magic in this place must have acted as a Kodoku jar. An unintended ritual. That's how that massive monster came to be. This was not someone's plot, but just some cosmic accident. But why here, though? Why did hundreds or even thousands of those basilisks all end up being locked in this particular reality and not somewhere else? Could it be because of me? He didn't want to sound arrogant, but he had experienced a lot of bizarre things lately. He saw an alternate version of himself back at Diagon Alley and an alternate Hermione on the train. Not to mention the fact that he was here in the first place was already very strange. What if I am the cause of all of these anomalies? The last chapter of the book was written by one of the inventors of the time dust, contained inside the time turners, and he was one of the first time travelers in recorded history. During his later years of life, he wrote a very complex theory called the convergence event. In it, the author reflected on the dangers of time travel itself and how one day his invention was going to bring about the end of all existence. Maybe I should consult with someone else about this. Perhaps the headmaster could offer some useful insight on the what? All of a sudden, his vision became blurry. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was shocked to find the Chamber of Secrets completely changed. The damage was all gone, and all the snake statues were back in place, along with the water at the sides of the corridor. Even the statue of Salazar Slytherin at the end looked completely pristine. "Ginny, please wake up." Two figures came into view at the end of the stone path. A young boy was kneeling next to an unconscious girl. Oh, not this. Harry became mesmerized by the familiar scene. Right. This also happened at the end of May, didn't it? He wasn't sure if this was the same day, but it looked like he was the one who had broken into a different timeline. If that is the case, then he should be about to appear. Harry glanced to the left of where his alternate version was. She won't wake. A handsome young man made his entrance, walking with confidence toward the two kids. Tom Riddle, little Harry asked. What do you mean she won't wake? She is not, she is still alive. Tom interrupted him and got closer, but only just. It seemed like no one had noticed the second Harry standing in the middle of the corridor. Are you a ghost? Little Harry asked. I am a memory, Tom answered. A memory preserved in a diary for 50 years. Little Harry checked on Ginny again. She is cold as ice. Please don't be dead. While he was distracted, Tom took the opportunity to steal the boy's wand. You have to help me, Tom. There is a basilisk down here. Little Harry said with urgency. Tom had a satisfied grin, confident that his victory was assured. It won't come unless it's cold. Little Harry then noticed his wand had been stolen. Took him a while. Harry rolled his eyes. Was I ever that naive? Maybe I was. Give me my wand, Tom, little Harry requested softly, still not realizing what was happening. You won't be needing it. Tom prevented Harry from grabbing his wand. Listen, Tom, we have to go. We have to save her. Little Harry exclaimed. I can't do that, Harry. You see, as Ginny grows weaker, I grow stronger, Tom told him. Little Harry was so confused. Yes, Harry. It was Ginny Weasley who Oh, shut up, Tom. Harry's patience had reached its limits, and he decided to do something other than stand there and watch as his lookalike made a fool of himself. And you, he pointed at little Harry. How long is it going to take for you to realize that he is the bad guy? Because it's getting bloody embarrassing. Both Tom and little Harry turned to look at him. What is this? Tom's eyes went back and forth between the two Harrys. Who are you? Little Harry became startled. Someone who shouldn't be here, but here I am for some reason, so let's make something useful at least. Harry gave his wand a flick, and Ginny's body started to levitate. Exersco. He then used the drying charm to remove all the water from her clothes. Much better. Little Harry stared at him in awe. How did you do that? Why do you look like me? Well, you see, I am you. He then turned to Tom. Hello, Voldemort, or do you actually prefer to be called Tom now, because that would be awkward. You're me? Wait, you're Voldemort? Little Harry wasn't sure what to be more surprised about. I was getting to that part. Tom was losing his cool persona. But it's true, Voldemort and I are one and the same. He then used the stolen wand to write his name in the air and rearranged the letters to spell, I am Lord Voldemort. Little Harry gasped. It's really you then? You are the one behind all of this. You must also be the heir of Slytherin. Tom smiled. Who else but me would be worthy of such a title? He thought it was Draco Malfoy. Harry pointed at little Harry. I did not. He got embarrassed. It was Ron's idea and threw his friend under the metaphorical bus. I do wonder. Why is there another Harry Potter now? Tom observed him carefully. I could have guessed a time-turner, but you two look too different to only be a few hours apart. A badly made polyjuice perhaps. Harry glanced at little Harry. Tom was not wrong. Despite being the same person, they were quite different. Harry's body was in perfect shape, unlike his malnourished counterpart. He wore new glasses made of enchanted silver instead of those old broken ones that Aunt Petunia found in the donation bin of the church. He also wore expensive, tailor-made clothes under his silk robes. His hair was well-combed and secured in place with a charm that prevented it from becoming messy like it used to be. We do look different, yes, but we are the same in the end. However, explaining exactly who I am and how I got here would take too long, and I'm not sure I have that much time. No matter, one Potter or two, the basilisk will take care of you, Tom shouted. The basilisk? Little Harry got alarmed. While Tom was busy speaking Parseltongue, Harry took the chance to move the levitating Ginny closer to him. The girl was still clutching onto the diary. I'll be taking that. He then pointed his wand at her and placed a sanctuary barrier. The protective cocoon enveloped her completely in a sphere of pure white light. What did you do to her? Little Harry demanded to know. This is a protective barrier so she doesn't get more hurt than she already is, but you should be paying more attention to that. Harry pointed to the statue of Salazar Slytherin as its mouth opened and the basilisk emerged. Even though he was terrified, little Harry tried to speak with the snake using Parseltongue and convince it to go away. It won't work, it only listens to me, Tom said with a tinge of smugness. But then he noticed Ginny. What is that? We need to run, don't stand there. Little Harry approached him before looking at where Ginny was. She is going to be okay in there. Of course, a snake of this size would not be able to break my protection, Harry assured him. That's a basilisk, not just a snake. Don't look into its eyes or you will die. Little Harry held onto his robes. Come on, we need to get away. Haha, yes, you better run, little Gryffindors, but you will never escape the Slytherin beast. This place will be your tomb. Tom looked very satisfied now. It's okay, Harry, he told the terrified child. You should have never been put in this situation. He felt some pity for this young version of himself, knowing firsthand how much pain he had gone through already and how much he still had left. The basilisk hissed angrily and continued to approach. Keep your eyes closed. No matter what you hear, everything will be fine, Harry told his counterpart with a calm voice. This time he didn't need to use any amplification for his ears. He knew exactly where the basilisk was. Petra, his wand made contact with the cold stone. Tredessim hasty. The 13 stone spears penetrated the beast's body with no mercy, starting from its head and moving their way across. Like the previous time, the spears continued to rise up, lifting the giant snake in the air, as if it were being prepared for a barbecue. Tom Riddle stared at the scene without being able to articulate a sound. He could never have imagined the basilisk being defeated so quickly. The young boy made it almost look easy. Just one spell and a 1,000-year-old basilisk was no more. You can open your eyes now. That thing is dead, Harry said. Little Harry hesitated for a moment, but eventually opened them slowly. Wait, it's still moving. As he started to look up, he saw part of the beast move and started to panic. Reptiles will continue to move for a few minutes after they die. I assure you that is dead. Isn't that right, Tom? Why you? How could you do this? Tom reacted. What the bloody hell? Little Harry was now able to get a good look at what happened. How did you do that? Where did all those spikes come from? Harry gave him an intense look. Well, you know, magic. Basilisks are extremely resistant to magic, so you use transfiguration. Tom noted. Who are you really? I demand to know. Are you Albus Dumbledore? The professor? Little Harry stared at him with shock. I won't have a conversation with you, little fragment. Harry waved his wand at Tom. The latter immediately got on guard but was too slow. With one fluid motion, Harry chained 3 silent spells, starting with a Silencio, followed by an Expelliarmus, and ending with an Incarcerus. The holly wand flew in the air and landed in his hand as Tom fell down, covered in white chains. But as soon as he hit the floor, his body disappeared. He's gone, little Harry exclaimed. No, The only way to get rid of him and save Ginny is to destroy this diary. Harry gave little Harry the black book. Destroy it? Can we just burn it? The boy asked. With fiend fire maybe, but normal fire will not damage a Horcrux. He mentioned that name on purpose, hoping that Dumbledore would later read these memories from little Harry. May as well give them a heads up. What? Little Harry had never heard that name before. Remember this because it's important. A Horcrux is a container with a piece of someone's soul. It allows you to extend your life, as long as the containers are not destroyed, Harry explained while walking towards the basilisk head. Once below it, he used a cutting charm to sever one of its fangs and allow it to fall. Before it touched the ground, Harry picked it up by the cut side. There are few things that can destroy these containers. Fiendfire and basilisk venom are the easiest ones to use. He walked back to little Harry. Put the book on the floor. Harry released the protection on Ginny. She remained there, floating in the air with her eyes closed. Is she going to be okay? Little Harry asked. She will be after we destroy that. Right now, her soul is being contained in there along with Tom Riddle's. Once we destroy the container, her soul will be set free. So, you are going to stab the diary with that. Little Harry pointed at the giant fang. No, you are going to do it. What? Little Harry was startled. He did not find the idea of holding a fang with the deadliest venom in the world appealing. Just don't poke yourself with it and you'll be fine. Harry handed the fang, and the boy took it with utmost care. But wait a moment, I'll tell you when to stab it, Harry instructed. What are you going to do? Little Harry asked when he saw his other version waving his wand around. SHHH. Be quiet for a moment, I need to focus. I'm not very good with this. Little Harry was now even more curious. After seeing him kill the basilisk like it was nothing, he wondered what kind of magical feat could be considered difficult for him. Chunks of rock came flying by themselves and started to circle above Harry. They then clumped together and started to melt into one and deform as if they were made of clay. The new material became darker in color and shrank in size until it was no bigger than a tennis ball. What is that black thing? Little Harry asked, but received no answer. Harry then changed the shape of the material until it formed a small flask. Finally, he manifested a series of runes in the air. Little Harry was surprised as he found this to be similar to the magic performed by Tom moments ago when he spelled his name. The runes also started with an orange color, but as Harry placed them onto the black container, they changed color and became pure white. After placing the last rune, Harry examined the still floating container before taking it with his left hand. This should work, he sighed in relief. As usual, he found it very stressful to work with runes. Just one tiny mistake could change the intended effect into something catastrophic. So, you just made a flask. Little Harry could not hide his disappointment. He was expecting something much more impressive. It's a very special flask, trust me, now I want you to stop. Tom Riddle appeared again. His calm expression was now gone, replaced by panic. You can't do that. If you destroy that diary, you will also kill the girl. Little Harry gasped in shock and moved his eyes to look at Harry, hoping for an explanation. Of course, he is going to tell you that. He doesn't want to die. We'll tell you anything to prevent you from destroying that diary, Harry explained. Don't listen to him. He's been lying to you the whole time. He's an imposter. He wants to betray you, Tom shouted. Seeing little Harry hesitate, he spoke again. That's Voldemort. Are you really going to trust anything he says? Little Harry realized. He gave him a nod and lifted the fang in the air. No, stop. Tom tried to stop him, but couldn't do much before the fang made contact with the diary. Tom screamed with agony as gray smoke came out of the place where little Harry had buried the fang. The smoke quickly divided itself into two, one white and one black. The white smoke went inside Ginny, while the black smoke started to dissipate. No, you are not leaving. Harry activated the runes on his flask. They shone brightly, and an intense wind vortex formed at the mouth of the black vial. All the black smoke was quickly driven into the container, and once it was all inside, the entrance transformed and sealed itself, preventing any of it from escaping. Got most of it, Harry grinned. He did not plan for this, but when he saw the diary again, he realized that he had to try it. Now he had in his power a fragment of Voldemort's soul. A surprising gain, he thought. As the white smoke returned to her, Ginny seemed to come back to life and started making noises and moving. Ginny. Little Harry forgot about everything else going on and ran to her side. Catch her, I'm going to release the levitation charm I put on her. She is waking up. With the girl in his arms, little Harry felt a wave of relief washing over him. Here, this is yours. Harry returned the holly wand to the boy. Thanks. Little Harry stared at him. Are you really me? Harry chuckled. Why is it so hard to believe magic can make the impossible possible? Then, would I also be able to do all those things you did, like all that magic? The boy asked. Sure, but you will have to work hard. This means more study and less messing around with Ron. Little Harry flinched at that moment. Can you teach me? I want to learn. Harry felt his vision becoming blurry. I don't think I have time for that, but you have great teachers to learn from at Hogwarts except for Snape and Lockhart. Wait, little Harry saw him fading away. His vision became dark. That girl you are holding, you better take care of her, and good luck. He was going to need it. June 30. The entire school was gathered in the Great Hall for the last feast of the year. Dumbledore walked to the podium to make his announcements, and for a moment he exchanged a glance with Harry. They had recently had a conversation that left the old man very worried. Harry decided that he had to share his findings with someone else, since he didn't know enough about space and temporal anomalies to fix this by himself. Dumbledore was able to understand the issue quite well, since he was very familiar with the time book that he lent to him. Unfortunately, he didn't know what to do either, since this was not his field of expertise. However, he did promise Harry to get into contact with someone who could know something. Nicholas Flamel was still alive in this timeline and was the wisest man that Dumbledore knew, so he may have something useful to say. At this point, Harry didn't have any better ideas, so he could only wait for an answer on that regard. One more year has come to an end. Dumbledore started his speech. This has been quite an interesting year. We had a bit of a shaky start, but we recovered from it. The students chuckled, completely ignorant of how close they were to being crushed by a snake almost as big as their school. Only a few knew about that. Professors McGonagall and Snape were not smiling at all. But the only ones who had the complete story were the headmaster, Harry, and the 3 young girls who decided to follow him that afternoon. After that came the House Cup announcement, and to no one's surprise, it was given to Slytherin. Dumbledore could not give Harry any points for his service of protecting the school, since no one was supposed to know about that or his involvement in it. And to be fair, Harry himself could not care any less about who gets to display that cup in their common room for the next year. Then it was time for the Quidditch Cup, and this one, of course, went to Gryffindor. They only lost one game in the entire year, the one that Harry missed, and then proceeded to win every game in less than 60 seconds. Oliver Wood went to pick up the Champions Cup, and you could tell that he had mixed feelings about it, since other than Harry, the team had barely done anything. This had earned Harry a mixture of praise and resent during the year, and made him question if he even wanted to play the next. The second year had finally come to an end, and it was time to return home. Harry had to admit that despite his previous experiences, this one was particularly exhausting. Harry. Holly jumped at him as soon as he came out of the train. She had grown big enough so he didn't have to kneel as much to hug her. His little sister would soon be 7 years old. Just 4 more years and she will be attending Hogwarts. I'm back, Holly, Harry greeted her. I'm here too, you know, Lyra huffed. She was upset by the fact that Holly would always greet her brother first and then forget about her. Hi, Holly waved at Lyra without letting Harry go. You little. Lyra sighed before turning her attention to her brother. Harry, help me with this thing. It's too heavy, Lyra exclaimed while dragging her suitcase. I'll help you with that. Their mother waved her wand and applied a weightless charm to the case. Thanks, Mom, I missed you so much. Lyra went to greet Lily. Lily, Molly Weasley approached them while the rest of the family followed behind. Molly, it's been so long. Lily went to speak with her while their children did the same. Hey, Ginny waved at Lyra. Lyra greeted her and she glanced at Holly. Hello, Holly. She got closer to the little girl who was still clutching onto Harry's robes. Hi, Holly waved with her free hand. Can I have a hug? Ginny knelt next to her and opened her arms. No, I'm busy. Holly hid behind Harry. Holly, don't be rude, just let go of Harry already, Lyra scolded her. No, Holly stuck her tongue out. She is getting worse, Lyra sighed. It's fine, Ginny brushed it off. She really loves her big brother, huh? Well, you were just the same with Bill, Percy commented. I was not. Ginny then seemed to recall something. Right, Bill is coming home for 3 weeks this summer. You have to come visit, Lyra. He's going to teach me a cool spell he made. Sure, Lyra grinned. But remember that. Lyra whispered something into her ear. I know, I'll be there, Ginny chuckled. Do you think I can bring Luna? Have to ask him, but I'm sure it will be fine, Lyra answered. Ron was getting impatient, so he decided to say something too. Well, I also have plans for the summer, he huffed. I'm going to spend a week with my friend Neville, you know, the boy who lived. He made sure his sister heard him clearly. Ginny turned around and looked at him directly. Have fun, Ron. Heh. Ron was surprised by the lack of reaction. Normally, she would have pestered him with questions or demanded to come too. Ronnie, it's not nice to brag like that, Fred said. Yes, it makes you sound like one of those pompous rich kids, added George. And it doesn't suit you at all, Fred chuckled. I'm not bragging, Ron complained. Yes, that was very uncouth, Ron. As the younger brother of a soon-to-be head boy, you should learn to be more humble like me, for example, Percy bragged. Yes, you tell him, Mr. Soon-to-be head boy, Fred added. What's going on here? Can't you kids keep it down for 5 minutes? Molly shouted. The return home was very much welcomed. After a rough year, Harry was looking forward to a peaceful summer. He made mental notes of the things he had to do during the summer. He had to retrieve some of the materials he ordered from Lord Greengrass and start working on that golem he promised Holly. Harry also wanted to make a trip to the south of Spain. There were a couple of crafters he wanted to meet there. And he had also promised his sister and Ginny that he was going to teach them a few spells. Lyra had asked him if it was okay for Luna to also attend, and he had no problem with that. It actually saved him some trouble, as he had been waiting for an excuse to speak with Luna's father. The first week passed in a breeze, but then, one early morning, the Potters received an emergency call through the Flu network from the Greengrass family. They want to speak with you, son, his father urged him toward the fireplace. Harry, he heard Daphne's voice coming out of the flames, and he had never heard her this alarmed before. Was she attacked, or maybe her family? He tried to think what could have happened to put her in this state. What's wrong, Daphne? He asked. Is Astoria, my sister is dying, Daphne cried. The curse, he asked. But why now? She seemed stable enough when I last saw her. Something must have triggered it. My father thinks so. Harry, please, there has to be something you can do, right? She sounded desperate. Daphne, what do you think my son can do? He is no healer, and I'm sure your father has already called the best, James said. Harry thought for a moment. There may be something I can do, but I didn't want to use that again. But if I don't do anything, Astoria is going to die. Harry, Daphne called in between sobs. Keep the flue open, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Harry stood up and started to walk away. Harry, wait, what can you do? Asked James. Harry, Lily placed a hand on his shoulder. Is there really something you can do for that girl? There may be, was all he could say. Lily could tell that whatever her son was about to do, it wasn't something he was happy about. As long as it won't harm you, I don't care what you do. Your mother will always be on your side. Harry stared at his mother with a complicated expression. Mom, Go, Harry, you shouldn't make a crying girl wait. We can talk later, Lily told him. Harry then left the living room without saying anything else and hurried to his room. Why did you tell him that? James asked. I don't know. I had the feeling he needed to hear those words, Lily told her husband. You can call it motherly instinct. An instinct. Yes, I also wonder what had him so troubled. Last year he didn't bat an eye after using an unforgivable curse. It makes me worried what kind of magic will make him hesitate, James said. Darby, he called with an urgent tone after closing the door. The elf immediately appeared. Master, he felt Harry's distress. I'm fine. There are a few items I need you to retrieve, and you will need to hurry. We don't have much time. Harry and his elf appeared in bursts of green flames and found themselves in a massive dining room. It was the first time he visited the Greengrass estate, but he had no time for a tour. He immediately found Daphne sitting on a nearby chair. Her face was a mess. She seemed to have been crying for hours. Harry, she stood up as she saw him appear and ran to embrace him. This behavior was so out of character for Daphne that it took him completely off guard. He wrapped one arm around her and realized how much she was trembling. Daphne, it's going to be okay. I'm here now. He held her for almost a minute until she appeared to calm down a bit before speaking. Take me to your sister, said Harry. Can you save her? Daphne stared directly into his eyes. You called me here because you thought I could help her, Harry pointed out. I don't know, after seeing what you did that day, that power, I thought that if anyone could save her, it was you. She looked down, feeling a bit self-conscious. Harry placed a hand on her head. Then I better not disappoint you. You can really save her, Daphne exclaimed. I'll need to see her first, and for that, you have to let me go. Harry pointed at her arms as she was still holding on to him in a tight hug. Ah, Daphne yelped and released him immediately. This way, she started walking at a fast pace. Let's go, Darby. Harry followed her closely. Today you will be my assistant. Yes, master, sir. Darby ran after Harry while carrying a metallic box in his arms. The group reached a pair of wooden doors almost 3 meters tall. Daphne opened one of the doors and went inside. Harry followed and found Lord and Lady Greengrass sitting next to a king-size bed. A small girl lay motionless on top of the bed. Harry could not help but frown when he saw her. She looked so much worse than the last time he saw her. Her pale skin was almost transparent, and she was so thin that you could see her bones. Let's hope I can make it in time. It looks like she only has a few hours left at most, Harry thought. Mr. Potter, what are you doing here? Lord and Lady Greengrass turned around and stared at him and his elf. I called him, Daphne admitted. Lord Greengrass's eyes shifted from Daphne to Harry. Mr. Potter, I don't know what my daughter was thinking to bring you here, but there is nothing for you to do here. Please go back to your home. Wait, Sebastian, his wife interjected, walking over to them. Daphne, why did you call Harry here? He can help Astoria, Daphne said with conviction. Dear, I know that he is an extremely talented boy for his age, but your father has spent a fortune bringing here countless experts of all kinds of healing arts to see your sister, and no one could do anything for her. Selene Greengrass looked very troubled. She knew her daughter had good intentions, but this was not helping. And what did these experts say? Harry approached the bed and made a quick magical scan. Astoria had barely any magic left. She was almost a squib at this point. Sebastian Greengrass gave Harry a hard glare. They all said that her curse was impossible to remove since it wasn't cast directly at her, but it was something placed on our bloodline. The curse is part of her magic, and there is no way to separate the two. He was angry but still explained the situation to Harry. Yes, that's what I thought. Healing will not help her. There are only 2 schools of magic that can save her, and none of their practitioners will answer your calls. They will never move just for money, Harry commented. What do you mean? Do you know someone who could help my daughter? Selene asked with hopeful eyes. Even if I did, she only has a few hours left, said Harry. A few hours, that's it, Daphne exclaimed. Selene gasped in horror. Sebastian didn't say anything because he already knew it was true. He knew his daughter was not going to survive the day. But you are in luck. I happen to be an expert in one of those 2 branches, Harry admitted. What kind of magic are you talking about, Mr. Potter? Sebastian sounded very skeptical. Well, the first one would be necromancy. He waited for them to calm down before continuing. A necromancer could separate her soul and body, allowing the curse to dissipate once it had nothing more to consume before reattaching them. However, this would not return her to her previous self, but instead turn her into something akin to a zombie. Her body will slowly decay and will have to be preserved with charms, and her mind will also be affected a great deal. That's horrific, Selene exclaimed. I will never allow a necromancer to turn my daughter into a monster, Sebastian shouted with fury. Yes, I wouldn't recommend that method, and I don't know enough about that type of magic to perform it either, Harry agreed. So what is the other branch of magic, the one you are an expert in? Daphne asked. Demonology, Harry said. What, have you lost your mind? Sebastian stood up. This is no time for jokes. Demonology? That's impossible, that's a myth. Demons don't exist, Selene said, in a more collected tone than her husband. Father, Harry would not joke about this, and he is a lot more capable than you can imagine, Daphne shouted at him. This took Sebastian by surprise, as his daughter had never raised her voice to him in such a way. I can assure you that demons are very much real. You probably have already seen a few and didn't know about it, said Harry. I think I would remember that, Selene raised an eyebrow. Have you ever seen a Dementor? Harry asked. Dementors, the creatures protecting Azkaban, those are demons, asked Daphne. They are not from around here, that's for sure, Harry answered. Some madman brought them here 5 centuries ago to protect his fortress. He is right about that, Sebastian said. What do you mean? Asked his wife. Demonology is not a myth, is real, he glanced at Harry. Is also the most forbidden branch of magic in the world. Just the mere mention of practicing it will turn you into a wanted man in all nations covered by the ICW. Yes, that's why I have some conditions before I do anything, said Harry. You claim to know about that magic and that it can save my daughter? Sebastian asked. I do, and yes, it can. Is probably the only thing that can save her at this point. Sebastian Greengrass looked at Harry with his intense silver eyes. And where did you gain knowledge about this kind of magic? I doubt the Potters passed it on. And your father is one of the most righteous men I have ever met. And there are definitely no books about this in the forbidden section of Hogwarts. My 2 conditions are these. Harry ignored his question and raised one finger. 1. Whatever happens in this room, you will not talk about it with anyone outside it. If you do, you will bring death upon yourself and my family. He raised a second finger. And 2. You will not ask me where this knowledge came from, not now nor ever. This is ridiculous, Sebastian shouted. It was very rare for him to lose his calm demeanor, but this story about a 13-year-old child who could summon demons to save his dying daughter was too much. If you cannot agree to my 2 conditions, then I won't be able to help you, Harry told him. Father, please let Harry help, Daphne pleaded. Dear, We have tried everything. We had men dressed in strange clothes dancing around our daughter's bed, or that one spitting salt on her. We tried everything out of desperation. Let's give him a chance. What do we have to lose? Selene tried to reason with her husband. Sebastian remained silent for over a minute after that. He then looked directly at Harry like he was trying to discern something, until he eventually spoke again. Very well, Mr. Potter, I'll agree to your conditions. Do you require some sort of oath? Sebastian inquired. Your vows of silence will suffice, Harry replied. He knew that the contract would prevent them from speaking. Asking for a magical oath at this point would be insulting, and having this man as an ally could prove very useful. You have my word, Mr. Potter, Sebastian assured. You have my word, Harry, added his wife Selene. I won't say anything, Daphne exclaimed. Then we'd better get started, Harry said, glancing down at the floor of the room. It was made of small pieces of high-quality wood, forming a complex pattern. Wood is no good. Need stone at least, he mumbled as he approached the closest wall under the watchful eyes of the family. He tapped his wand against one of the many stones forming the walls of the room. The stone came loose from the wall and floated in the air. Harry directed the stone to the center of the bedroom. Engorgio. The stone grew 10 times in size. Harry tapped the giant stone again, and without uttering a word, it started to change shape by itself. Is that a chantless transfiguration? Sebastian asked, wide-eyed. This was not something he expected a young student to be able to perform. There were 2 main ways to use transfiguration. One was to chant an already known spell. This would help circulate the magic and mold the object into the desired shape and material, while the caster focused on the wand movements and a clear mental image. The second was chantless transfiguration. The caster had no help here and must do everything by themselves at the same time. They had to mold the material with their magic like a master potter working a piece of clay to create something beautiful. Harry's family had always been talented in this type of transfiguration for some reason, and Harry himself was one of the best among them. Daphne glanced at her parents and noticed how impressed they were by this little demonstration. If only they had seen what he did, how would they react? She wondered, as she had never told her parents what happened that day with the basilisk. Harry finished forming the stone into a big platform with a diameter of around 2 meters, 6.5 feet, and rested it carefully on the floor. On top of the platform were engravings depicting a very detailed magical circle with a pentagram inside and several runes on the outside. The 3 observers got a good look at the platform when Harry walked to one side. Those runes look a bit strange, Daphne commented as she saw them. She had reverently started learning about runes and planned to apply for the class in her 3rd year. The runes Harry had carved looked familiar, but also different from the ones she had studied. These are the original Norse runes, her mother explained to her. Selene had studied runes after graduating from Hogwarts for several years. If she hadn't gotten married so young, she would have become a teacher of runes at some point. Our current rune system used these ones as a basis for its creation. So these runes are outdated then? Daphne asked. She did not understand why Harry was using them instead of newer ones. They are old but not outdated, Harry told her. These runes can convey the calling in a much more concise way than modern runes can. It sends a clearer idea to them. Calling? Daphne asked. Of course, just opening a door will not be enough. The Nether is immense, more than you can imagine. It could take years before a demon showed up, and it would likely be the wrong kind. We need a very specific demon. It dawned upon Sebastian the reality of the situation. You are planning on letting a real demon into my house? He exclaimed. Yes. What did you think I was going to do? Asked Harry. Sebastian did not know what to answer to that. He hadn't thought about what Harry was actually going to do, but he could not admit that. Is it safe? Isn't the demon going to attack us? Selene asked with worry. You are not going to bring a Dementor here, right? Daphne looked concerned. Harry raised an eyebrow. Why would I bring a Dementor? I'm trying to save your sister. As far as the demon attacking us, there is little chance of that happening. They usually honor their deals unless something happens. In a way, they are more trustworthy than humans. And besides, the one I'm calling is one of the weak ones. I won't let it hurt anyone. Now let me work in peace. I need to focus. He turned around to look at Darby, put the box on the floor and open it. The elf did as told while Harry removed his robes, leaving himself wearing only a dark shirt and some black pants. Then he removed those too, revealing a light-colored shirt that he normally wears to sleep. Why Daphne stopped her question when she saw Harry pull a big ceremonial knife from the metallic box. Darby, remember what we talked about before? Harry took out a round potion now. The liquid inside was extremely bright, almost as if it could be used as a source of light. Yes, master. Darby took the shining potion in his hands. Lastly, Harry took one last flask out of the box. This one was dark in color and had many white runes carved on its surface. He then walked to the center of the room and stood in front of the stone platform he had just created. We are ready to start now. Harry carefully positioned the small vial at the precise center of the intricate pentagram etched onto the stone platform. What exactly is that vial for? Sebastian inquired, his curiosity piqued as he examined it closely. Despite his extensive experience as a potion master, he found himself unable to identify its contents. It's not a potion. This vial contains a fragment of a soul, Harry explained matter-of-factly. A soul? Celine's expression twisted with horror. There's a soul inside that thing? Daphne's voice trembled with unease. To be precise, it's merely a fragment, Harry clarified, his brow furrowing in concentration. He intended to utilize this fragment of Voldemort's soul to attempt to locate the other Horcruxes, should they also exist in this reality. However, Harry had doubts about the efficacy of this plan. Given that this fragment originated from a different timeline, it might have no connection whatsoever to the fragments present in this world. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to try. At least that was the plan, but now he had to use it. He could not let that girl die when he had a method to save her, even if it cost him an opportunity. So, you intend to use that to lure the demon here? Sebastian deduced. There are few offerings more enticing to demons than human souls. Even a fragment is considered a delicacy. To demons, human souls are akin to the most exquisite feast imaginable, Harry explained solemnly. May I dare ask whose soul this is? Sebastian inquired cautiously. Let's just say it belonged to a deeply malevolent individual deserving of such a fate, and worse, Harry replied cryptically, stopping further inquiries. For a moment, he wondered how would they react if they knew who this soul belonged to. Without waiting for further questioning, Harry drew a deep cut across his left wrist with a swift, practiced motion. Crimson blood welled up and cascaded onto the stone surface. Harry. Daphne cried out in alarm, moving to intervene, but she was held back by her mother's firm grip. Let him, Daphne. He seems to know what he is doing. Selene was somewhat taken aback by seeing Harry cut himself without making a sound of complaint. He didn't even flinch, she whispered. Harry dropped the knife and stopped the bleeding with a potion when he was starting to feel dizzy. His blood flooded the crevices on the stone platform, forming the figure of a magical circle with a pentagram inside. Dateson Dizut. Harry started to speak in an ancient tongue. Prizioa Ordinduda. What language is that? Daphne whispered, her voice barely audible amidst the charged atmosphere. Shh, be quiet, don't interrupt him now. Her father cut her off. He may not know anything about demonology, but he had a feeling that something very bad could occur if he was interrupted at this point. As Harry's blood began to bubble and froth as if boiling, the runes inscribed on the stone platform shimmered with an ominous red glow. Zatas, Harry's voice grew louder, infused with urgency. Kontratuabate. Mist coming out from the boiling blood became thicker and thicker until it turned back into a red liquid and formed a circular shape that stood floating in the air. The liquid looked almost like blood, but they could all tell it was something else, something not from this world. The gate is open, Harry declared, his gaze fixed upon the ethereal portal that materialized within Astoria's bedroom. At that moment, the vial containing Voldemort's soul began to levitate, drawn by an invisible force. Harry had his wand ready already. A wisp of pure white light formed at the tip of the wand. The surface of the gate rippled, and 3 strange fingers emerged from it. Daphne and her mother gasped in horror at the sight of the inhuman appendages, their minds recoiling from the unnatural sight. The hand, with its crimson, leathery skin and elongated claws, extended tentatively at first, then swiftly lunged for the vial. Harry acted immediately and poked at the hand with his wand. As the white light made contact with the red skin, the creature on the other side of the gate let out a shrieking sound that pierced their ears and immediately retracted the hand back to where it came from. Was that a? Sebastian was unable to keep his calm. He was truly scared. He had never seen something like this before. A demon, yes, but not the one we need. That one tried to get greedy and went for the vial. We will need to wait a bit now, said Harry before glancing at Astoria. The young girl had not moved or made a noise the entire time. Let us hope she can last a bit more, Harry muttered. They continued to stay in the room without moving from there for 30 minutes. It was only then that the gate reacted again. Another hand came thought. This one was very different from the previous one. This hand had smooth, dark skin and 5 human-looking fingers. Harry grinned. This is the one. Looks like we got lucky. But this is... Selene, along with her husband and daughter, stared in disbelief at the creature coming out of the infernal gate, not because it was hideous or monstrous, but because of how human it looked. This is a demon? Daphne found it hard to believe. After the hand, a human-looking torso came through the gate, a female torso with almost pitch-black skin. She had no hair and her eyes were closed, but she looked almost completely human, though something was off. She wore no clothes, but her big, exposed breasts had no nipples, and her skin was just too dark to be human, almost reaching a charcoal black. "That woman is a demon?" asked Selene. She doesn't know. Sebastian's words died in his mouth when he saw this woman open her eyes. They were completely round in shape and had a solid yellow color, no pupils, iris, or anything that a normal human eye could have. This one thing alone had made this creature completely inhuman looking, but then she opened her mouth. Instead of teeth, she had thousands of long filaments hanging from her mouth, kinda similar to those seen on a blue whale. The creature let out a loud shriek that no animal on Earth could muster. They then noticed that the creature was now paying attention to them, and instead, her attention was solely focused on the vial resting at the center of the circle. "That's the payment, go do your job," Harry ordered the demon. The female humanoid moved her eyes to Harry as if she had just noticed he was there. Harry pointed at the bed where Storia was resting, and the demon moved her eyes there. Her yellow eyes opened widely as if she had just found something very interesting. Can she understand English? Daphne didn't know why she asked that. Considering the weirdness of the situation, this creature understanding their language would not be that strange or important. But Harry answered anyway. "No, it can't. Some demons can speak human languages, but this one can only read basic intentions." "Our intentions? How thr?" Daphne screamed. "Daphne, what is it?" Selene heard a crunching sound and looked back at the demon. The creature moved towards the bed, and as it did, more of its body came out of the gate. At first, they had only seen a floating torso poking out of it, but now they saw the rest of it. The human-looking torso of the creature was connected to an insectoid body. The elongated insect body had a black exoskeleton and countless feet that kept tapping on the wooden floor. By the time the human part had reached Astoria's bed, its insect body was still coming out of the gate and twisting around to fit in the massive room. "Wait, stay away from my daughter, you demon!" Sebastian rushed to his daughter's bed. "Let the demon do its job, Lord Greengrass." "It's not going to hurt her, just eat her curse," said Harry. "Eat the curse?" Selene asked. "Yes, this type of demon can feed on all sorts of powerful energies, including curses. Wizards and witches from the East have been using them for centuries." Now, beads of sweat were starting to fall from Harry's face. "Let it do its job. I won't let it harm Astoria." "Harry, what's wrong?" Daphne had recovered a bit from her fright when she saw Harry acting strange. "I'm fine," he said while clutching his arm. "Let's get this over with." Sebastian took a step back, letting the humanoid part of the demon climb onto the bed and get closer to Astoria. He was well aware that this was his daughter's last chance to survive, so he had no other choice but to trust Harry's decision to bring this monster to his house. Daphne and Selene remained quiet and watched in horror as the demon got its human-like body on top of Astoria and opened its mouth widely. The long white filaments inside its mouth started to move, and the demon made a strange noise. Harry had to do his best to ignore the increasing pain in his left arm and pay attention to the demon, just in case it tried something, but that was very unlikely. He understood this demon well enough. The centipede demon feeds on powerful sources of energy with the filaments inside their mouth. At this moment, Astoria had almost no magic and no life force left. The most notable source of energy in her was her curse, so that's what the demon would feed on. As far as the demon was concerned, Astoria's magic was just some breadcrumbs thrown to one side, while her curse was a luxurious, delicious meal that it could not resist eating. "What?" Sebastian exclaimed when he saw something purple coming out of Astoria's mouth and entering the demon. "Is that the curse?" It was the only thing he could think of. The strange purple mist continued to leave Astoria's body as the demon was happy to devour it. The event lasted less than a minute, but for the family watching, it felt like an eternity. As soon as the curse was completely consumed, the demon seemed to lose all interest in Astoria, much as Harry had hoped. The creature closed its yellow eyes and moved away from the bed. Sebastian, Selene, and Daphne felt a bit relieved to see this, but they would not feel completely at ease until this demon left their home. The centipede did not need to be told what to do next. The only thing left of interest for it was the vial with the soul fragment. The creature turned its body in the altar's direction and started to move at a slow pace. Harry clutched at his arm, and his breathing became more erratic. "Not now," he pleaded. Centipede Demon used its human hands to grasp the vial, but when it was about to leave through the portal, something changed. Harry clenched his left arm as a wave of intense pain invaded him. Tendrils of black ink moved across his skin, breaking it apart and forming intricate marks on its surface. He was accustomed to feeling pain by now. He could break a few bones, and his facial expression would barely change. He could withstand the effects of the Cruciatus curse without screaming, but this was a different type of pain. The brand was not just being engraved into his flesh and bones, but also his very own soul, tearing it asunder and changing it. "I had hoped, but I didn't get rid of this damn thing. It followed me here, attached to my very being," Harry lamented. The pain continued to increase until Harry could not help but scream out loud. "Harry," Daphne exclaimed, alarmed. She had never seen him like this before. No matter how difficult the situation got, Harry always maintained his poise. "What's wrong with him?" Selene asked, not understanding what was happening. The demon had not even touched him, so he couldn't have been injured. From where Sebastian was standing, he saw a brand appear on Harry's arm. It started on his left shoulder and continued to grow across the surface of his skin, forming an intricate shape. The demonic centipede noticed the change in Harry and suddenly became very interested in him. Its yellow eyes opened widely, as did its mouth. The tendrils inside it moved around very fast as the demon made a guttural noise and approached Harry. "Stop!" Daphne yelled at the demon, afraid it wanted to hurt Harry. "Stay away from him." She took out her wand and pointed it at the creature. The infernal gate started to ripple again and changed color towards a golden tone. The family glanced at it, expecting with dread to see a new demon trying to make their way into their home. But instead, the only thing coming out of the gate was a soft voice. The voice began to speak in a bizarre language they could not identify. "What is that?" Sebastian shouted. The sounds coming out of the gate were piercing into his mind and bypassing all his mental defenses with no effort. What he was hearing were not words, but there was a hidden meaning there that he was unable to understand. "Get out of my head," he shouted. The centipede demon switched its attitude immediately after hearing that voice. Its curiosity was then replaced by shock and then anger. The centipede demon glanced at Harry with its intense yellow eyes and hissed at him. Not even a second later, the demon lunged with its human arms at Harry as it was trying to grab him. "Dobby, now!" Harry shouted the command to his elf. The little house elf did not hesitate after hearing the order and threw the shining potion he had been holding in his hands, as his master had instructed him before coming into the Greengrass residence. The potion impacted Harry, the demon, and the gate. The glass container shattered into 100 pieces, and a wave of blinding light rushed out, filling the room completely. They all heard the demon let out a blood-curdling scream, but were unable to see anything. The light prevented them from seeing but did not hurt them in any way. In fact, they all felt warm and protected under its embrace. This event only lasted for about 10 seconds, and then there was absolute silence. As their vision returned to normal, they did not hear the demon or the strange voice again. When they were finally able to see again, the hideous creature was nowhere to be seen, and neither was the infernal gate. They only saw Harry kneeling on the ground next to the stone platform, which was now cracked in half. Daphne ran to his side while her parents tried to make sense of the situation. Harry was still clutching his left arm and looked to be in deep pain. "Are you hurt?" Daphne looked at him up and down but could not find any visible injuries. "We have some strong healing potions. I can bring you some." "No, just need a moment," Harry breathed with difficulty. "I'll be fine." "Is it over? Is it really gone?" asked Sebastian while clutching his head. What was that? That presence-speaking thought the infernal gate had been trying to enter his mind. In a way, it had been a lot more terrifying than the centipede demon. "Yes, the demon is gone and the gate is closed." "You are all safe, Master Harry?" Dobby looked at him with concern. "I'm okay, Dobby. You did a good job back there." Harry gave the elf deserved praise before he glanced back at Sebastian. "You should go check on your daughter," the Lord gasped. So many terrifying things had happened in the last few minutes that for a moment he had forgotten why they were doing this in the first place. Both parents ran to Astoria's bed to get a close look at her. "She is breathing," Selene noticed with relief. "Alive." Some color had returned to her skin. She was still pale but now looked more natural at least. "She looks much better now," Sebastian said with a smile. Astoria moaned and her eyes moved. She is waking up, Selene exclaimed. Daphne stood up after hearing this and ran to the bed. Astoria, she called, MMMM. Astoria opened her silver eyes with some difficulty and glanced at her family. Good morning. The family cried tears of happiness and relief. Astoria. You are awake. Daphne had an unusually wide grin on her face. Astoria tried to speak more, but her eyes started to close again. It's okay, my love, Selene told her. You must be very tired, rest now. Astoria moved her head a bit as if trying to nod, and then her eyes closed again. She is going to be okay now, Sebastian looked at Harry. Is the curse gone? If the curse wasn't gone, she would be dead already. Harry decided not to say that. Yes, the curse is gone. But her body and magic will need time to recover. I'm sure you have many potions to help speed up her recovery. Harry stood back up with difficulty. Darby, my shirt. The elf hurried up to bring him his clothes. Harry glanced at his left arm. The pain was almost gone. The brand was very faint now that the gate had been closed and that entity was far away, but it was still visible. It's never going to disappear completely now. He knew this for sure. Harry had hoped that, after waking up in a different timeline with a different body, he would not have to worry about this brand again, but he was wrong. It must be attached to my soul. In that case, it will follow me always. He had already considered this possibility, but now he had the confirmation. No use complaining now, he told himself in a whisper while putting his shirt back on. Mr. Potter, Sebastian approached him. I believe you can call me Harry at this point. We can drop the formalities a bit after this, he told the Lord. Sebastian nodded in agreement. Harry, you saved my daughter. My family owes you a great debt. Harry noted how Lord Greengrass had worded that. The debt was to him and not to his family. He was leaving the Potters out of this matter because Harry had told him to keep silent about what happened on this day. I'm sure there will come a time when you can repay that debt. For now, I'll just ask you to remain silent about everything you saw here today. That includes the rest of my family, Harry told the Lord. He had no plans of demanding anything outrageous from this family, and he would not have minded brushing off this debt, but to a pure blood lord like this one, that would have been a great insult, like telling him that his daughter's life was worthless to him. I understand, Sebastian said, and then Harry saw the man smile for the first time. Thank you. Harry put his robes back on and looked back at Sebastian, who was still standing in the same place. Is there something you want to say? The Lord looked troubled. You don't have to answer me, but about that brand on your arm, I couldn't help but see it. You are familiar with these types of brands, Harry stated matter-of-factly, already knowing what brand had this man seen before. My brother was foolish enough to join him, the Dark Lord, Sebastian lamented. Dear. Selene spoke softly. She knew how little he liked to talk about his younger brother. He paid for that with his life already, but I saw that brand on his arm a few times. I remember well the feeling it gave off, and it reminded you of this one. Harry pointed at his left arm. Harry saw the Lord nod. If you're worrying about me being involved with Voldemort. Of course not, Sebastian interrupted him. That was not my intention. Harry shrugged. That's fine, you are not wrong. The brands have many similarities. Sebastian was surprised that Harry admitted this much. Of course, mine has nothing to do with Voldemort. It was given to me by someone else, someone much more dangerous. More dangerous than? Sebastian looked at the empty space that the demonic gate had occupied a moment ago. He recalled the gate doing something strange when Harry was clutching at his arm. Then there was that voice. Who was that? What did it want? Sebastian thought. Harry saw his expression change and knew what he was thinking. It's best if you forget about that. Many have gone insane just for thinking too much about it. Harry looked at the bed where Astoria, Daphne, and Selene were. You have your family back together. Enjoy the moment. Who knows how long it will last this time, he thought to himself. Harry walked to where the elf was standing. He turned around and waved his wand. The stone platform lifted in the air for a moment before returning to its original shape and size and placing itself back on the wall. The knife returned to the box, as well as all the shards of glass left behind by the potion Dobby broke. We are done here, Harry declared once the room was clean again. Wow, Selene stared at the display of magic. He can clean too? Daphne looked shocked. No one would be able to tell what happened here today by just looking at it. Come on, Dobby, we are leaving, Harry told the elf, and this one picked up the metal box. Yes, master. Wait, Harry, Daphne called for him as he opened the door to leave. Harry turned around and for a moment was reminded of his little sister Holly, as Daphne threw herself at him in the same way, except she was much bigger. Thank you so much, Daphne exclaimed. Harry's body was extremely exhausted by the ritual and by having his brand reactivated. So when a girl his own age jumped at him in such a way, Daphne, heavy, he managed to say before collapsing on the ground under her. We are all ready, Lyra announced loudly as she got in front of him. Harry lifted his eyes from the book and glanced at his sister. She had barged into the library, accompanied by Ginny, Luna, and for some reason, Daphne. Good for you, have fun. Harry returned to his book, not really sure why she felt the need to inform him of that. What do you mean by have fun? Did you forget your promise already? Lyra huffed angrily with her fists at her hips. Huh, Harry gave the girls another glance and remembered the conversation he had with his sister about teaching them a few spells this summer. Right, he put the book down. So you remember now? Well, good, we are ready, teach us, Lyra exclaimed. He was still recovering from the day's experience, not from summoning the demon. That didn't take much of a toll on him, and after drinking a blood-replenishing potion, he would have been back in top shape. What caused him to be in this state was the awakening of his brand. He still felt tired even after resting for several days. His limbs ached as if he had run 3 marathons in a row, and his arms still felt very sore. But I did make a promise. I suppose it will be good for those girls to learn to defend themselves. That would give me some peace of mind at Hogwarts at least. Let's go to the gardens then. Harry stood up from the couch. Are we not going to that room you used last year? Lyra asked, and Ginny elbowed her side. That was a secret, remember? Ginny whispered to her. No, there is no need for that, and it would be a bit cramped, Harry told her. The group walked out of the library, and Harry noticed that Daphne stayed a bit behind the rest. He assumed she wanted to tell him something, so he did the same and got closer to her. How is Astoria doing? He asked in a soft voice. Daphne smiled. Much better. Father hired a team of healers to stay at her side. They said that she should be in perfect shape very soon. That's great news. Was there something you wanted to tell me? He asked. Yes, actually, I was planning on sending you a letter, but this is faster. My father told me the full list of materials you requested will be ready in 2 weeks, but we already have most of them, so if you are in a hurry to, no need. I can wait 2 weeks. Send the amount to pay and I'll have my elf collect it. I'm not sure if my father will not accept the payment. After what you did for us, Daphne whispered. He will. What I did for your family was a personal favor. This is a business transaction. Let's not mix them. He cared little for coins. Even after paying for this purchase, he would still have a mountain of gold. Thanks to Lord Malfoy's generosity, having Lord Greengrass owing him one was more valuable than that. I will tell him what you said. Daphne looked satisfied with his answer. I didn't expect you to be here, though. He recalled his sister telling him about Luna, but never mentioning anything about Daphne. Lyra told me to come, Daphne said, with a tinge of coldness in her voice. Harry noticed this. Is she mad because I didn't invite her myself? I honestly didn't even remember about this. I had more important things on my mind. I didn't think you would be interested. I'm only going to teach them some basic stuff. I have learned some things at home, but you can't. Wow. Luna interrupted Daphne and got closer to her, her eyes scanning the air surrounding Daphne's head. What is it? Daphne took a step back, attempting to create some distance between her and the strange blonde. You have a lot of rackspurts flying over your head. Luna sounded very shocked. I have what? Daphne looked very confused now. Rackspurts is the name of one of the creatures that only Luna can see, Ginny explained. She sometimes says things like that. Don't let it bother you, Lyra added. That's not true. My daddy saw a nargle last summer. Luna informed her that she was not the only one who could see them. So only your family can see these creatures. Daphne looked a bit suspicious. That sounds crazy, Luna asked her directly. I have been called that a lot. She seemed unfazed. I wasn't going to say something that impolite, Daphne told her. She's not exactly making things up. Luna has a peculiar gift, Harry spoke. She does? Asked Lyra with shock. I do, asked Luna, equally shocked. She can perceive things that cannot be glimpsed with naked eyes, Harry said. You mean like magic? Daphne asked. Harry gave her a nod. Something like that. Truth is that even he didn't understand exactly what Luna's ability was, but he knew she wasn't just making things up. His best guess after knowing her for so many years was that Luna was somehow able to see souls and spirits, and her brain interpreted it in that peculiar way. Oh, so your family must have some bloodline ability. That's incredible. Daphne was truly impressed. That type of magical ability was incredibly rare, even among old magical families. So, I'm not crazy. Luna asked, You are a bit crazy, but someone else with your gift would have gone insane already, Harry told her. Okay then. Luna shrugged and continued to walk, not seeming to care that much about what Harry told her. Wait, Daphne went after her. You said before that I had a lot of, she forgot the name already, rackspurts. Luna glanced up. You have a few more now. What does it mean then? Is it bad? Daphne asked. Now that she knew Luna's ability was the real deal, she was getting worried. Huh, Luna stared at Daphne with a blank expression. How should I know? I have never seen this many before. She turned around and continued to walk. Daphne was left standing there, completely baffled. But you, why would you mention it then? Lyra tapped her on the shoulder. Don't think too much about it, Daphne. Ginny approached her. Yes, it is best to forget about it. Last year she said I had some gulping plimpies running around me. I still don't know what she meant. I don't think Luna knew what she meant, Lyra added. All right, give me your wands, I will remove the trace, Harry told them once they arrived at the garden. Mine was already removed last year, Daphne said. Daddy also removed mine, Luna added. Hold on, what? How did that happen? Lyra questioned the girls. She believed only her brother would do that kind of stuff. Some seniors removed the trace on my first year, Daphne explained. They do this for all new Slytherin students. Why? Lyra asked. Everyone knows the whole thing with the trace is the Ministry's way of controlling Muggle-borns. It should not apply to students who live in magical houses, Daphne answered. My brothers said the same, Ginny commented, but Mom and Dad refused to remove mine. They are very strict when it comes to obeying the law. What about you, Luna? Lyra asked. I have to do a lot of cleaning around the house, so Daddy removed the trace of my wand so I didn't have to borrow his anymore, Luna told her. Lyra glanced at Harry with a frown. You could have removed mine last year. To do what exactly? Harry sighed. Just give me your wand, I'll remove it now. Once everything was ready, Harry walked to the middle of the garden. There was a big and almost empty space there, with only a giant apple tree. Harry tapped one of the branches, and it started to grow in length. The branch slithered over the grassy ground like a snake and formed more branches as it passed. From these branches, humanoid figures started to form. What are those for? Asked Lyra. These are going to serve as your targets, Harry said, as the figures finished transforming into very simple wooden golems. Their feet were still attached to the main tree branch, making it easier for Harry to repair them. Wow, I could barely transform that toothpick. Ginny looked impressed. What defensive spells have you learned already? We can go from there, Harry asked them. Luna shrugged. Lyra scratched her head. Ginny glanced at her friends with a troubled expression. Nothing. Harry was not expecting much, considering their only defense teacher had been Lockhart, but this, he did not even teach you one spell. Oh, he did teach us one. Ginny got excited. Ginny, don't. Lyra became embarrassed. Yeah, you know the charm to make our teeth shiny when we smile, Ginny explained. That's not a defense spell, Ginny, Harry pointed out. Ah, no, but it was the only spell we learned from him, I think, Ginny said while looking down. That's it, Harry asked. To be fair, he didn't teach us a single spell to us second years, unless you want to count the one he assured us would serve to chase out a werewolf. But it sounded so ridiculous, Daphne frowned. Mom was very angry when I told her about him, and she went straight to talk with the headmaster, Lyra commented. What did she say to the headmaster? Ginny asked. I don't know, she never told me, but she looked a lot happier when she came back, Lyra said. Fine, Harry started. Let's just start from the beginning. He walked some distance away from the dummies and stood next to the girls. I'll show you how to use the disarming charm. Harry made a circular motion with his wand, followed by a stabbing one. His movements were slow but fluid. Expelliarmus. From the tip of his wand, a flash of light came out and clashed against the hand of the target dummy, destroying it completely. Oh, so that's what you meant by disarm. Luna nodded like she understood something. Okay, you girls, try it now, Harry told them. Lyra, Ginny, and Luna started trying to replicate what he did. Expelliarmus. Lyra made a correct motion, but her aim was a bit off and missed the dummy's hand. Luna hit the dummy on its shoulder and removed the entire arm. Luna, aim for the hand. That's where the wand usually is, Harry told her. But I'm trying to disarm him, she complained. Never mind. He turned his attention to Ginny. Her movements were good, but she was also missing the target. It doesn't go where I want it to go, Ginny pouted. He found her reaction very amusing. Haven't seen her do that in a very long time. Let me see it again, he instructed her. Ginny performed another disarming charm, but her aim was off once more. I see, he got closer. You are ending the spell too soon. The end of the motion also serves as your aiming tool. You have to get the timing right. He got behind the girl and grabbed her wand hand. Ha! Ginny's face became as red as her hair. Let me show you. His hand made contact with her wand and formed a gentle connection. Harry then moved Ginny's arm and formed the charm. Expelliarmus. Ginny felt his magic course through her hand and then the wand. It shone brightly until a spark of light came out and hit the training dummy on its hand. There, that is the correct timing. You just need to practice it. Ginny, are you listening? He noticed that the girl was staring at the ground and not paying attention. Why, yes, she hurried to say. Okay then. He let her go and took a step back. You can also practice with a stick so you don't exhaust yourself. Silencio. The head of the training dummy went flying. Harry glanced back and saw Daphne clenching her wand. Daphne, I think you poured a bit too much magic into that one, Harry told her. It seems like you kids could use a break, Lily said as she entered the garden, carrying a tray of sweets. Their house elf, Mipsy, followed behind her with some tea. They placed the trays on the biggest stone table near the entrance. Thanks, Mom. Lyra hurried over and sat down. I'm so hungry. That's good, but don't fill yourself with sweets, Lily observed as the rest of them arrived and sat down. Oh, you made my favorite. Thank you, Mipsy, said Harry. You are most welcome, Master, the elf replied. How is the practice going? Lily asked. Is going great, right, Ginny? Lyra exclaimed. Ginny, are you okay? Lily noticed the girl wasn't answering and grew worried. I mean yes, it's great. Ginny glanced at Harry for a second before looking down again. Lily raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Wow, Ginny has a lot of rackspurts around her head now, Luna said while staring at the red-headed girl. Leave my rackspurts alone, Luna, Ginny exclaimed. But they are distracting me, Luna complained. What? Lily wasn't sure she wanted to know, but she asked anyway. It's one of Luna's creatures that only she can see, Lyra explained. Aha, Lily didn't know what to say to that. She was not familiar with the Lovegood family. She only knew they lived close to the Weasleys and that Lord Lovegood was a bit eccentric. She decided to avoid the topic and looked at Daphne. The blonde girl was sipping her tea with the manners expected from a pure-blood princess, but Lily noticed she had not touched any of the sweets. Are you not hungry, Daphne? If there's anything specific you like, Mipsy can prepare it for you. It's not that, Lady Potter. I'm on a bit of a diet. Daphne looked a bit embarrassed to admit it. Diet? But you are already so thin. Lily noticed the girl stealing glances at her son. I see. She looked at Harry with suspicion. Harry noticed this and returned the stare. What? He asked. Aren't you a popular one? Lily teased. Harry had been focusing on his dessert and had no idea what his mother was talking about, so he turned to his left and asked Luna, what did I miss? A lot of rackspurts, I think, Luna answered while digging into her cake. Why did I ask her of all people? He wondered. And what has Harry been teaching you? Lily asked them. The disarming charm, Lyra answered. Expelliarmus, that's a very useful one. Lily looked at Harry. Good choice, son. At least now we know one defensive spell, Lyra huffed. Yes, your first-year teacher was truly disappointing, Lily said. But worry not, I made sure to solve that problem already. You mean the day you went to talk with the headmaster? Lyra asked. How did you solve it? What did you tell him? Asked Harry. I just mentioned that I didn't like his way of choosing professors. Harry had the feeling that his mother did more than just mention it. And what then? Lyra pushed her mother to continue. I can't say more, but the problem is solved. You can trust your mother, Lily assured them. Why can't you say more? Lyra asked. Are we getting a good professor next year? Ginny asked. It's a surprise, that's all I will say. Lily ended the conversation there. Fine, Lyra huffed. We should get back to our practice now. I think I'm close to mastering the disarming charm. You still can't hit the target, though, Luna reminded her. Neither can Ginny. Lyra exclaimed, but Harry helped her with that, right? Luna glanced at Ginny with her innocent eyes. Ginny covered her face. You have to help me with my aim first. Daphne grabbed Harry's hand and started to drag him away. Your aim? Harry asked her. You were doing quite well before. You just need to put less power on your spell. No, it was definitely off, Daphne insisted. Lyra was surprised to see her act in such a way. What's with Daphne today? She never behaves like that. Lily chuckled. Oh, your brother is very popular. So do you remember everything I said? James asked his son. Of course, Dad, we'll only be there for a few days, Harry told him. Why are you giving him the instructions? I am the adult here, Lily huffed. Well, I suppose you are right, James said, not wanting to upset his wife. He handed her the portkey in the form of a large coin. This was a special type of portkey, an international one that allowed them to go through magical Britain barriers and enter a different country. Harry had initially planned on making his trip to Spain by himself, but then discovered that minors were not allowed to travel alone, except for very specific circumstances. So in the end, it was decided that Lily would accompany him since James was currently busy, working on a case involving some missing persons that he couldn't talk about. I always wanted to visit another country. Lily looked excited about the trip, even if they weren't exactly vacations. Your father never takes me anywhere. Oi, James complained. Ha ha, I'm joking, James. Lily knew well that the reason for not going out too much was because of the danger of encountering some Death Eaters. Despite what the ministry usually says in the newspapers, Britain has become a very dangerous place after Voldemort's first appearance, and even after going missing, there has been a lot of activity from Death Eaters and other dark wizards. Now, I want you to be very careful. I haven't heard about any Death Eater movements over there, but France had 2 raids last year, said James. We will not be going into France, said Harry. I know, but the Spanish magical community you are visiting is a very old one, which means there is probably a lot of shady stuff going on there, James warned them. I want to see them try anything, Lily huffed. Our son has taught me some very interesting spells recently, James sighed. I don't want to know. Harry and Lily walked through the streets of Barcelona wearing casual Muggle clothing to avoid attracting attention to themselves. This is so exciting. It's been so long since I visited a foreign place like this, Lily said, appearing to be in a very good mood as she looked around the streets. I'm glad you're having fun, Mom, but pay attention too. We're about to enter the oldest part of the city. We are bound to cross paths with other wizards and witches, Harry said, his words not loud but audible despite the noise around them. Lily assumed he had used some charm on his voice. Hey, wait a moment. I'm supposed to be the adult here, she complained. Harry ignored her mutterings and focused on finding the entrance since he was not very familiar with this place. Are you sure it's around here? Lily scanned the area. The two of them had left behind the busy city streets and ventured into the oldest area, called the Casco Antiguo. The city was extremely old. Even though it wasn't formally recognized as a city until the 13th century, parts of it had been around since much earlier, and this was the oldest part. We're walking on cobblestones and surrounded by old, gloomy stone buildings. The upper parts of the buildings extended forward, so most of the natural light became blocked. There, to the left, Harry said. They took a turn and found themselves in an alley with no exit. Lily was unable to see or hear anything here. This is it, Harry said, tapping his wand against some of the small stones decorating the walls. They then heard a crack, and the end wall of the alley parted ways, revealing a dark corridor. Lily was a bit dubious, but still followed Harry through this dark place. Whoa, she exclaimed. After just walking for a few seconds, the narrow corridor disappeared, and she saw the alley in all its glory with shops, the street's enchanted lights, and all the wizards and witches walking around. Welcome to the Callejón de Palmora, or Palmora Alley if you prefer, said Harry. For a moment, Lily felt like a kid again, visiting Diagon Alley for the first time. Most of the shops were made of stone, giving it a much more rustic feeling than its English counterpart, but it was beautiful in its own way. It looks more ancient than Diagon Alley, Lily commented. That's because it is. Diagon Alley was built around the 16th century, and this hidden space has been around since the 6th century, more or less. That old? Lily was surprised to hear this. Even Hogwarts Castle had not been around this long. Of course, back then, this was not a commercial alley. It was just a house, a hidden place for a witch called Palmora. Her family inherited the place after she died, and during the Spanish Inquisition in the 12th century, they started to rescue wizards and witches who were being persecuted by Muggles. The refugees decided to stay here and expanded the place to create this magical community. You seem to know a lot about this alley, Lily noted. She had read about other magical communities, but it was hard to find much information in books. These communities tended to be secretive when it came to foreigners. I've only been here a couple of times in, my past, but the 2 old men we are going to visit, well, let's just say that they love to talk. I only remember a fraction of everything they told me, Harry explained. Lily smiled. There are a lot of interesting shops around here. We should look around and bring back some things for the girls. There will be time for shopping later. The item I need takes time to create, so we should order it first. You still haven't told us what this item you need is, Lily pointed out. Her son had this terrible habit of feeding them information bit by bit. She wondered where he learned that from. You'll see very soon, he answered. Ah, Lily groaned. They continued walking for a bit longer until Harry stopped before a corner. To their left was a narrow corridor with almost no light. It reminded her very much of Nocturne Alley. Harry, don't tell me señorita no si meta ahai. Lady, don't go in there. An old lady approached them. Ese lugar es peligroso, es mejor no ahai. Mucho menos con un niño. That place is very dangerous, it's better not to go there, much less with a child. She glanced at Harry. Hold on. Lily couldn't understand a word that woman was saying. Right, there was a translation charm, how was it? She muttered. Son ingleses, are you British? The lady asked, Harry answered. Oh, el pequeño me entiende. Oh, the little one understands me. The lady smiled at Harry. Solo vamos a visitar los hermanos Velázquez, tenemos un negocio con ellos. We are just going to visit the Velázquez brothers. We have some business with them, Harry told her. Esos viejos chiflados, those crazy old men, the old lady frowned. Esos dos. Yes, those two. Harry already knew they had a bad reputation around here since they were a very eccentric duo. Ahora te entiendo. Aha, now I understand you, said Lily with confidence. Bueno, si tienen quer ali no los voy a detener, pero asegurance de salir del callejón antes de que se haga de noche. Well, if you have to go there, I'm not going to stop you, but make sure to get out of the alley before night time. The ladies sighed and left them alone. We should get going. We are going to attract attention if we stay in this corner, Harry told his mother. Mira, Harry, hablando español. Look, Harry, I'm speaking Spanish. Lily had a smug smile on her face. That's great, Mom, but the Velázquez brothers can speak English quite well, so you won't need that charm, Harry informed her. Lily exclaimed. Lily followed behind Harry as they passed by many shady-looking shops, most of them closed. She only spotted a few people peeking through their windows as they walked by. This place will get very lively at night, but for now it's mostly closed. Unless they see us as easy targets, they won't come out, said Harry. Easy targets? Lily inquired. Ah, here it is. Harry took a turn to the right and into an even narrower passage. Lily's shoulders were almost touching the walls as she passed, and someone bigger than her would have to walk sideways to get through. Why would anyone have a business here? She wondered. After getting past the narrow passage, the area opened up a lot. What in Merlin's name? She was not expecting to see this. In the middle of a maze of stone brick buildings was a circular garden with a wooden fence and a fountain. At the center of the garden were two stone houses built against each other. It looked like if you were to remove one, the other one would crumble. The one on the right is the shop. Come on. Harry stepped forward and opened the wooden gate. Lily took a closer look and noticed the wood had started to rot, and the garden was filled with growth, while the fountain looked like it hadn't seen water in centuries. This looks abandoned, she commented. I doubt they care at this point, Harry told her. Lily looked at the two houses. They were very similar, but the one on the left was in much worse shape and could collapse at any moment. She was surprised for this place to even exist here, for what she had heard. This alley was even more dangerous than Nocturne Alley, and yet, this little house was allowed to take up all this space when everyone else had small shops and houses crammed against each other. She then stopped when she heard something crack beneath her feet. At first, she thought it was just a branch, but then she noticed its peculiar shape. Wait, isn't this? Oh, that's a broken wand, Harry said casually. I'm sure there are plenty around this garden. You mean? Lily looked around the place, but it was hard to distinguish anything with so many overgrown plants. This is the best location in the alley, no, the best in the city and many miles around it. I'm sure that many had wanted to take this spot for themselves, Harry told his surprised mother. You are saying the shop owners killed them? Of course. How else are they going to keep this location for so long? Harry pointed at a stone plaque on top of the door before knocking. Lily looked up at the plaque. It had the letters DCLXV carved on the stone. 665. Is that the year this was built? Many shops in Diagon Alley also had plaques with the year they started their business. But you said before this alley didn't exist until the 12th century, Lily recalled. The door opened by itself. Let's go. Harry stepped inside, and Lily followed behind him. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the interior was well kept and clean. It also looked much bigger inside compared to the small stone house she had seen. Bienvenidos, en que podemos servirles. Two elderly men wearing simple brown robes stood a few steps away from them. I need a staff, a good one, said Harry. Oh, British, I see. A staff, he says. The two of them looked at each other. Hello, Lily greeted the men. Wait, a staff, what do you need that for? You have a perfectly good wand already. Lily was confused. She of course knew about staves and other kinds of foci, but Britain only allowed wands to be used, so you would not see them there. Oh, what a wonderful young witch. Beautiful, absolutely delightful. The two old men stared at Lily. Thanks. Lily didn't know how to react to that. Would you stop staring at my mother so much? Harry was getting annoyed. Forgive us. It's been so long since we have seen a young, beautiful damsel like her. See, Harry. Your mother is still young and beautiful, even after 3 children. Lily had a smug smile on her face now. Let's get to business, Harry sighed. I need something that would allow me to channel a large amount of magic without disintegrating, Harry said. How large are we talking about? Yes, it would help to know. About 5 grand sorceries, Harry answered. The two old men went pale. 5? Nonsense, he is speaking nonsense. Grand sorceries? Lily asked. She knew sorceries, but nothing that could be called grand. Big spells, usually cast by groups of wizards or witches working together, Harry answered. And 5? Lily said. Harry had estimated that the unnamed magic he used against the colossal basilisk was around that level. If he could acquire a magical foci that would not break after activating his jewel array, he would be gaining an important weapon. He didn't know if that was possible. The staff he wielded in the past was incredibly good, but even those would break. He never had another chance to ask this duo for another one before this country was destroyed. So you can't do it? He asked. Did we say that? Nothing is impossible for us, they huffed. But not of wood, that's for sure. Yes, it would need to be made of that particular metal. Do we have any left? I think so. We made one kind of similar 3 centuries ago, remember? The one for the Syrian prince with the harem of virgin witches. That one? What happened to him? I think he blew himself up. And his harem? Them too. What a shame. A shame indeed. Can we focus? Harry interrupted their rambling. Did they say 3 centuries ago? Lily was barely following what they were saying, but she understood that. It can be done. It will be expensive, though. That's fine by me. What do you want? Harry asked, already knowing that these two were not going to ask for money, but he had a bad feeling when they glanced at his mother. How expensive are we talking about? Lily was somewhat worried. She had brought with her a small bag of galleons, but wasn't sure if that would be enough. She could only hope that Harry had come prepared. Here. Harry pulled something out of a pocket and enlarged it until it became clear it was a leather bag. Then he handed it to the old men duo. They opened the bag and inspected its contents. Oh, not bad. Lots of good stuff in here. He had filled the bag with many rare materials that he assumed these craftsmen would find useful. He had spent a fortune on that, and he even included the heart of a nundu. Yes, this will do quite nicely, one of the men said. Harry was about to breathe a sigh of relief when the other one spoke. For half the payment, that is. Just half. Harry could not believe what he was hearing. These two were not so greedy in his previous life. Lily didn't know what Harry had put inside that bag, but seeing how surprised he was, it must have been very valuable. If that is not enough, I have some galleons with me. How much No, my dear. We have no interest in your coins, or use for them. We only accept rare materials as payments. Rare materials? She had none of that on her. Never meet anyone who would not accept galleons as payment. Normally, yes. But perhaps there is something else you can offer us, the two of them said while staring intensely at Lily. All of a sudden, the temperature in the room dropped drastically. Be very careful with what you say next. Harry's voice sounded cold and threatening. Ho ho, how dangerous. Dangerous indeed. The two old men moved their eyes to him. Harry, Lily glanced at her son, is that his magic lashing out? But why does it feel so cold? Calm down, young lord. We would never ask for something inappropriate from a married woman. We merely ask for a kiss, on the cheek, from this beauty. Wait, that's all you want? Lily was confused. The temperature went back to normal, but Harry was still looking at them with a displeased expression. That's all we ask. You have our word. I mean, okay then. Lily approached them and gave each of them a quick kiss on their cheeks. Ah, how wonderful. Such soft lips. The two men appeared to be delighted by such a small gesture. Will you make the staff for my son now? She had no idea why Harry needed something like that, but it seemed to be important to him, so she wanted to help him. Yes, that was more than enough, young girl. You made these two old men very happy, the two said with wide grins on their faces. And had we asked for anything more, that young lord was ready to tear us apart. They peeked at him. You can be sure of that, Harry told them without skipping a beat. How they requested anything more than that, he was ready to forget about the staff and teach these two old fossils a lesson, despite knowing they would not have been easy opponents. The two craftsmen have been around for a tremendous amount of time, and Harry was sure they had a lot of hidden tricks. So, you have received your full payment, he told them. Indeed, the young lord seems to be in a hurry, so we can get started right now. The youngest are always in a hurry. I wonder why. You have the most time. The duo started to walk out of the room and signaled for Harry and Lily to follow them. They were led to a massively big basement, much bigger than the rest of the house altogether. The basement appeared to be separated into several sections and was filled with all sorts of tools. It became evident that this was their main workshop where they performed their craft. Over here, young lord. Move your hand over those containers and let us know if you feel anything unusual. They pointed to a large number of glass-looking containers stored on some wooden shelves. Are you trying to find the best core for him? Lily asked. She was at least aware of this part of the process for custom-made wands. Indeed, but it's not just one. Yes, wands need one core, but staves use two. However, I believe in this case. Yes, we will need three. 3 cores, Lily said with shock. Channel the amount of magic the young lord has requested. We will not ask questions on how he plans to accomplish that. Harry, Lily looked at her son, waiting for an answer. Do you trust me? Harry asked. Of course, Lily did not hesitate. I will show you everything when it's ready. Trust me until then. It would take too long to tell her about his artifacts, and this was definitely not the place or time for that. Lily stared at her son for a few seconds. Okay, I'll wait then. Go choose your cores, son. Harry hovered his hand over the glass boxes until he felt some sort of connection with their contents. This one, he called, and continued to move under the careful watch of the 2 craftsmen. This one, he called another one, and this one, he finally stopped. Let's see. Interesting. The duo started to write some notes. What materials did he choose? Asked Lily with curiosity. This is going to be our most difficult work to date. I think that too, brother. They looked at the names of the materials again. Unicorn horn, the straw hair, and our last phoenix feather. Life, death, and resurrection. They were told to come back 3 days later to pick up the finished artifact. Returning to England would have been quite a hassle, since it would require them to acquire another international portkey, so Lily and Harry decided to spend the time here in the city. For the next few days, mother and son spent their free time walking around Barcelona while doing some tourism and shopping, both in the Muggle part and Palmyra Alley. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, it was time to go back and visit the shop. The dark alley was a bit more lively than the last time they visited. They saw several suspicious-looking individuals who stared at them as they walked, but took no action against them. Should I be worried? Lily asked her son, not liking the way they were looking at them. Harry smiled. You should always be worried, but they don't seem to wish us harm, for now at least. He thought, welcome, welcome indeed. The old twins appeared to be in a good mood as they ushered them into the house. I take it that it was a success? Harry asked. Of course, a great success, they proclaimed loudly. That's wonderful to hear, Lily said, relieved that the trip was worth it, at least for her son. She had plenty of fun just visiting a new place. Come, this way. The 2 old men guided them to a nearby table where something was covered with a piece of red fabric. Lily and Harry stood before the table and waited for the 2 men to continue. Allow me the honors. One of the twins pulled the piece of fabric away, revealing their creation. Our greatest masterpiece to date, the other one added. Oh, a smile appeared on Harry's face. That's a staff, Lily said, shocked. She had never seen a magical staff before since they were not allowed in England, but this was not what she was expecting. The most shocking part to her was that it appeared to be made of metal. I thought staffs were made of wood, like wands. Normally, that would be the case. To accomplish the requirements of the young lord, we had to resort to something more durable. No wood would have been able to channel so much magic through it. Only goblin steel had enough reliability while still being capable of acting as a conductor for the cores. The 2 old men explained. Goblin steel, Lily exclaimed. Isn't the forging of that material a huge secret for them? The goblins can rest assured. We don't know how to create the alloy, but we do know how to shape an already made one while keeping all its properties intact. That's incredible, Lily stared at the artifact. May I? Asked Harry. Of course, young lord. It is yours after all. Harry picked up the staff from the wooden stand where it was resting. It felt heavier than he expected, considering it was made of goblin steel, meaning they must have done something to increase its density and durability. The surface was silver and completely pristine. 4 rows of runes had been carved vertically across its surface, except at the handle, where it was completely smooth and comfortable to hold. 3 cores were all secured inside the metallic casing and could not be seen, but Harry could feel them in there waiting for him. On the tip of the staff were 3 crystals he was not able to identify. They are called dragon opals. They can only be found on a small island north of Norway. They are the most resistant magical crystals in the world, very rare ones too, the 2 men explained. Harry focused on moving his magic through the staff and creating a connection with it. It was very easy. After all, this was something made specifically to match his magic. The crystals on the staff started to shine with an intense green light, and a wave of energy came out of the artifact, pushing everything away while sparks of lightning jumped across its surface. Harry had to control the reaction that otherwise would have destroyed the small house and hurt everyone inside. A perfect match. I was expecting nothing less. The twins smiled with satisfaction. Amazing, Lily stared in awe at her son. Despite hearing stories about his accomplishments in his past life, she always had a hard time picturing him doing these things. For her, Harry was still her little boy, but seeing him like this now, his eyes brimming with barely contained power, his magic engulfing the room with such intensity that she had a hard time breathing. She could see it now. He really is something else. Things calmed down after a bit, and Harry placed the staff back on its stand. You two have created something impressive. Thank you, Harry told them. Haha, it was our pleasure, young lord. Yes, we should celebrate now. I will go fetch the good wine. I think we should get going. It's close to becoming dark already, Lily said with a slight worry. She had been told by several people never to go into the alley at night time. Here it is, one of the twins said with excitement in his voice after coming back with a dark bottle. Our last Chateau Lafayette 1787, Lily stared at the bottle for a moment. Of course, one glass won't hurt. Ah, and then what happened? Lily asked. After drinking half a bottle of wine worth a small fortune, she was listening with rapt attention to a story being told by the old twins. Harry, on the other hand, had to content himself with a glass of water since he was not technically old enough to drink alcohol, and that was the only thing these two old guys had in the house. Ho ho, it's nice to have a young beauty listening to our old stories. Yes, how long has it been since our last visitor? You know, if you moved your business to the main street, you too would have no lack of clients. She didn't understand why such incredible craftsmen had their shop in such a hidden place. My dear, that is just not possible. Indeed, this shop cannot be moved from here, and neither can these two old men. We will remain here until our time is up. The two had a sad expression on their faces as they spoke. But why is that? Lily asked. The shop cannot be moved because it's on top of a focal point, Harry explained. The young lord knows. That is correct. The quality of our work would not be the same in a different location. This is the best spot in the city. By focal point, you mean a place where magic is more concentrated, right? Lily asked. Yes, Harry answered. Magic is everywhere, but it doesn't just sit in place. Instead, it flows like a massive river. Sometimes, two or more of those rivers will meet at the same location. Yes, I know about that. Most wizard family homes are located in places like those, and Hogwarts is supposed to be on top of a massive one, Lily commented. Correct, my dear. Our craft requires being close to one of these high magical density points. Magical communities always thrive if they are built at the center of one of those focal points. People also call them convergence points. Harry's expression changed when he heard that word, not because he was unaware of that concept, but hearing that word out loud reminded him of something. A convergence point, that's the same way the Time book referred to the points where the wall between two realities was at its weakest, and it was then possible to cross. Like what happened to me at the end of the year. Now that he thought about it, those two concepts may have some correlation. Hogwarts, Diagon Alley, and the train station were the places where he had been a witness of a convergence taking place, and those are also focal points with high magical density, especially Hogwarts. Am I overthinking things, or could they be related? Unaware of his internal musings, his mother continued the conversation with the old twins. So that's why you chose this spot. Very clever, but I assume a lot of people would also want to be here, right? Wait. Soon as she asked that question, she recalled all the broken wands in the front garden. Many have wanted our space, yes. Many have tried and failed, they chuckled. But we didn't choose this place. Yes, Lady Pomora had good senses, the old men said. Lady Pomora, you mean the witch who first came here? Lily asked, still remembering clearly the story Harry told her. Yes, she was a wonderful witch. Indeed, she allowed us to build our house right next to hers. You mean your ancestors, because she lived here like 1500 years ago. Lily was confused. The two old men smiled. Lady Pomora took these two foolish old men into her house after we escaped from Rome. It's been so long, we went by a different name back then, but we still remember her like it was yesterday. That's impossible. You can't be that old. Right. Lily thought that maybe she had misheard them because of the wine and turned to look at Harry. There are many ways to extend one's life, but they always come with a heavy price, Harry said. Wise words, young lord, and a heavy price we have paid. A myriad of emotions were concealed in their words. Do you regret it? Harry asked. No, the two of them said at the same time. Then it was worth the price. Harry nodded. Lily felt that she was missing something important. Thank you for your kind words, young lord, the two of them said. Lily wanted to ask why they kept calling her son young lord. At first, she thought they were just being polite to an heir from a noble family, but would two wizards this ancient even care about English magical nobility? They never referred to her as lady, even though she is the lady of House Potter. We should get going, it's getting late, Harry suggested. They had to return to the inn and pick up their things before going to the designated spot to use the portkey. Wait, but I have so many questions. You two have been alive for over a millennium. The amount of wisdom you must have is— They laughed at hearing this. My dear, we have indeed seen and learned many things in our long life, but we have also forgotten just as many. What do you mean, that you don't remember anything? Lily asked. We wouldn't say anything. We know a great deal about the crafting of staffs and a few other topics. But the human mind is very limited in how much it can store, even with the help of magic. They explained to her, but surely there is something important you must have learned after all this time. Lily insisted. There are some things, of course. Wisdom comes and goes, but your instincts honed over the years will only improve. Lily raised an eyebrow. Your instincts? That's it. Do not underestimate a person's instincts, especially ones honed over extreme periods of time. It is thanks to those instincts that one is able to discern things that others would miss, like gauging the power of an individual regardless of how innocent they could look. They both glanced momentarily at Harry. Those are the kind of things that allows us to live this long. Are you that disappointed? Harry asked after leaving the garden. The sun was completely gone and the sky was dark, but the streets still had some light coming from the surrounding houses. Lily turned around and got another glimpse of the two old houses, one leaning against the other. She now knew the abandoned house on the left belonged to the witch Palmora and her descendants. I mean, they have lived for so long. If it were me, I would have wanted to learn. I don't know everything. They probably did, but only what was truly important to them stuck for the rest of their journey, Harry told her. How do you think they did it? How did they live for 1,500 years? He shrugged. If I have to guess, they found a way to bind their bodies to the focal point here and use its magic and their own souls to extend their longevities for as long as possible. So they really can't leave the house, Lily recalled their words. There was probably a time when they were able to move around the city, but the leash continued to get shorter. By the looks of this garden, they haven't been able to leave the house for at least a century or two. They sacrificed their souls and freedom to live longer. Doesn't seem worth it, Lily considered. Everyone has different definitions for what is worth it, Harry reminded her. I suppose they appeared to be happy enough. The two of them walked through the dark alley in silence until Harry spoke again. How drunk are you after all that wine? Lily was surprised by the sudden question. I'm fine. It would take a lot more than half a bottle to get your mother drunk. That's good, because we are being ambushed. What? Lily noticed a flash of light behind her and moved aside. A red flash passed next to her head and impacted a nearby wall. Lily immediately pulled out her wand and scanned the area, trying to find the attacker. There, Lily pointed her wand and shot a silent stunner. The red light impacted someone, and they heard the sound of someone collapsing on the floor. Got him, Lily celebrated. Hija de puta, they heard a female voice yell. That was good, but not that useful. There are at least 3 enemies. Stunners are only good for duels. Renovate. They could not see where they were, but they heard the same female from before. We are back to 3, Harry pointed. Lily glanced at her son. He was standing with his arms crossed and his usual calm expression. Wait, are you not going to do anything? Are you telling your young innocent son to go fight these evildoers for you? Lily raised an eyebrow. He was not taking this seriously at all. I want to see what Lily Potter can do. Don't worry about me, Harry told her. The last time she was too distracted while trying to protect him, but now she could focus on defending herself against the 4 enemies. He only had time to teach her one spell, but it would surely come in handy now. Of course, he knew she was in no real danger for as long as he remained close to her, but one day he may not be there, and he wanted to make sure she could take care of herself. What? You are going to let why? Lily felt something and moved her wand forward. Pratigo, a couple of spells hit her shield and broke it. Lily did not waste time and went for cover. She had 1 enemy behind and 2 more in front. Take the solitary one first, she thought. A light bombarder against the wall near the Dew of Thieves served as a distraction. The man and woman hidden in the shadows made a yelp of surprise when the wall next to them exploded, and they were forced to take a few steps back and duck for cover. Meanwhile, Lily sent a silent lumos behind her. The small ball of light illuminated the alley just enough to show her the position of the solitary thief. This was no moment to hesitate. She had a small opening to take this man out. Silencio, stupefy, incarcerus. She cast the 3 spells in one fluid motion, as her husband had taught her. The thief went down quickly, making it clear that these people were not duelist experts by any means, and instead were just three opportunistic thieves looking for some easy prey. With one down, Lily focused her attention on the other two. She could not use a stunner now, as they would be able to dispel it from each other, and she was not confident in being able to take both of them at the same time. I'll have to use the spell he taught me. She felt a bit troubled. Don't start doubting now. A moment of hesitation could kill you, Harry shouted at her. Pratigo. Lily blocked the incoming spells, and it was time to fire back at them. Divulsa. She made a cutting motion, and a wave of purple light came from her wand. The male thief tried to use a charm shield, but that only stopped half the spell. The reason Harry chose this particular lethal spell to teach his mother was because it was half a charm and half a curse, making it easier for her to learn it since Lily was already a master in charms. It was also a tricky spell to block, as people would often confuse the motion for a different charm and try to block it with a pratigo. That was a deadly mistake, as this would only block the charm while letting the curse pass by. Ah! Thief screamed as some purple liquid splashed onto his chest and started to dissolve it. His partner panicked and made another fatal mistake. She tried to remove the liquid using her robes. The curse spread to her and started to consume her. Lily flinched at the macabre spectacle but did not look away. I did this. She was startled as all of a sudden, some masked man with a knife appeared on her side and tried to stab her. She could not react in time to save herself, but then the man went flying and was smashed against the closest wall with a loud crunching noise. What was that? She did not understand where that man came from. She looked at her son's expression and realized what had happened. You told me there were only three. I said at least three, but you should never lower your guard. I could have also been wrong in my detection. I could still be wrong, and there could be more attackers around. To be honest, I'm not that great at detection. Lily could not argue against that. She had indeed gotten careless. Constant vigilance, that's what Moody always said. Constant vigilance, Harry agreed. Harry landed close to the house. He would have used flu powder to travel here, but Luna's father was a very paranoid man and believed there was some conspiracy involving corrupted fairies leaking information to dark wizards. Funny enough, he wasn't completely wrong about that one. Apparition would have been risky since he had never been in this version of the Lovegood house, and things could be in a slightly different position compared to what he remembers. A humming sound could be heard when Harry tapped the property wards. This was a non-intrusive way to inform the home occupants of his presence. He was looking forward to his conversation with Xenophilius. It didn't take long for Luna to send him an invitation after he requested to speak with her father. The girl didn't even know what he wanted to speak about, but she had always been very carefree with these things. Harry felt the magic moving around the ancient wards, and the wooden house that had been previously in sight disappeared. It was then replaced by the real Lovegood house as it came into view a short distance away. Had someone entered the property without permission, they would have wandered around for a very long time before finding the real place. The Lovegood family home was more similar to a tower than a typical house. Wizards used to employ these kinds of buildings a lot in the past as they were easier to defend. The tower was surrounded by a well-kept garden, filled with flowers of all kinds and colors, giving the otherwise gloomy tower a picturesque appeal. Harry had no doubt this was Luna's doing. The door of the tower opened up by itself. I guess I'm being welcomed, Harry told himself while walking towards it. Daddy, Harry is here. He heard Luna calling from upstairs as he crossed the entrance. I'll be down in a minute, Pudding, her father answered. The blonde girl came down the stairs while jumping. Hi, she greeted him with excitement. Hello, Luna, have you been practicing what I taught you? Yes, I have already disarmed all the scarecrows in the field, Luna explained. Poor scarecrows, Harry lamented. Lyra told me to visit your home tomorrow, she commented. Yes. He had agreed to give the girls a few more classes until the end of the summer. After all, he had plenty of free time even with his own personal daily train. Today she went to the Weasleys. Ginny's oldest brother is also there, I believe. Ah, there he is. Xenophilius descended the stairs and glanced at him with interest. The man had long blonde hair like his daughter and was wearing a flamboyant yellow tunic that would make Dumbledore proud. Let us take a seat in the kitchen, we can talk there, he said with a mischievous smile. Harry and Luna followed him, and the three of them sat down at a small circular wooden table. Very cozy for an old tower, Harry commented after looking around the kitchen. Right, Xenophilius grinned. It's all thanks to my Luna. I don't know what I would do without her. His expression changed to a very serious one as he looked directly into Harry's eyes. So, Mr. Potter, I know why you are here. Harry raised an eyebrow. Did he sense the item in my bag? Maybe I didn't give him enough credit, but why do I feel so much tension in the air? Mr. Lovegood, allow me to speak first. Xenophilius raised a hand to interrupt him. I know you are here to request the hand of my lovely daughter in marriage, but let me tell you something first. What? He knew the man was peculiar, but he was not expecting this. Why are all purebloods so obsessed with marriage? In his previous life, he had grown away from the magical world, and even after entering Hogwarts, he never got involved in politics, so he was not used to these things. Don't you think for a second that it will be that easy? I will not give you my precious Luna. He slammed his palm on the table with fury. No, that's not what I very well, Xenophilius interrupted him again. Your tenacity has won me over. You may marry my beloved Luna, but I have two conditions and they are not negotiable. Like I'm trying to say, that is not what I condition one. Xenophilius raised one finger in the air. You must treat her like she is the most important thing in the world, because she is. He raised another finger. And two, you must move to live here. This tower would crumble in a week with my daughter. Harry looked at the girl in question. Can you reason with your father, please? Luna was staring at the ceiling with misty eyes. Sorry, I think I saw a crumble hornet Snorlax passing by. You weren't listening at all, Harry sighed. Did I miss something important? That happens a lot, Luna told him. Wait, don't tell me. Xenophilius gave him a suspicious look. You want to taste the milk without buying the cow? Cow? Luna became confused. Daddy, don't be silly, we don't have any cows here. I'm going to stop you right there. He did not like where this conversation was going, so he put his bag on the table and opened it up. I came to talk about this. He pulled his invisibility cloak out. A cloak? Wow, it's so pretty, Luna commented. What is this? Zeno got closer to inspect the item. Why did you bring me a... Wait a minute. He saw the symbol inscribed near the neck area of the cloak, and his demeanor completely changed. Can it be? He said with shock. I have looked for them for so long. This really? Yes, this is the cloak of invisibility. It has been passed down through my family for many generations, Harry explained. The Potters had it. Of course, I should have known. The Potters and the Peverils were very close in the past, Zeno said. Yes, I heard that too, Harry nodded. Incredible, this is a real hallow. But Zeno ran his fingers through the fabric and noticed the obvious issue. It stopped working a year ago, Harry confirmed his suspicions. This can't be possible. Zeno picked up the cloak and examined it further. Are you sure it's not a fake one? Luna asked. Her face was uncharacteristically serious. Even a high-quality invisibility cloak doesn't last more than a few years. This one has been in my family for several centuries and was working perfectly until last year when it suddenly lost all its power and became a normal cloak. This is a real hallow, one of the three. I would bet my life on that claim, Harry answered. I do not doubt your word, Mr. Potter, but you said this cloak lost its power. That is just not possible, Zeno told him. Well, that's what happened, Harry said. You are aware of the source of this power, yes, he nodded. Of course, I know what the tale said. These three artifacts were crafted by Death himself. Is more than just a tale. I have spent a very long time researching them, trying to find them, and I have learned much about them and where they came from. Their power originates from Death, yes, and thus can never be exhausted or disappear for as long as Death exists. Why did it stop working then? Do you have any theories? Asked Harry. If its power didn't vanish, that must mean it went somewhere else, Zeno said. It went somewhere else, Harry muttered. If you could find the other two, perhaps we could learn more, Zeno suggested. Harry thought about it. I may be able to get my hands on the wand. You know where the wand of power is. Zeno didn't expect him already to know where the second artifact was located. I do, but I have good reason to believe it had also lost its power. I'll try to get it, Harry told him. I could pay a visit to Riddle Manor at some point to see if the stone is still there, but that is very unlikely. Would you mind leaving the cloak with me? I would love to study it further, Zeno requested. If that helps, I don't mind, but take good care of it. Even without its power, it is still a family relic, Harry said. Of course, Mr. Potter. Zeno appeared to be very excited at the prospect of studying one of the legendary hallows. Just call me Harry, no need for Mr. Oh, in that case, you must also address me by name. Mr. Lovegood is just too long and formal. You may call me Xenophilius Lewis Gruffydd III. Harry raised an eyebrow. Can I just call you Zeno? He shrugged. If you prefer it. Once you marry my daughter, you can call me father. What? He thought they were done with that. I'm getting married to Harry. This was new for Luna. No, hold on. Oh no, Ginny and Lyra are going to be very disappointed, Luna said with a sad tone. Wait, what? Harry shouted. On the next day, Ginny and Luna came to the Potter Manor for another defense practice session with Harry. So, is it not true? Lyra leaned closer as she asked him for the third time. Many times do I have to tell you, no one is getting married? Harry was beginning to lose his patience. Ginny glanced at Luna. What did your father say? Oh, he offered my hand to him, but Harry said he had to think about it, Luna explained. I did not. Harry noticed the tiny smile on Luna's face and realized she was messing with Lyra and Ginny. This must be her version of a prank, I guess. Forget about that, you have better things to occupy your minds on, Harry told them. But Lyra muttered, today I'm going to teach you the stunning charm. Harry aimed his wand at one of the training dummies. Stupefy, a wisp of red light impacted the chest of the dummy, creating a lot of sparks. Isn't that a bit boring? Lyra complained. Boring? Harry questioned her. Yes, I mean yesterday, Ginny's brother taught us this bat bogey hex. Lyra waved her wand at the dummy and was surprised when nothing happened. The bat bogey hex won't work on a wooden dummy. It has no bogeys, Harry informed her. Oh, that makes sense, said Ginny. What were you thinking? It's so obvious, Luna taunted her. Shut up. Lyra became embarrassed. Harry, did you know my brother's jinx? Ginny asked. This was supposed to be something her brother had created, so how could Harry know about it? No. By the way she formed her magic, the wand movements, and the name, I was able to figure out what the jinx is supposed to do. He just said the first thing that came to his mind. Amazing, Ginny looked at him. Her amber eyes were filled with admiration. Stop it. You are making me feel guilty, Harry thought. In any case, Lyra spoke again. Can you teach us something like that? You want to learn something flashy and eye-catching? Harry asked. Yes, Lyra shouted with excitement. Ginny did not say anything but was also looking with a lot of interest. Okay, pay attention. I will only show it to you once. Lyra got closer and opened her eyes wide open. Lumos solemn. Ah, my eyes, Lyra shouted. The Potter family was having dinner one night when James had some news for them. I will be gone for the next week. I have an investigation to perform in France, James announced. You are going to Paris? Lyra became instantly interested in the conversation. Is this about that case of missing people you were working on? Harry asked. Yes, it's still that same case, James replied. Those missing persons must be very important then, Harry pointed out. The ministry would never try this hard if the victims were from an average wizarding family. They are, yes, James confirmed. Who are they? Someone we know? Lyra inquired. Harry observed his mother's expression, and by the faces she was making, she knew. I cannot talk about an investigation in progress, James said. But you told Mom, Harry countered. I did not, James muttered. Oh, come on, you can trust us, we won't tell anyone, Lyra exclaimed. You are terrible at keeping secrets. You always end up saying something, James reminded her. If an important pureblood family has disappeared, the ministry won't be able to keep it a secret for too long anyway. People always talk, Harry remarked. He is right, James. When the boy fails to show up at school, they will know that something has happened, Lily added. The boy? Lyra asked. James sighed in defeat. Fine, but better keep your mouth shut about this. If people find out, let it be by someone else. It's the Malfoys. They have been missing since the end of June. Draco is missing? Harry was not expecting that. James nodded. And his mother too. Any suspects? Harry inquired. We already questioned the most obvious ones. But we have nothing to link them with the disappearance. The usual ones, he is likely referring to Lord Parkinson, the current Dark Lord, and his closest associates. But if they are not involved in their disappearance, there is another individual that could be responsible for this. That would be Voldemort. Harry thought about it for a moment. By the look his father was giving him, he had reached the same conclusion. And what are you going to do in France? Lyra wanted to know. The Malfoys have 2 properties in France. We may be able to find something if we search them. Be careful, you don't know what you could find, Harry warned him. If Voldemort was actually involved in this, things could become dangerous. I'm always careful, son, James grinned with confidence. And I will have Mad Eye Moody with me, as well as a few other competent auras. We will be fine. Harry didn't leave the house much during the next week. For the next practice, Daphne had brought with her the full list of materials he requested from her father. There was still a month left before Holly's birthday, and he had a promise to keep. He had to craft a golem for her. Harry taught Luna, Ginny, and Daphne how to use the silencing charm, while Daphne began to practice the Incarcerus conjuration. This was considered a very advanced spell, but Daphne showed an impressive amount of talent. Once she masters her arsenal and learns to chain spells one after another, she will be a force to reckon with. Ginny, do you have a minute? Harry approached the redhead. Yes, of course. Ginny did her best to hide her nervousness. She didn't have many chances to speak with him alone. What is it? There has been something I have been meaning to tell you for a while but haven't found the chance. Ah, really? She stammered her words and looked down to hide her embarrassment. Yes, How do I say this? How do you feel, Abu? Yes, she hurried to say. Ginny, I haven't asked you the question yet. Harry looked confused. Ah, sorry, it's okay. So what I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about becoming a seeker for the Quidditch team? Wait, seeker? Now it was Ginny's turn to be confused. I haven't told anyone yet, but I'm planning on quitting the team, Harry explained. What? Why? You are the best seeker the team ever had, she asked. There is no way to say this without sounding arrogant, but playing at Hogwarts is boring for me. There is no challenge, and I'm sure my teammates resent me for winning the games too quickly and not giving them the chance to play that much. You did finish all the games very quickly, that's true, Ginny assented. But you want me to take your place? I don't think that. Yes, I have only seen you fly a couple of times, but I can already tell that you have a lot of talent, Harry said. Ginny was taken aback by the sudden praise. I don't know. I am aware that you and Lyra wanted to play as chasers, but there won't be an opening in that position for at least 2 more years, and playing as a seeker would allow you to improve your flying skills. Ginny nodded. She could not argue with what he was saying, and she knew it was a great opportunity, but she didn't feel prepared to take on such a role right now. We still have a bit over a month before classes start. I could teach you a few things. Ginny's interest peaked at hearing this. You want to give some personal training? Yes, Harry nodded. Just you and me? Ginny asked. Well, of course. I'll do it, Ginny shouted. On the next day, the Potter family received some concerning news. James had been seriously injured during his mission in France and was currently in St. Mungo's. They rushed to the hospital, and upon entering his room, the family found Alistair Moody standing next to his bed. Daddy, James. Oh, looks like your family is here to see you, James, Moody said, his magical eye scanning the crowd for any threats. James, though visibly tired, managed a smile. I'm sorry for making you all worry. I'm fine, Harry observed him carefully. He seemed fine at first, but then he noticed his left leg was covered in bandages. It also appeared too thin for a normal leg, giving Harry an unpleasant feeling. Your leg, he said, it was hit by a very potent dark curse, but it's fading already, he noticed with relief. Ah, yes, that was nasty curse, James replied, not seeming inclined to elaborate on the details in front of his daughters. Don't worry, boy. Your father won't be needing one of these. Moody tapped his prosthetic leg. The healers did manage to remove the curse. He'll be walking soon enough. James, is that true? Lily stared at her husband with concern. I may need to use a cane for a while, but the healers said they will be able to regrow all the muscle and bones in less than a week, and then I'll need at least 2 or 3 more weeks to recover completely. That's a relief. Lily turned to Moody. What about you, Alistair? Were you hurt too? A few scratches, I got lucky. Can't say the same about my other men, Moody said somberly. You mean? Lily didn't need to finish the question. Moody shook his head. Well, I'll leave you for now. You seem to be in good hands, Moody said. Oh, before I forget, Amelia contacted me. She will come by tomorrow to visit you. I understand. She's going to need my full report, James replied. Moody bid farewell to the family and left the room. When can you leave the hospital? Asked Lyra. I think in about 6 or 7 days. You don't have to return to work so soon, right? Lily asked. James shook his head. I still need to speak with my boss, but they should let me free until my leg is completely recovered. Does it hurt? Holly asked with concern. Not anymore, my love. They gave me a lot of medicine, James reassured her. His eyes met Harry's for a moment. Lily, can you take the girls out for a moment? I need to speak with Harry alone for a few minutes. Okay. Lily didn't question it. She knew her husband wouldn't have asked for this if it weren't important. Let's go, girls. But I want to stay with Daddy, Holly complained. I know, dear, but why don't we go buy something delicious to eat from the cafeteria and bring some to your dad? Maybe some sweets too, Lily suggested. Holly was already at the door. Let's go. Lyra looked back at Harry, suspicion filling her eyes, but she didn't say a word. Harry noticed this. He knew his sister sensed that something was off with him. It made sense after everything she had seen him do. But for now, at least, she hadn't demanded any explanation, and he wondered how long that would last. After the girls left, Harry closed the door and secured the room with a few charms. So, what happened there? Harry asked. James sighed. As planned, we went to investigate the 2 Malfoy properties. The first one was completely empty, and I really mean empty. Not even a piece of furniture was left. The Malfoys are probably hurting for money. It wouldn't be surprising if they sold everything that was non-essential to them, Harry remarked. Yes, that was our conclusion too, James admitted. And then, what happened at the second house? James took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. That one was different. There were signs that someone had been living there until very recently. We did not find any traces of the Malfoys, even after using all sorts of tracking spells, making it clear that whoever had been living there had not been the Malfoys. And then, an ambush, 5 individuals. We don't know where they came from. We made sure the house was empty. Even Moody scanned everything with his magical eye. They must have apparated in, Harry suggested. Apparition or a flu entrance are the most likely scenarios. But that means we must have triggered some alarm that alerted them to our presence in the house. But still, even in that scenario, we should have had the advantage. Counting me and Moody, there were 10 auras. 9 were veterans with many years of combat experience. We only managed to take down one of them while they killed 8 of us and almost got me too, if it hadn't been for Moody's quick reaction. They were that good. Harry understood the Death Eater organization quite well. During its early years, that group was composed of lords, ladies, and their pureblood descendants. They were all from wealthy families, and as expected, they were not the best fighters. Few of them could have defeated a veteran aura. Had it not been for Voldemort himself, they would not have gotten very far in their initial rebellion. Of course, that changed during the Third War when demons came into play, but that was not applicable here. We underestimated them, I'll admit that much. Were they really Death Eaters? Harry asked. What did they look like? Did you manage to identify any of them? James shook his head. They wore black tunics and pure white masks. All the masks looked exactly the same, a simple skull with some brand on the forehead. We were only able to kill one of them, but they took the body away. The description could fit the Death Eaters, but their masks were all different though. They liked to be unique in their own way, Harry commented. Yes, I noticed that too. These were different, and they were much stronger than the typical Death Eater, James said. Can you show me your memory of the event? Perhaps I can find something else, Harry requested. I was just going to ask you that, James grinned. He lay back on his bed and looked directly at Harry. Go ahead, I have lowered my defenses. His wand appeared in his hand. Legilimency. Harry's vision changed as he delved into his mind, and he found himself in a poorly lit living room. He was seeing things from his father's perspective. Moody was just a few feet away, looking around incessantly. 5 more auras were in the room, rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Another aura entered the room to give a report, and that's when things went awry. Moody yelled at the aura next to the door to take cover, but it was too late. A flash of green light hit him on the side, and he fell down. 5 individuals with black cloaks entered and started attacking them. The auras fired back while using the furniture as cover. Spells flew all over the place, but Harry noticed that 2 of the masked individuals never cast any spells. They didn't even hold wands in their hands. Instead, they wielded knives. The 3 who did use magic were extremely skilled. They didn't just use the killing curse and hope for the best. They combined it with many other support spells to disable their opponents and used the environment to their advantage. They also served as cover for the knife users. When the auras hid behind the furniture and stopped shooting, the knife-wielding Death Eaters jumped into action. They moved at an impossible speed, leaving behind a shadowy residue. They leaped through the air and climbed walls to avoid the aura's spells before attacking them with their knives. One of Moody's curses hit one of the wand-wielding Death Eaters, killing them on the spot. At this point, only Moody and James were left. James faced off against one of the knife users and was stabbed in the leg during the struggle. Harry paid attention to the weapon now that it was up close. The blade was completely black and had a clear baleful aura around it. James managed to push the attacker away with a depulso before being stabbed again. Moody grabbed him, and they escaped by breaking one of the windows and mounting onto Moody's broom. Harry's vision returned to the present as he looked at his father. That was close. James nodded solemnly. Yes, very close. I don't want Lily or the girls to know how close it was. Did you know you were almost killed by a vampire with a cursed blade? Harry asked. James didn't seem surprised to hear this. So it was a vampire? I didn't know for sure. I knew it wasn't a normal human, but Moody has more experience with them and told me. Uncle Remus mentioned some strange vampire activity last year. Harry recalled hearing that but didn't think much of it at the time. Yes, we also received some reports of the sort over the past year or so. It seems like he had successfully recruited a few vampire clans into his ranks. Voldemort, James looked genuinely worried now. You're going to have to be extra careful for now. We don't know what else he has or what he has been doing for the past 10 years. It's obvious that he has not been idle. Voldemort has spent the last decade preparing for his return. The last month of the summer went by quickly. While their father enjoyed his vacation relaxing at home, Harry finished the golem he had promised his sister Holly for her birthday. It was made of wood, stood 20 centimeters tall, 7.8 inches, and had a high-quality arkstone to act as a renewable source of power. The construct was only able to follow simple commands, so it didn't have much practical use, but Holly loved it nonetheless. She called it Woody and had it running all around the house. On the last week of the summer, just one day before their trip to Diagon Alley, Harry had made plans with Ginny to give her one last class before it was time for Hogwarts. When he entered the garden, Harry was surprised to find his sister and Ginny having a heated argument. "Why are you being like this?" Ginny asked. "You know why? Why have you spent so much time with him?" Lyra demanded to know. "I already told you everything." Ginny sounded frustrated. "I don't keep secrets from you." "You think I didn't notice? You haven't mentioned Neville or the boy who lived in months," Lyra said back. That has nothing to do with anything," Ginny replied. "Yes, it does. You got over Neville and now you're going after Harry. Well, you can't have him," Lyra huffed. "What?" Ginny was taken aback by her friend's reaction. She was then going to say something, but Lyra stormed away. "Lyra," Ginny called for her but was ignored. She stood there in shock, not sure what she should do next. "Lyra can be very temperamental sometimes," said Harry, startling Ginny in the process. "Harry, were you listening to our conversation?" she asked. "I wasn't trying to pry, but you two were being quite loud," Harry told her. "Right, about what Lyra said." Ginny became very embarrassed. "Don't worry about it," Harry reassured her. "I'll go talk to Lyra. Why don't you wait here for a bit? We have our class afterward." "Are you sure it's a good idea?" That was the main reason she got mad. Ginny appeared to be conflicted. "Of course, it's our last practice. We can't waste it," Harry insisted. Ginny assented. "Okay, I'll wait then. Will you tell Lyra that I never wanted to do anything to upset her?" Harry gave her a thumbs up. "Leave it to me." He found that Lyra was inside her room thanks to a couple of point-me spells. She had locked the door. "Alohomora." "Hey, what are you doing?" she shouted when she saw the door opening. "What if I was changing?" "Nothing I haven't seen before," Harry told her nonchalantly. "Don't remind me of that," she complained while her cheeks became somewhat red. "What are you doing here?" "I came to talk to you about that silly argument you had with Ginny," Harry told her. Lyra's eyes opened widely. "You heard that?" "I heard some of it. What was that about anyway?" "I was just giving her some flying lessons so she could take my place as Seeker next year. I'm sure she told you about it." "I know," Lyra admitted. "But Ginny, never mind. She wants to take me away?" Harry asked. Lyra became embarrassed at being reminded what she said, but then she nodded. "Do you have any idea how silly that sounds?" Harry asked. Lyra did not answer and instead continued to look down at her bed. "I'm your brother, Lyra, and no one will take me away from my family." She lifted her gaze and stared at him. "Then why did you trust her with your secret instead of me?" "It wasn't much of a secret. I just told Ginny because it was relevant to her, but that's not the secret you really want to talk about, is it?" "Well," Lyra appeared to be hesitant to speak about this. "Go on, you can tell me anything, you know that," Harry reassured her. "I overheard a conversation you had with Mom and Dad last Christmas." "I see. And what did you hear?" he asked, unsure about what conversation she had heard. "Didn't understand much, but there was something about your original second year, a diary, and I think you said that you had fought the basilisk before. What was all that? I don't understand," Lyra questioned. Now he could recall the conversation she was referring to. No wonder she is so confused. No one would understand that out of context. Harry sat on the bed and took a deep breath. "It's true, there is a big secret about me that I have not told you." "I knew it," Lyra perked up. "What is it then?" "I can't tell you right now," Harry said. "Why not?" "I know I'm not the best at keeping secrets, but come on," Lyra exclaimed. "At least you admit that much. But it's not that simple. This is not a random gossip that Lavender and Parvati would comment about. If this information ended up in the wrong hands, our entire family could be in mortal danger. Do you understand?" Harry's serious tone startled her. "Is it that bad?" Lyra already knew this was something important, but not like this. "Yes, it is. I don't like keeping things from you, but if you want to get involved in this, you will have to show me that you are truly ready," Harry told her. "Okay, what do I need to do?" she asked. "Do you know what occlumency is?" Harry asked her. "I do. It's some type of magic that is used to protect the mind. Dad said he was going to teach me when I was older. He said it was very important." "It is very important, yes. There are people out there who can enter your mind and steal all your secrets. Occlumency is your only defense against such an attack," Harry explained. "Will you teach me then?" Harry nodded. "And when I learn this occlumency, once you can protect yourself, I will reveal everything." In truth, he did not want her to know much, not because of a lack of trust, but because he did not want to see his sister involved in the upcoming war. If he is lucky, everything will be over before she comes close to mastering occlumency. Lyra appeared to be satisfied enough with this deal. At least she had confirmed her brother was keeping a big secret and had promised to tell her in the future. Now that this matter is resolved, can you go back and fix things with your friend? Harry asked. I think I owe her an apology. I'm sure it will be fine. Ginny knows you are very hot-headed and get easily carried away, Harry told her. I am in, never mind. She had no defense. Say, Harry, can I join in the flying practice? Sure, I don't see why not. This is the last lesson thought. Harry said, That's great, let's go then. Lyra looked excited now. 1 week before classes, Dumbledore's office. The headmaster of Hogwarts was not having a great summer. First, he had been stressed trying to locate his mentor, Nicholas Flamel. The man had become more elusive over the years, if that was possible, always going on some long trip, and becoming unreachable in the meantime. After a month of trying every method he knew, Dumbledore finally managed to establish contact and secure a meeting with the man. It did not go as well as he expected. Nicholas, despite his centuries of knowledge, did not have enough understanding about the complexities of time magic to offer any useful insight that could explain the bizarre recent events. He did, however, promise to put him in contact with a friend of his who was a true expert on the matter. Dumbledore could only hope his mentor understood the urgency of the situation and did not delay things too much, as he usually does. Headmaster, what am I going to do? Dumbledore's mind stopped wandering for a moment. He adjusted his glasses and looked at the frantic divination professor, wondering what he could possibly tell her this time. Sybil. Without knowing the cause of this issue, I have no solution to offer at the moment. But how am I going to teach classes like this? I have lost my gift, she exclaimed. Dumbledore sighed. This was her 4th visit to his office this summer. During the first and second visits, she claimed that her visions were getting muddier and less accurate. He attributed this to stress and told her to take some time to relax. But during her 3rd visit, she claimed to have become completely unable to predict the future any longer. Now, that was concerning. To be fair, Trelawney had never been the most gifted diviner he had ever met. Other than that one time she made a prophecy about Voldemort, her predictions rarely came true, even the ones about the weather. The reason he kept her around was that, even with her flimsy predictions, she at least knew enough theory to teach the students, and that was good enough for him. Even if she had somehow lost her gift, it wouldn't have been a big deal in the grand scheme of things, but it soon became obvious that this was not an isolated incident. Through Hagrid as an intermediary, he received a message from the Centaur tribe who lived in the Dark Forest. They wanted to meet with him and discuss some urgent matters. He had been headmaster for a very long time, and this had been the first time the Centaurs requested to meet with him in person. That went to show the severity of the situation. Centaur diviners were considered among the best in the entire world, so when they informed him that, like Trelawney, they had become unable to see the future, or as they said it, they couldn't hear the whispers of the stars, that was very concerning. Headmaster, are you listening to me? Trelawney called him again. Oh, my apologies, I got lost in my thoughts again. Dumbledore considered for a moment. Perhaps you can still do your class as usual. Just teach the theory to the children. But what if my gift is gone forever? What am I going to do then? I'm afraid it's more complex than that. I have spoken with other diviners, and they are all in the same situation as you, Sybil. Now, I am sure there is nothing to worry about, and that this is just a temporary issue that will be solved soon enough. The professor didn't seem that convinced. I don't know, Headmaster. My instinct tells me that this is just the beginning of something much worse. Don't be so pessimistic, Sybil. I am sure all of a sudden the fire in his fireplace lit up with green flames coming out of it. Albus, are you there? The headmaster turned around and glanced at the fireplace. Very few people in the world were able to contact him in such an invasive way, but he was very familiar with this voice. Cornelius, what is the matter? He noticed the minister's alarmed tone. Albus, there you are. You need to come to the ministry right now. It's an emergency. Emergency? Dumbledore frowned. Could it have been an attack, did he? What kind of emergency? Something happened to the Hall of Prophecies. You have to come quickly, Fudge demanded. The Hall of Prophecies? Dumbledore glanced at his side where Sybil was still sitting. This has to be related to this divination issue. Very well, open the flue. I'm coming through. The headmaster's eyes moved again to the divination professor. Perhaps you can come too, Sybil. This may be connected to your issue. The two of them appeared in a big office. The Ministry of Magic and a few of his attendants were waiting for them. Ah, there you are, Albus. Finally, wait. Who is this? He pointed at the redhead woman. This is my divination professor. If there is an issue in the halls of prophecies, she may have something useful to add, Dumbledore said. Oh, that's fine, whatever. Let's hurry. I have a press conference in an hour, and I don't know what to say. Someone had leaked the issue to the press. Can you believe it? Fudge looked outraged. What is the issue exactly? Dumbledore asked. It's best if you see it yourself. Come on, let's go. Fudge and his attendants escorted the headmaster and professor to the Hall of Prophecies, deep inside the Department of Mysteries. Let's see what you make of this. Fudge asked his assistant to open the door. Dumbledore and Sybil entered the hall. He was very familiar with this place, as he had visited often, especially after that foreboding prophecy made by Trelawney. He now looked at the hall, and it took him a few seconds to process what he was seeing. On a usual day, the crystal spheres would have some white mist inside them. This was the prophecy that was contained inside the glass bowl. Once activated, this would start to shine with a bright white light. Once the prophecy was completed, the sphere would go black. How could this have happened? Dumbledore's eyes moved around the hall from one sphere to another, hoping to find a different one, but they all looked the same. They are all clear. The crystal spheres were now all completely clear. There was no color to them and no white mist inside them. There was nothing inside them. The prophecies, Trelawney picked up one of the spheres in her hands. They are all gone. All the prophecies are gone. Dumbledore grew alarmed. Gone? How can they be gone? What does this mean? You know what it means, Headmaster. Trelawney looked at him directly. This means that, this is what I was afraid of, fate has abandoned us. The students rushed into the great hall with excitement and joy. Harry walked to his usual seat next to Hermione. Lavender and Parvati were already in the middle of a discussion about the new defense against the dark arts professor. You think it's going to be another handsome man? Lavender asked. Another. I thought you didn't like Lockhart, Parvati questioned her friend. Not as a teacher, but I won't deny he was good-looking. And our first year one, Professor Nayar, was also nice, Lavender added. I suppose, but I do wonder what happened to Professor Nayar, though. We never heard any news about him after he left at the end of the year, Parvati said, turning to her other friend. What do you think, Hermione? I think that as long as we have a competent teacher, I will be happy, Hermione answered. What a mature answer, said Parvati, but you did have a crush on Lockhart. Yes, Hermione is growing up. You think she is going to have a boyfriend this year? Lavender teased her. Maybe. I bet she'll receive a few invitations to Hogsmeade at least, Parvati said with a grin on her face. Hey, don't talk like I'm not here, I hate that. And instead of worrying about me getting a boyfriend, why not find one for yourselves? Hermione huffed. I'm sure I will find one soon enough, Parvati said with a smug expression. Actually, I have already been asked, Lavender commented, taking the other girls by surprise. How we just got here? Hermione asked. Yes, and we were together on the train. I'm sure you didn't talk with any boys, Lavender added. It was this summer. I have been exchanging some letters with a fourth-year boy from Ravenclaw, Lavender confessed. How come we only found out about this now? You can never keep your mouth shut, Hermione was confused. That's right, you can never keep quiet about anything, Parvati exclaimed. Well, I don't gossip about myself, hee, Lavender chuckled. Ah, how lucky, you guys can go to Hogsmeade this year. Ginny and I still have to wait for another year, Lyra commented. Was there anyone in particular you wanted to go with? Lavender asked. Don't answer that, she will tell everyone, Hermione warned. Is not like that, Lyra hurried to say. I just mean I want to go with my friends. I mean spending all year in the castle gets boring. Can't argue with that, Parvati nodded. What about you, Ginny? Lavender gave her a knowing grin. Anyone you wanted to go with? The redhead became visibly embarrassed and stole a glance at Harry. I don't know. Look, the sorting is about to begin, Harry pointed out, hoping to end this conversation. Where is Astoria? Ah, there she is. Lyra waved toward the group of first years. Astoria, good luck. A friend of yours, that first year? Hermione asked. Yes, but she is going to be in the second year actually, Lyra said. How so? Is she some sort of genius? Lavender asked. She is the same age as Ginny and me, but she was too sick to attend school last year, Lyra explained. Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry to hear it, said Hermione. But she is fine now, and she still received private tutoring at home, so the headmaster agreed to let her start in the second year, Lyra added. That's great. Now let's hope she gets sorted into Gryffindor, Parvati said. That would be unlikely. Her sister is in Slytherin. I think most of her family is in that house, actually, Lyra recalled. Her sister? Hermione asked. Astoria Greengrass. Professor McGonagall called her name out loud. Wait, Greengrass? Lavender exclaimed. She is the sister of Daphne Greengrass, the Ice Queen? Parvati asked. The black-haired girl sat down and the professor placed the sorting hat on her head. Just a few seconds later, it had reached its decision. Ravenclaw. Oh, she didn't go to Slytherin. Lyra was the first one to be surprised. Looks like Luna is going to have some company this year. Ginny knew that Luna did not get along with the other Ravenclaw girls her age, so she hoped that she would become friends with Astoria at least. Those two together, I wonder if they will get along. They are both strange in their own ways, Lyra commented. At the Slytherin table, Daphne was watching with interest as her sister was sorted. Oh, that's too bad she didn't get sorted here, Tracy said. My mother went to that house. I'm sure she will be fine there, Daphne said calmly, keeping her emotions in check. When Ravenclaw was announced, she felt a mix of sadness and relief. She would have liked to have her sister in her house, but on the other hand, it was probably best to stay clear from here. It had become obvious to her almost immediately after sitting down that the mood in the Slytherin house felt very tense this year. Something was definitely different. Daphne was yet to find out for sure, but it may have something to do with what Harry had told her at the end of the summer. Her eyes moved to Pansy Parkinson for a moment. The girl had been unusually quiet since she entered the train. Something must have happened near the end of the summer, she concluded. They both talked in July, and she appeared to be her usual self. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. The headmaster climbed onto the podium and announced loudly once the sorting was. Now I would like to say a few words before we are all too busy with our excellent feast. The crowd of students waited patiently. After all, the food was not going to appear until he was done with what he wanted to say. Harry glanced over the professor's table and noticed 3 empty seats. What's that about? First, I would like to announce that our Care of Magical Creatures teacher has decided to retire after many years of service. He wanted to keep his remaining limbs intact. Wait. What did he say? Hermione asked. Fortunately, I'm delighted to announce that his place will be taken by none other than our beloved groundskeeper, Rubeus Hagrid. Everyone clapped as the half-giant approached the professor's table and took his seat. I guess some things never change, Harry thought. He was happy for his old friend and hoped that this would go better for him than the previous time, since there was no Draco to mess with his class. Second, I am saddened to announce that this year we will have no divination class. The murmurs in the hall started to get loud, and the headmaster had to quiet them. Now, nothing has happened to Professor Trelawney. You can all rest at ease. She is fine and in good health. We had some other issues that I cannot comment on at the moment, but in any case, this year, Hogwarts will have one less elective class. No divination? Oh no, I was looking forward to that class, Hermione lamented. Would have hated it, Harry thought. Lastly, I would like to introduce a new addition to our staff. Dumbledore smiled and gave a signal to someone who was waiting outside their view. The person then walked in. What? Lyra stood up all of a sudden. I knew it, Harry muttered. Lyra, that's, Ginny exclaimed. The red-haired woman walked next to Dumbledore and waited. I'm pleased to welcome Professor Lily Potter, who kindly consented to fill the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. Good luck, Professor. Mr. Potter, stay for a moment, please. Of course, Professor, Harry replied. Hermione smiled while Lavender and Parvati chuckled. Once all the students had left, Harry approached the professor's table. What can I do for you, Professor Potter? Lily gave him a pouting face. Call me Mom when we are alone. I'd better get used to calling you Professor lest my tongue slip, Harry retorted. You are no fun. I wish you had reacted more like Lyra. Do you know how hard it had been to keep it a secret? Lily complained. I can only imagine. Was there something in particular you wanted to discuss? I have an appointment with someone. Lily raised an eyebrow. An appointment? Do you mean a date? It's only the second day. Just how popular are you? It's not a date, Harry grumbled. And who is this appointment with? She asked. That is private. Harry looked away. Fine, I won't meddle in your personal life too much. But there was something I wanted to ask you. And that is, how did I do? Lily exclaimed. I mean for my first class. Better than the previous defense against the dark arts professor, Harry told her. Well, that's not a great compliment, Lily replied. You asked for my opinion, not a compliment. It's just the first class. You did a good job, Harry added. Perhaps you can help me a bit with the list of spells I have to teach. Maybe there is something you could think of adding, Lily requested. That's fine, but we could have done this during the summer if you didn't insist on keeping it a secret. That would have ruined the surprise. And how did Holly take it? Harry asked. Well, you know, not great, but it's not like she's staying alone. Mipsy is with her, and I had Dumbledore connect the Flu network to my office so I can go back home every day. I can also bring Holly for Hogsmeade weekends. I bet she is going to love that, Lily said with excitement. Yes, I think she will, he agreed. The poor girl barely leaves the house. Going out a bit will be good for her. Well then, that's it for now. I won't keep you from your appointment any longer. Lily gave him a wink. Harry wanted to roll his eyes. As soon as he took the last turn, Harry spotted the two girls waiting for him in the corridor. He approached slowly to avoid making any noise. Astoria turned her head once he was a few feet away. Good senses, Harry thought, but she did not alert her sister of his presence. Harry stopped right next to Daphne and placed an invisible hand on her shoulder. Sorry for the delay. Daphne let out a loud shriek as she jumped in the air. Why do you always do that? Harry removed his invisibility charm. You need to pay more attention. Your sister was able to detect me, but you didn't. He would never admit that he enjoyed seeing her reaction. Daphne glanced at her sister. Why didn't you say anything? Astoria shrugged. We should go inside. Daphne's shrieks are bound to attract some attention to this place. Harry unlocked the door to their usual meeting room and went inside. I did not shriek, Daphne complained. Loud, Astoria frowned. He locked the door once the two girls were inside. They got comfortable on one of the couches, and Harry sat in front. I was surprised that you contacted me so soon. Did something happen? Well, something did happen, but this meeting wasn't for me. Daphne tapped her sister's shoulder. Go on. Astoria looked directly at Harry for a couple of seconds before she bowed slightly. Thank you for saving me. Oh, you are welcome, Astoria. Harry nodded politely. He was not expecting this girl to thank him at all. In fact, he was wondering how much she even knew, but could not ask in front of her. How are you feeling? Good, Astoria said. She talks a lot more now, Daphne smiled. Yes, I have noticed it, Harry grinned. She will become more talkative as time passes, but let's just hope it doesn't reach Lavender's level. They conversed for a bit longer and had one of the elves bring some dinner for them. Harry then offered to accompany them to their respective common rooms. After leaving Astoria at the Ravenclaw Tower, Daphne and Harry were left alone. I felt there was something else you wanted to discuss, he told the blonde girl. There is, but, she looked around. They were in the middle of a hallway. It was completely empty as most of the school was currently eating at the Great Hall, but you never knew. Harry took her hand. Here, he led her through a nearby door and closed it behind them before applying a privacy charm. Harry, wait, Daphne exclaimed. What? I put a privacy charm so no one can hear us here. That's not the problem. She now shouted, I know it's small, but that's not the problem either, she shouted again. Then what is Harry, this is a broom closet, Daphne screamed as her cheeks gained a reddish tint. I am well aware this is a broom closet, Daphne. The girl was about to say something when he spoke again. And I also know what these are typically used for. Well, other than storing brooms that no one uses. But we are not under any obligation to snog, you know. We can just talk. I wasn't thinking about that. She totally was. It's still very inappropriate. My apologies if the room I chose is not to your liking, princess, but if we waste time going back to the room we were in before, we may run out of time to be outside. I know, but, arg, fine. She grunted and crossed her arms but did not complain again. Let me start then, said Harry. How much does Astoria know about what happened that day? Daphne's face changed to her usual serious one. She knows it was you who removed the curse, but she is unaware of the method you used. And she did not question how I knew a way to remove a curse no one else could. Not at all, Daphne answered as if it was obvious. There is something I don't understand, she started, and that is, I thought her black hair was caused by the curse, like her muted emotions, but now that it has been removed, I thought it was going to change. No, that won't change. That's because a small part of the curse remains and will always remain with her. That part cannot be removed, as it is part of her very own being. What do you mean? Is she going to get sick again? Daphne said, her voice filled with concern. I understand your worries, but there is no need. What the demon did was basically eliminate the harmful part of the curse, leaving only behind the part that triggers her physical changes, since that part could not be removed nor reversed. You can be at ease. Her life is not at risk, and her emotions will improve over time. But if part of the curse is still in her, what about, the future? Her children? Harry asked, and Daphne nodded. As I said, the remnants of the curse in her are not harmful. The only thing she can pass on to her descendants would be her black hair. That's such a relief, Daphne sighed. A huge weight has been lifted from her shoulders. Thank you, Harry. My family will never be able to repay you for everything you have done for us, but if there is anything that you need, I'll let you know. There was something else I wanted to tell you. It's about the Slytherin house. The older students have been acting a bit strange since yesterday, and Pansy has been a lot quieter than usual. Strain? Do you know what that is? Harry asked. No, but I can try to find out, Daphne said. Be careful, remember. Parkinson, I am aware, but I have known Pansy since I was 5. I know what to do. At the end of the summer, Harry had decided to inform the Greengrass family about Parkinson's connection to the previous Dark Lord and his current acting as a fake one. He was worried about Daphne being too close to some of the most dangerous wizard families, so he wanted to warn her at least. I know you can handle yourself, just don't take any unnecessary risks. And let me know if you find anything important. I will, Daphne said with confidence. Well, if that is all, we better get out of here before some prefect finds us here. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Daphne made a panicked face. Hurry, open the door, Mr. Potter. As he was about to leave the area close to the dungeons, a painting of an old wizard riding a hippogriff called for him. It's not curfew yet, Harry grumbled. Of course, you are not in trouble, Mr. Potter. I merely wanted to relay a message from the headmaster. He wishes to see you in his office. Right now? Harry asked with a hint of incredulity. Yes, right now. The password is mint berries. Is this day never going to end? The first day of classes was usually tiresome, but it was getting excessive. Very well, let's get this over with. Harry pulled his wand and apparated away. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the statue leading to the headmaster's office. Password. The stone bird asked. You have an ugly face, Harry answered. That's incorrect. The voice stopped as the gargoyle moved around, revealing a set of stairs. Harry chuckled. It didn't matter what he told the construct. As long as his intention was to enter the office, this one was bound to make way for him. His level of authority was equal to the headmaster's, and as far as Hogwarts was concerned, this was also his office. I do wonder if that thing has the capability to be offended. He muttered as he went up. The office was very dimly lit as he entered, with just a few candles doing their best. Mr. Potter, you came, Dumbledore called with a tired voice. You know you are making me break your own school rules by coming here at this hour, right? Harry looked around the office for a bit before he sat down. He noticed a large volume of opened books on a small table in the corner. You never cared about curfew anyway. The paintings may not be able to tell me where you are, but they can tell me where you are not, Dumbledore said. Fair enough. You seem to have been busy, working on something. Dumbledore glanced at him. I have been looking for answers. Tell me, Harry, what do you know about fate? Fate? He was not expecting to be asked about that topic. You mean like divinators and their prophecies? Dumbledore nodded. I'm not sure if I ever believed in them, Harry told him. Even though you were the subject of a prophecy yourself, Dumbledore asked, he knew at least that much about his past as the boy who lived. I always considered that a self-fulfilling one. It only worked because you and Voldemort believed in it so much. You let those words influence you and manipulate you. That's what I believe, at least. Many think the same way as you do, Harry. Prophecies have always been a controversial topic. But I can assure you that divinators who possess the gift can truly glimpse into the future. I have seen it many times, Dumbledore promised him. Harry shrugged. He also had this conversation many times, but it didn't change his opinion. Why are we even talking about this? What happened? Dumbledore sighed. The old man looked tired enough to collapse at any minute. During the end of the summer, I heard from the lips of many diviners. They have all become unable to glimpse into the future any longer. It's like they all lost their gift at the same time. All of them? And it's not just that. The other day I received a call from the minister. Something had happened at the Hall of Prophecies. Harry flinched at hearing the name. That place brought back many unpleasant memories for him. This was one of his worst failures, when he let himself be lured into a trap that cost Sirius his life. What happened to the prophecies? Harry asked. The crystal orbs have all gone clear, meaning that all the prophecies contained in them had just vanished. Professor Trelawney said there was no more fate. Dumbledore appeared to have a hard time saying that. No more prophecies. He never cared for them, but other people did. Wait, so? The boy who lived prophecy? Dumbledore shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. Neville is no longer tied by those words. Does the public know about this? Harry asked. No. Someone leaked bits of information to the prophet, but they didn't have any specifics. We told the public a story about a small accident occurring in the Department of Mysteries, but that everything was under control. They know nothing about the prophecies being gone. Then we can expect that Voldemort will continue to aim for Neville. Harry noticed the expression on Dumbledore's face change. Even if the truth is released, that won't change his mind. Voldemort will still want Neville dead. He won't take any risks, no matter how small those risks are. He is an extremely cautious man. You are right, of course, he is that type of person. Is this what got you so obsessed? Harry pointed at the pile of open books in the back. Yes, I'll admit it. I have been trying to find some answers to why this is happening. but no luck so far. It's like this is the first time something like this has happened in thousands of years of magical history. It's possible. I mean, there always has to be a first time for everything, Harry told him. I suppose, but people expect me to have all the answers, and I don't have them this time, Dumbledore lamented. There is a chance this is also related to that other matter, Harry suggested. The one at the chamber. If that is the case, we may have some answers soon. Oh, did you find anything? Not me, but my mentor promised to put me in contact with one of the greatest experts in time-related magic. I will make an appointment for that expert to visit Hogwarts as soon as is possible. Harry nodded. Let me know when that happens. I want to be present. Of course, I will. The headmaster glanced at the mechanical clock on the wall. My apologies. It seems like I made you miss your curfew. I will write you a note in case the professors complain. Before I leave, there was something I wanted to request from you, Professor. A request? What is it? Dumbledore asked with curiosity. Can I borrow your old wand? You know the one I mean, the one you got from Grindelwald. Dumbledore's eyes opened widely for a single moment before they went back to normal. I shouldn't be surprised you know about that. No, you shouldn't, Harry agreed. That wand won't be of any use to you, I'm afraid. I already presumed it wasn't working, otherwise you would have been using it last year, Harry said. You know that too. Dumbledore made a pause and then he appeared to remember something. The cloak, he just recalled that the Potters had the cloak of invisibility in their possession. Yes, my father gave it to me, and as you were suspecting just now, it also stopped working last year. The Hallows lost their power. I had assumed the wand had merely stopped answering to me for some reason. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Dumbledore questioned. A lot of things happened last year, Harry said in his defense. And besides, there was someone who I wanted to speak with first. Someone who had spent a large portion of his life researching the Hallows and knew more about them than you or I. And what did this expert tell you? Not much for now, but he assured me that the power from the Hallows cannot just disappear, so if it's not contained in these objects anymore, then it must have gone somewhere else. What about the stone? Dumbledore raised his tone. That was the Hallow he had the most interest in but could never get his hands on. Do you know where it is? I know where it was in my time. Where? Tell me. I must find it. Dumbledore was almost shouting. Calm down, Professor. Use your head. If the wand and the cloak are powerless now, Dumbledore regained his wits. My apologies for that poor display, Harry. It's fine. I tell you what, I was planning on visiting that place sooner or later. Why don't I take you there? Harry suggested. Right now, this weekend, right now you need some rest. You won't be of much use as you are right now, Harry offered. Harry closed the door and secured it. Sit down and get comfortable. Lyra took a seat on a fancy-looking leather sofa. Harry, how did you find this room? It's so nice. Do we have permission to be here? This was the room he normally used for his meetings with Daphne. He decided to bring his sister here for her first occlumency lesson. I found it by chance, and no, we don't have permission to be here, so try to keep silent about it. And I really mean, try. Is this where you bring the girls? Lyra made a poor attempt at teasing him. He wondered where she was picking that up. Hopefully not from Lavender and Parvati. Yes, this is where I bring the girls. Several times last year, in fact, he answered. What? Lyra became shocked all of a sudden. You are joking, right? Harry sat down in front of her. Of course, who do you take me for? Although technically he did not lie, as he has been here with Daphne many times. That was not funny, Lyra complained. She wanted to make fun of her brother, not the other way around. You asked first. Now let's not waste time. We only have 2 hours before dinner. Why did I have to come alone? It would be more fun with Ginny, Luna, and Astoria here. It would take too long to teach a group. He already tried that with Hermione, Daphne, and Tracy. It was exhausting. Once you learn enough, you can teach your friends. But I would not worry about Astoria. She probably already knows quite a bit. Okay, so, what do I do? Lyra leaned forward with interest. Harry put 2 fingers on her forehead and gently pushed her back. Rest your body in a comfortable position and look directly at me. Lyra did as told. Now what? Now relax, I'm going to enter your mind using legilimency. She opened her eyes widely. What? You are going to enter my mind? Calm down, I'm not going to poke around or view your memories. However, I will be able to read your thoughts, so try to keep your mind clear of anything. That's easy for you to say. Lyra's cheeks became red. If you feel uncomfortable with this, we can ask Mom to teach you, but we will probably have to wait until next summer. Or I could get you a book about occlumency, but learning by yourself will be much slower and a bit dangerous, so I don't recommend it. No, I'll do it. I trust you. Lyra said the last part with conviction. Very well then, lay down and relax. Stare into my eyes. Harry pointed his wand at her and whispered, Legilimens. As soon as he entered her mind, he found himself in a blank space filled with countless bubbles scattered all over. This was how unorganized minds typically looked. Each bubble contained a memory, and some were bigger than others. The sizes of the bubbles indicated how important that memory was for Lyra, and this also made it easier for her to remember them. A memory of something unimportant like what you had for breakfast would have a tiny bubble that would get lost in the sea of bubbles after a few days. He had promised Lyra not to peek into her memories, so he tried to avoid staring at any particular bubble for too long. But some of the bubbles started to move and jump in front of him. A memory of Lyra taking a shower this morning, changing clothes, or one of her and Ginny having an intimate conversation about female hygiene late at night in their room. Harry wanted to sigh but could not do it in this place. He was also unable to close his eyes or cover his ears since he had none of those things here. Lyra, you fool. He knew well why this was happening. She was actively trying to avoid thinking about any moments she considered embarrassing, but this was a foolish endeavor. The more you try to avoid thinking about something in particular, the more your mind will focus on those very same thoughts. But he could not leave yet, or this would be all for naught. The objective of this intrusion is to force her mind to defend itself. From the moment he invaded her mind, Lyra was instinctively working on expelling him from this place. To accomplish this, she would be forced to create some primitive mental defenses. This method is even more effective if the invader is actively trying to cause harm to the other person, increasing the urge to expel the unwanted intruder. Of course, he would not do that to his sister, as he knew well how terrible that felt. Just standing here will be enough for now. He then started to feel a force trying to push him away. It was very weak still, but it was just the start. Her defenses had begun to form. He left Lyra's mind and opened his eyes. We will be stopping here for today. Lyra returned to her senses and also opened her eyes. Wait, that's it? I thought we had 2 hours. It's been almost 2 hours already. Harry pointed at the clock on the wall. Whoa, that felt like minutes, Lyra exclaimed. Yes, well, time feels different while you delve deep into your mind. How did it go? I don't feel like I did anything, Lyra said. You didn't do anything directly, but your mind has already started to form defenses. It's going to take a few more classes like this one before the defenses are formed enough for you to gain control. We have to do this again then. At least 3 more times. We can meet once a week, Harry suggested. She then looked like she recalled something important. Harry, yes, he had an idea of what she wanted to ask. You didn't see anything when you were in there. You didn't see anything bad, right? Lyra asked, clearly embarrassed. Don't worry, I saw nothing. He had no choice but to lie there, space distorted as 2 robed figures appeared into existence out of nowhere. Harry looked around the place. He had taken a small risk by apparating to a place he had never been before, at least in the technical sense. Harry, are you sure it's here? Dumbledore frowned as he stared at the numerous graves surrounding them. It was the safest place to apparate to. No one visits the cemetery at this late hour, and the house is close by, Harry explained. Understand? Well, I'll let you lead the way then, Dumbledore said to him. It was already almost midnight on a Saturday when they agreed to make the trip to the Gaunt Manor. Yes, if I remember correctly, the house should be on that hill over. Huh, he kept staring at the distant hill where the house should have been, but he saw nothing. That's strange. Is there a problem? The old man asked after seeing Harry's confused expression. The house is not where it should be, Harry muttered. Perhaps they built it somewhere else in this timeline. Perhaps we have put too much trust in the memories from your past. Harry looked around the cemetery, trying to find a specific statue. I don't think so. He walked to it after finding what he was looking for. This is, Dumbledore asked, unsure what made this grave special. Here lies Tom Riddle Sr., Voldemort's Muggle father. His father. Dumbledore stared at the inscriptions on the stone. It wasn't just him, but several members of the Riddle noble house had been buried here. If this is here, then... Oh, Harry spotted another large house on the opposite side. Could it be that one? Maybe I got it wrong. It's worth taking a look, I suppose, Dumbledore said. The 2 of them walked to the house. It was very old and made of wood, but was still holding strong by the looks of it. There should be no more members of the family left, but Harry started. It appears that someone has been maintaining this garden. Dumbledore pointed his thoughts out loud. Should we knock? Harry asked. His wand was already in his hand. He was sure that Voldemort himself was not here. Even without his scar, he would be able to feel a wizard that powerful if he was this close. But some of his associates could be here. One never knew. Dumbledore was also on guard, trying to spot any movement inside the house. It was completely dark, and any light inside the house would have stood out, but magic allowed us to hide many things. Both of them turned around when they heard someone approach. "Hey, who goes there?" The voice sounded like it belonged to an elderly male, and it didn't seem to have intentions of hiding his presence. "Forgive us, good sir, for our late visit. Are you perhaps the owner of this house?" Dumbledore spoke first with his polite tone. His wand, however, was still firmly in his hand, ready to be used at any moment. The man finally came into sight, an elderly man with humble clothing, carrying an old oil lamp in one hand and a rusted shotgun in the other. "You are looking for the owner at this hour, but if you mean the Riddles, you are too late." He got the lamp closer to them so he could see their faces better. "Who are you?" "I am Professor Dumbledore, and this is my grandson, Harry. We came indeed looking for the aim. Riddle family, yes, if there is anyone left." The Riddles," the old man grumbled. "I don't know what business you have with that family, but they have been gone for a very long time." "Do you know what happened to them?" Dumbledore asked, hoping to learn something new about Voldemort. The old man considered for a moment. He was not the talkative type, but he hadn't talked with anyone in years now. Harry glanced at Dumbledore and moved his eyes to his wand. Dumbledore shook his head. "Tusk," Harry complained. "It would have been quicker to just stun him and read his mind. I used to work for Lord Riddle as the caretaker. They hired me after I returned from the war. It feels like it was a lifetime ago." The old man started talking. "One day something terrible happened. The Lord went mad and killed his wife. I don't know why it was. They seemed to get along, and then—" "Were they the only ones living here?" asked Dumbledore. "No, they had a boy. Creepy little thing that was. It may sound wrong for me to say it, but it's the truth. I always felt there was something wrong with that boy. After his parents' death, he was taken to an orphanage out of town. He never came back here to reclaim this house or its contents. I guess he is dead too by now." "I see. No one else has come to this house since then?" Dumbledore inquired. "Yes, the house has been occupied by other families, but none have stayed for more than a year." They all said the same. "There is something wrong in that house. The last family left 10 years ago." The old man stared at Dumbledore for a moment. "I hope you're not planning on buying this place. I'm telling you that would be bad. Just let this damn house rot. If you want this house to rot, why are you taking care of it?" It was Harry who asked. I am the caretaker. That's what I do. But I only take care of the garden, nothing else." Harry was surprised to hear this. If the house itself was not being maintained, it should have crumbled away already. There is definitely magic involved. But from who? He doubted Voldemort had any sentimental value for this place, so it must have been something his mother did. She may have been a squib, but she still came from an old wizard family. "My good sir, rest assured, as we have no intention of buying this place. We are very grateful for your help," Dumbledore said. "But wait, wasn't the ring found at the Gaunt Manor?" Harry realized that they had the wrong house. He was not that familiar with this place, and both houses were very close to each other. "Excuse me, sir, but does the Gaunt family sound familiar to you?" The old man stared at Harry in shock. "Now that's another old name I haven't heard in a while. Where did a young boy like you learn of that name?" My grandpa," he glanced at Dumbledore, "and I like to read about history and old English families." "Well, you are in no luck. That family is long gone too, and their house. They have a house here." "Where?" Dumbledore asked. "They used to. It was bigger than this one, the biggest house in the town. You could see it from here." He pointed in the distance. "Right on that hill." "What happened to that house?" Dumbledore inquired. "Well, I believe it was 2 years ago. It was burned." "What a mess." Harry observed the remains of what was once the Gaunt Manor. Most of the property had completely collapsed, with only a small part still standing. A police perimeter had been set around the area, warning onlookers against approaching, for fear of the house collapsing. "I don't think this was done by a few children," Dumbledore commented. "This was the story the caretaker told them. 2 years ago, some rascals from the nearby town came to the house to have some fun and accidentally set it ablaze." "Of course not. Even in its abandoned state, this was a pureblood wizard manor. It must still have some protections remaining. The idea of some muggle kids going inside and starting a fire is ridiculous. This was done with magic." "I agree. We should proceed with caution. From what I know of the Gaunts, they were a very dark family. Some old traps may remain in place." Harry tapped the entrance door with his wand, and it fell backward with a loud thud. Lumos. Multiple spheres of light came out of his wand and spread over the house, illuminating its interior completely. Dumbledore continued to cast detection spells as they moved. "The part remaining is like what? 20% of the house? We will be lucky if anything useful remains here," Harry commented. I don't think this part of the house survived the fire by luck alone, Harry. Dumbledore pointed at the walls. Harry looked more closely until he found what he had missed. The room was not burned equally. While the entrance was almost turned into charcoal, some of the walls and furniture inside were in much better shape. I believe that something in here had protected this part of the house, Dumbledore said. Harry noticed a pattern then. He followed the path that was least burned. The more he followed it, the fewer burns he found. Finally, they came across a corner of the house that was completely intact. There, that cabinet looks good as new, Harry pointed. Indeed, whatever protected this room is in there. Dumbledore's words also contained a warning. This magical object or artifact was powerful enough to protect itself from a massive fire, so it stands to reason that it could also be very harmful to handle or even get close to. Look at that. Harry used his wand to call attention to one particular drawer, but didn't get too close. The cabinet appeared to be in pristine shape, but the top right drawer had a small hole burned in it. Something came out of there. And it was hot enough to burn its way out and leave such a clean hole, Dumbledore pointed out. Yes, that could be the origin of the fire. Harry knelt down and tapped on the wooden planks. Several planks of wood separated from the ground and melded together while starting to change shapes. Dumbledore stared with interest at Harry's work until it was finished. Impressive. You can create them very quickly. Mass of wood had transformed until it formed a humanoid golem, almost the same size as Harry. Thanks, I'm getting really good at making these golems. He had gained a lot of practice recently. I assume this fellow will be opening that cabinet for us, Dumbledore asked. Yes, let's take a few steps back, Harry recommended. The duo stood a safe distance away and let Harry's golem take the risk. He had a mental connection with the construct, so there was no need to speak any orders out loud. Harry directed the golem to open the drawer that had the burned hole in it. As the golem pulled it open, some yellow substance was squirted out by some mechanism inside the cabinet and landed on the golem's face and chest. The parts touched by the viscous liquid started to dissolve immediately. Some kind of acid, Dumbledore concluded after observing it carefully. Very nasty, and it didn't use any magic, so the detection spell would not have picked up this kind of trap. Dumbledore had been relying on these same detection spells since they entered. Perhaps you can make another golem to escort us out. We may have been fortunate to not trigger anything else so far. I assume most traps were destroyed in the fire, but we are not done yet. The golem was damaged, but could still move. Harry had it pull the entire drawer out and empty its contents on the ground. Let's see. He moved the golem and used it to better examine the contents while Dumbledore watched with rapt attention. Jewels, paper, oh, look at that box. The golem picked up a small metallic box. It had a velvet cushion inside and a melted hole on the side. That thing came out of this box, Harry said. It's a box meant for a ring, Dumbledore pointed out. There is a symbol at the top, Harry observed. That is the Gaunt emblem, Dumbledore added. The Gaunt family ring was in there. He must have recalled it somehow, and in doing so it started a fire. Damn, the stone we were looking for was on that ring. The resurrection stone was part of the Gaunt family ring. Dumbledore was surprised to hear this. Yes, but I doubt Voldemort knew that he had one of the Hallows in his power. He would not have used it to make one of his Horcruxes. Dumbledore appeared to be thinking something. Did he actually turn the resurrection stone into a Horcrux or just the ring part? I didn't think about that. Harry tried to recall the events of his past. Dumbledore found the ring and was cursed when he put it on, and then, after destroying the Horcrux, they were still left with the intact stone. There is a good chance he only managed to use the ring and not the stone. That would make more sense. Turning a Hallow into a Horcrux should not be possible. Those are not artifacts that a mere mortal wizard could meddle with and alter in any way. Dumbledore pointed at the bottom of the drawer that the golem took out. And look at that. Harry followed his finger and saw it too. There was a second burned hole at the bottom of the drawer. His eyes moved back to the cabinet. There is something still in there. Harry guided the golem back to the cabinet and opened the lower door. The two of them waited for a minute. No traps, Harry said. It does seem like it, Dumbledore agreed. Someone is going to have to look inside because the golem can't see, and if it tips, the entire cabinet is going to be a mess, Harry commented. Indeed, that seems to be the case, Dumbledore agreed again. Harry glanced at the man. Well, old men first, he pointed at the cabinet. That is a very impolite way to speak to your headmaster, young man, Dumbledore reprimanded him. What do you mean by impolite? It's the law of life. Besides, aren't professors supposed to protect their students? Harry huffed. I don't remember ever teaching you anything, and yet you call me professor. Dumbledore remarked. In a different life, you were my mentor and taught me many things. That should count for something, right? Harry said. Dumbledore sighed. I suppose, and I was the one who wanted this the most. The old man took a step forward and approached the cabinet. The golem moved out of the way but stood close. Harry kept it there in case something actually happened, and he had to move the old man out of the way. A small light appeared at the tip of Dumbledore's wand, and he used it to search the interior of the furniture. Most things here have been burned to an unrecognizable state. What fell from the drawer must have been extremely hot. If there is something that is not burnt, that's probably the thing we are looking for, Harry commented. Oh, Dumbledore exclaimed. He then used his free hand to move something out of there. Careful, don't touch it with your bare hands. Don't want to get cursed again, Harry warned. Again, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. He used his wand to move the black stone out, and Harry could get a good glimpse of it. Yes, that's the one, the resurrection stone. Dumbledore stared intensely at the octagonal black stone. Let the golem grab it first, Harry advised. There is no need. A curse that could be placed into something like this would not be triggered unless a living being held it, Dumbledore said without hesitation and immediately grabbed the stone. If you feel anything wrong, let me know. I'll cut your hand, Harry told the headmaster. I don't think there will be a need for that. I don't feel anything in this stone. Dumbledore didn't take his eyes off the artifact. Well, that's good. Harry noticed the way Dumbledore was staring at the stone. If you're going to use it, go ahead, but don't get your hopes up. He looked back at Harry for a moment. You knew about it? Harry shrugged. You once told me a few things about your sister. Your brother told me the rest of the story. I see. Dumbledore held the stone firmly in his hand and whispered a name. Ariana. Harry waited for several minutes and watched as the old man called the name of his sister many times, but there was no answer. Sorry, but I already told you. The Hallows are not working any longer. It does appear to be the case. I spent so long looking for this stone. I just wanted to apologize, Dumbledore said with a sad tone. I'm sure you'll have your chance to speak with her again one day. Harry tried to cheer him up. Yes, you may be right. The headmaster stood up and walked to Harry. He extended his hand and handed the stone to him. I think it's best if you keep this. It was not meant for me. On Monday morning, all students were having breakfast at the Great Hall. Harry could not help but overhear a conversation the two biggest gossips in Hogwarts were having. Maybe he just got sick, Parvati said. I heard he wasn't even on the train here, and no one saw him during the summer either, Lavender exclaimed. Still, he started classes a bit later this year, Hermione frowned. She may not like the boy, but she didn't like the idea of something bad happening to one of the students. I'm telling you, he's disappeared. Draco Malfoy has vanished. Lavender said it a bit too loud. Wait, is that true? Ron became excited upon hearing the news. I thought it was weird he didn't come to bother us yet, Seamus added. Did something happen to Malfoy? Neville asked with concern. I asked around and no one knows. No one has seen him, Lavender said. Harry felt Lyra's gaze on him. He returned the look in a way that said, keep your mouth close. They were not meant to know about their father's investigation. Right at that moment, several owls entered the hall to deliver their letters and newspapers. Two of them landed in front of Harry, and he barely managed to move his cup out of the way before it was hit. Why do they always aim for my cup? The first paper he got was from Zeno's paper, The Quibbler. He did not ask for a subscription, but was apparently gifted one anyway. The front cover spoke of the usual conspiracy theory. This time it was werewolves moving around the countryside and stealing cheese. Wait, what? The cover of the Prophet was a lot more troubling. What is it? Lyra heard him and got her head closer so she could also read the paper. The newspaper headline read, Breaking news, 5 Azkaban convicts are discovered to be innocent. They had innocent people in there. Oh, that's terrible. Hermione had also leaned towards Harry. I had read about that prison. What a cruel place. Harry continued to read the article until he reached the names of the innocent men being released. A cruel place for cruel people. Augustus Rookwood, Avery J.R., Corbin Yaxley, Mr. Jugson, and Mr. Selwyn, 5 known Death Eaters. He looked over at the Slytherin table and spotted several happy faces among the senior students. This must be Parkinson's doing. I hope the order gets to work, because that man is planning to make a move soon. Expelliarmus. A flash of light shot out from Ginny's wand and impacted the target dummy's hand, making the stick it was holding fly away. Very good demonstration, Miss Weasley. Ginny felt embarrassed when she felt the eyes of the entire class on her and rushed back to her seat. Professor Potter, a student raised his hand. Yes, do you have a question? Lily gestured for the student to speak. I thought the disarming charm was supposed to be taught in our 4th year. Why are we studying it now? Lily nodded. That's true, but it is a very important spell to learn early, so I decided to teach it now. It is also a crucial part of your defense OWLS. Having 2 extra years to master it will do you good. Yes, shut up, Tommy, we want to learn it. A girl from Gryffindor shouted at him. It looks like bravery is not present in all Gryffindors. I know, what kind of coward doesn't want to learn a new spell? Some of the Slytherin students started to mock him. I just wanted to point that out. The student was starting to regret bringing that up. Hey, Jin, a blonde girl next to Ginny tapped her shoulder. When did you learn to do that? Well, Ginny wasn't sure what to say. She now wished Professor Potter hadn't called her for a demonstration. My brother taught us during our last summer, Lyra commented from Ginny's left side. Lyra, Ginny gave her a shut-up gesture. They were not supposed to talk about that. Performing magic outside Hogwarts was against the rules after all. Lyra finally realized this and looked troubled now. Did I say that? No, what I meant is, we read it in a book. Yep, that's what happened. The blonde girl chuckled. She knew that Lyra was terrible at keeping secrets. It's okay, I won't tell anyone. She leaned onto Ginny's table so she could whisper. So, your brother Harry gave you some private lessons? How lucky. Of course, my brother is a genius, Lyra bragged. He is also very cute. Too bad we can't go to Hogsmeade until next year. I would drag him away with me otherwise. Anna, you can't. Ginny raised her voice a bit too much. Why do you care, Jin? I thought you were going after Longbottom. The blonde girl gasped. Don't tell me, you changed teams. What? That's none of your business, Anna. Ginny was getting annoyed. The girl threw Ginny a suspicious glance before moving her eyes to Lyra. You know, speaking of your brother. I heard this morning that he quit the Quidditch team. Is that true? You heard that already? Lyra was surprised. That only happened the day before, and she only knew about it because she accompanied Ginny for her Seeker test. I don't think they want people to know until the next game at the end of the week. That is going to be difficult. I heard it from Lavender. Anna made a complicated expression. The entire school will know by the end of the day then, Ginny commented. But why? He had to be the best Seeker we ever had, Anna asked. He had his reasons. Ginny hurried up to say before Lyra opened her mouth and said something she shouldn't. And do you know who the replacement is going to be? She asked. Lyra's eyes moved to Ginny, but before anyone could say anything else, something hit Ginny's desk, where the 3 girls were leaning over to talk. A series of bright sparks shot out, making a lot of noise and startling the girls. Were you 3 listening to anything I was saying? A very annoyed Lily Potter was staring at them. I'm sorry, Professor Potter, Ginny and Anna said together. Sorry, Mom, Lyra added. Lily's frown deepened. It is Professor Potter or just Professor when we are in class. How many times do I have to remind you of that, Lyra? Sorry, Professor. That would be 5 points from Gryffindor for talking in class and not paying attention, Lily said with a stern tone. But Professor, Lyra wanted to complain. This is not, Ginny covered her friend's mouth before she could make things worse. Do I need to add a detention? Lily asked. The 3 girls shook their heads very quickly. Good, I'm going to call you one by one, and you will try the disarming charm on the dummy. Lily glanced at the girls. Since you are not listening to my explanation, I'm going to assume you already know all about it. Let's start with you, Lyra. Come to the front and show the class how it's done. Ugh, Lyra groaned. We really made your mother mad today, Ginny commented as she and Lyra walked through the halls once classes were over. I can barely recognize her when she is in professor mode. She is such a sweet mom at home. Well, at least she is sweet at home. Consider yourself lucky. I don't want to imagine having my mother as a teacher. Ginny got goosebumps at the mere thought. They went through another set of stairs and finally arrived at the last floor of the castle. Puff. Why did they have to put the Ravenclaw Tower so high up? Lyra felt exhausted already. Maybe next time we can just meet at the hall, Ginny added. They had promised to meet with Astoria and Luna to hang out after classes. Are those? Lyra squinted her eyes when she spotted a group of people ahead. 2 girls with Ravenclaw uniforms were cornered by 2 older boys with green robes. Ginny gasped. Those are Luna and Astoria. They are in trouble. Hurry, Ginny. Lyra took off running. Hey, leave them alone, Lyra shouted, her wand already pointed at the 2 boys. Oh, we have some heroes. Graham Montage was a tall boy with black hair. He towered over the 4 girls in an intimidating manner. Look, 2 Gryffindors. Peregrine Derek was much shorter than his friend, but still had a very thick and muscular frame with short blonde hair. He did a lot of physical training due to his position as a beater on the Slytherin team. The scars on his face twisted around when he smiled at the girls. There was not an ounce of kindness in that smile, just cruelty and lust. Creepy, Lyra made a disgusted expression. What did you say? Derek shouted. Ha, she got you there. Montage chuckled. He then looked directly at Lyra and Ginny. "We have some business with the blonde one over here." He pointed at Luna. "It's best if you get lost." Derek got closer to Luna. "Yeah. This blonde bitch and I have some unfinished business from last year." "Ah," Luna pointed at him. "You are the floating boy." She just realized. Astoria was just glancing at Luna and the Slytherin boy. There was not a hint of worry on her face. "Floating boy?" Derek's face contorted with anger. "It's best if you leave," Montage warned Ginny and Lyra. "Even I cannot stop him when he gets like this. You think we are going to abandon our friends? You are crazy." Lyra pointed her wand at the two boys. "Stay away from them. I know how to fight, I'm warning you," she shouted, her hand trembling uncontrollably. A cruel smile crept onto Derek's face. "Maybe we can have some fun after I'm done with the Ravenclaws. I like redheads with a temper." He licked his lips while staring at Lyra up and down. "Wait, that redhead with green eyes, doesn't she remind you of someone?" Montage told him. "Huh, oh you are right, those eyes," Derek exclaimed. "Oi redhead, what's your name?" "Don't answer him," Ginny told her. "Two redheads with temper then." Derek's grin became more accentuated. "I'm not going to tell you anything, just go away," Lyra frowned. "Huh, that's fine, I know you're a Potter. Those green eyes can't lie." Derek clenched his teeth. "You must be related to that hot new teacher." Montage chuckled. "Ah yes, every boy in Slytherin wants to give her a good fuck, ha ha ha." Derek laughed. "Don't talk about my mother like that." Lyra aimed her wand at Derek. "Stupefy." The expression on the boy changed immediately when he saw the red spark approach. "Protego." He created a small shield and used it to deflect the spell away. "Incarcerus." White ropes came out of his wand and wrapped around Lyra, who did not have time to react. Harry had taught them how to use a few spells against a target dummy, but they had never dueled against another human who would fire back at them. She didn't even think of using the protective ring that Harry had given her. Unlike the one he gave Holly, this one had to be manually activated. Lyra let out a yelp as she fell down and lost her wand. Ginny acted immediately. "Expelliarmus." Her aim was good, but Derek saw it coming and moved out of the way, answering with another Incarcerus that hit Ginny. Luna, who was in front of the other boy, also pulled her wand from her ear and aimed it well. "Expelliarmus." Montage yelled in pain and grasped at his right arm, letting his wand fall. "What the bloody hell was that? You almost broke my arm." "That was not what I was trying to do," Luna lamented before Montage pushed her violently against the wall. The hit made Luna lose her balance and fall while Montage took his wand back. "Fuck, that hurt," he complained. "You okay, Graham?" Derek asked. "I'm fine. That blonde one almost broke my arm with an Expelliarmus." Montage moved his gaze to Astoria. "What about you? Aren't you going to fight?" Astoria shrugged. "I think this one is harmless," Montage told his friend. "Now what?" "Now, it's time to get some payback." Derek approached Lyra. "Do you see these scars, girl?" He pointed to the several scars across his face. "Your damn brother gave me these when he dragged me across the entire school," he screamed. "He should have done worse," Lyra muttered. "Oh yeah. I could have had them removed, but I decided to keep them as a reminder of what I have to give him back." Derek had a cruel smile on his face as he got closer to Lyra. "Maybe I'll give some to you, that will send a message." Lyra was trembling now. "You can't, you'll get expelled." "If you touch us," Ginny warned him. "A good memory charm and you won't know who did what." "Who is going to get expelled then?" Derek asked. "We should take them to a classroom." "People may come through here," Montage warned his friend. "Right, but before that, an appetizer." Derek lifted his wand. "Oi, Derek, what are you doing? Not th." Montage's eyes opened wide. Suddenly, he couldn't speak. He tried to move towards his friend to warn him, but he tripped and almost fell down. Derek didn't notice this. He was busy staring at the terrified face of Lyra. "I hate those eyes," he spat the words. "I want to see them in pain." "Cruci." Derek clutched at his throat. He couldn't speak any longer. "Hey, what's going on here?" Someone came running through the hall and yelled at them. Montage and Derek didn't recognize who he was, but by the band on his arm, they assumed he was a prefect. Neither of them could speak, so they just ran. Montage had a lot of difficulty moving and had to be helped by Derek. Ginny looked at the approaching figure, whom she had recognized immediately. "Percy, help!" Ginny shouted. Harry left the castle's foundation and went through the giant painting into the hall. He was done checking his project. The current batch of magicite was much bigger than the previous one because he was planning on making a few extra pieces of protective jewels for his family and closest friends, as well as some other project he had in mind. "Can't wait to see the final product. Hopefully, this next one lasts me longer." His last jewel array didn't even last an entire year. After months of work, it was a shame. Harry had only turned the first corner when two house elves appeared in front of him. "Sir, Mr. Potter, students are in trouble, sir." He heard another noise behind him. "Master Potter, Harry, sir." Dobby butchered his name once again. "My sister?" Harry asked the elf. There were only 3 girls this elf was guarding, and his sister was the most likely to get in trouble. "All of them, sir." Dobby looked extremely nervous. "All of them." What could have possibly happened now? He thought. "Okay, take me there then." He did not want to waste any precious time, so he extended his hand and allowed the elf to bring him away. As soon as he appeared, he could already hear a heated argument. Harry assessed the situation and quickly grabbed Dobby before moving behind a column, away from their eyes. "Master?" Dobby didn't understand what they were waiting for. He thought they had come here to rescue them. "Don't intervene. I want to see how they handle this," Harry ordered the elf. With a quick glance, he recognized the 2 boys. They were part of the Slytherin team and were also present at the Parkinson's party. "Montage and Derek, I believe. That guy didn't learn his lesson, it seems. Stay away from them. I know how to fight, I'm warning you," he heard Lyra shouting. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, you should have shot them 10 times already. Why did you even stop to talk?" Harry wanted to smack her head. By the time Lyra used her stunner, Derek was more than ready to counter her. Lyra didn't react in time and lost the fight in just one spell. Didn't even use the ring I gave her. He could not feel too disappointed, though, as he was already expecting this result. After Lyra went down, Ginny made her move. Was she waiting for her turn to attack? It was 2 against 1. What a wasted opportunity. And Ginny went down as easily as his sister. "I can see that they are in dire need of some real training. I'll have to make some room in my schedule to teach them a few things." Luna was the most interesting one. She didn't even aim the disarming charm at the wand. She went directly for the arm and almost broke it. "If she likes ripping arms so much, perhaps I should teach her a more efficient method." Harry considered. Luna lost, and Astoria didn't even put up a fight. Harry wasn't sure if that girl had the chance to learn a single spell yet. She had only been able to use her magic very recently after all. Now, it's time to get some payback. He heard Derek threatening his sister. "Master?" Dobby looked worried but couldn't disobey his order. "Do nothing, and don't give me that look, Dobby. I'm not going to let that waste of oxygen touch my sister. Have some faith in me for Merlin's sake," Harry told Dobby. He was impressed by how Lyra stood defiant in the face of a stronger opponent until the end. He decided that it was time to intervene before those boys used something harmful. First, he disabled Montage and then silenced Derek, who was about to use an unforgivable on Lyra. "That one is going to cost you extra." Harry frowned. He was about to show himself and chase them away when he heard Percy yelling. Derek and Montage took off running in the direction he was in, so he took Dobby and apparated away before they saw him. He reappeared back in the corridor he was in before being called by the elves. What a mess. He conjured a piece of parchment and some ink. "Before you go back to your normal duties, I have something else for you to do," he told Dobby. "Master Harry is not going to punish those evildoers who attacked the miss?" the elf asked in disbelief. Harry moved the ink to write a short message on the parchment before he turned to look at Dobby. "Punish them?" His eyes had turned colder. The elf felt the temperature in the hallway drop all of a sudden. "You mean the boys who attacked my friends, insulted my mother, and tried to use a Cruciatus curse on my sister?" Dobby took a step back and looked into Harry's eyes. Master?" This was the first time Dobby had ever seen his master this angry. "Yes, Dobby. I'm going to make them pay, and their families too, but first," he handed the piece of parchment to the elf. "I want you to give this to Daphne once she is alone. Then you can go back to your duties. Make sure those girls are okay." "Yes, Master." Dobby took the parchment and disappeared to carry out his duty. Harry opened his robe and took a small metallic stick from his inner pocket. The stick then grew in size until it became a long metallic staff, around 120 cm, 47 inches, with 3 green gems on its head. "Can't use my wand for this, so tonight I will be testing you. I think the Slytherin house is going to remember this night for a long time." Hogwarts, 10 p.m. All students were in their common rooms by now. It was still a weekday, so most of them were already in their own bedrooms, preparing to sleep. The entrance to the Slytherin house was the most secretive of the 4. The dungeons were composed of a confusing set of identical corridors. If one wasn't paying a lot of attention, it would be easy to miss the snake decorations on one particular stone wall. If a Slytherin student stood in front of this wall, a door would appear, and after speaking the correct password aloud, it would open. Bombarda Maxima. Harry was not in the mood for passwords tonight. The wall exploded into hundreds of pieces, revealing a marble staircase that descended further. The office belonging to the head of the Slytherin house was near the entrance, meaning that Professor Snape must have heard the noise. Unfortunately for him, Harry had sealed the entrance to his office. This was not a normal lock that could be removed with a simple Alohomora. Harry had made full use of his authority over the castle to block that particular office. Nothing short of physically destroying the door or wall would allow Snape to leave now. The professor would surely spend quite a while trying every option before resorting to blowing up the door, but even if he did, he would never make it in time. Clank! The sound of metal hitting the marble stairs could be heard with every step that Harry took. As he descended the stairs, he also tapped them with his staff, and a wall of marble rose up behind him with every tap. Harry was blocking the only entrance to the dungeons, further and further as he descended. When he took the final step into the narrow corridor that led into the common room, there was no longer an exit to these chambers. Only Albus Dumbledore, with his authority to use apparition inside the castle, would be able to intervene in time now. Placing a sleeping draught in his nightly tea was surprisingly easy. All he had to do was go into the kitchen and tamper with the tea before the elf delivered it. He could hear some commotion coming from the main common area of the house. Harry applied an invisibility charm on himself as well as a silencing one on his shoes. What was that noise? It sounded like something broke. Should we go take a look? Why don't you go check? I'm sure Professor Snape will take care of it, if there is something to take care of. Are you scared, Patrick? Harry noticed someone approaching the entrance, so he waited there. Fine, I'll go by myself. A boy appeared into the dark corridor Harry was standing in. He looked like a 6th or 7th year student that he was not familiar with. He's not one of them. He waited until the boy had taken a few steps away from the entrance before stunning him. Harry came here looking for specific people and had no interest in anyone else. Inside the common room, he counted 9 persons, 7 boys, and 2 girls. All of them appeared to be seniors, from 5th to 7th year. Several members of the Slytherin Quidditch team were present. Marcus Flint, Adrian Pusey, Lucian Bowl, and Peregrine Derrick. He did not know the other ones, but most of his targets were there at least. I can look for Montage later, I better take care of. Wait, he heard someone coming from the bedroom stairs. It looks like today is my lucky day after all, Harry thought when he recognized the figure of Montage walking into the room. He appeared to have a problem walking as he was limping a bit. Still hurts, Derek said with a mocking tone. Shut up. Montage made his way to one of the couches and sat down. What happened to your leg? One of the girls asked. Nothing, I just tripped this morning, Montage answered in a bad mood. He could not tell his friends that he got hurt while harassing a bunch of 2nd-year girls. They would mock him endlessly. We have a game against Gryffindor in 2 days, Marcus Flint reminded him. I'll be fine by tomorrow. This is nothing, Montage huffed, hoping to end the questioning. That's odd. You were fine after classes, then you took off with Derek to do Merlin knows what, Lucian Bowl commented. He was also in 5th year like Derek and Montage. Flint gave Montage and Derek a suspicious look, but before he could say anything, someone else spoke. What is Patrick doing? He should be back by now, a 7th-year blonde girl said. That is true. Adrian Pusey glanced at the entrance. Should we go take a look? Maybe something did happen. What could have happened? He just went to the corridor, Bowles said. What are you guys talking about? Montage asked. We heard some weird noises a few minutes ago. Patrick went to check the corridor, Derek answered. Strange noises? Montage raised an eyebrow. Fine, I'll go. Adrian, come with me, Marcus Flint said. As the captain of the team, he was used to taking charge of the situation. Carol, do you think something happened to him? The 7th-year girl asked her friend. When she got no answer, she got closer and touched her shoulder. Carol, are you listening? As she pushed her a bit, her friend fell to one side, but her body remained rigid like it was made of stone. Carol, she exclaimed in alarm. This got the attention of everyone in the room. Harry kept himself in the dimly lit areas of the common room. The invisibility charm was far from perfect, and they would immediately spot him if he walked into the light. While they talked, he moved behind a sofa and used a petrifying curse on one of the girls. This one was not as strong as the one used by the basilisk, and the affected person would return to normal after a few hours. However, in the meantime, it will be extremely difficult to reverse. This made it a better choice over a stunner, with the downside that it took longer to cast, and you had to be very close to the target. Carol, her friend exclaimed. What's wrong? Flint asked. He and Pusey were close to the door when they heard. It's Carol, something is wrong with her. Derek and Montage were the closest, so they stood up and went to take a look. She is not unconscious, Derek noticed her eyes were still open. It's like she is frozen, Montage added. Has obviously been hit by some spell, Flint concluded. By who? We are the only ones here, the girl said. That looks like petrification, said Pusey when he got closer. Derek turned to the three boys sitting on a nearby couch. Did you guys see anything? When he got no answer, Derek became annoyed. This is not the time for jokes. I'm talking to you three. Wait. Upon closer inspection, Pusey noticed that they had been afflicted by the same thing as the other girl. They are also petrified. What is going on? Is someone attacking us? Bowles started to panic. Of course someone is attacking us, you bloody idiot, Flint shouted. Get your wands out. The remaining girl went to stand up when a flash of red light hit her at the back of her head and she fell down. I saw it, Pusey said. I saw a stunner coming from there. He pointed to a corner. Some of the boys shot a couple of stunners and a cutting charm to the corner, but didn't seem to hit anything except the furniture. Harry moved again, this time closer to the stairs that led to the dormitories. He had taken care of the three boys and two girls who had nothing to do with his visit, but if he left things as they were, it would just be a matter of time before more students came here to check on the noises. His staff made a soft clank sound when he touched the wall. The stone came to life and morphed, increasing its width until the two entrances to the dorms were completely sealed. He is over there, Derek shouted. Another barrage of spells hit the wall where Harry had been moments ago. He is using a disillusionment charm or an invisibility cloak, Montage said. I'm tired of this game, show yourself, Flint shouted before lifting his wand up. Hominem Revelio, find him, Pusey exclaimed while he frantically looked around. Bowles caught a glimpse of a bright silhouette moving towards the entrance. There, he is trying to escape. The other four Slytherin boys turned their heads. Do you think we will let you go after this? Pusey threw a stunner at the figure. Flint's Revelio had made his figure shine brightly, but they were still unable to identify him. Escape, Harry deflected the stunner with little effort. I have no intention of escaping. The five boys stood there in shock when they heard that voice. That voice, I know who that is, Montage spoke first, and by the faces of his friends they also recognized it. Potter, Derek screamed with rage. Harry cancelled the invisibility charm since there was no more use for it. Flint smiled. I'll admit, you have some courage to come here alone and attack us, but this is going to cost you. You are also an idiot, Pusey added. Now that your little trick has been exposed, you have no chance against the five of us. Harry was next to the exit. He moved his staff and tapped on the wall. As he did with the entrance to the bedrooms, he transfigured the walls surrounding the door to close the hole, leaving them now in what was essentially a sealed chamber. The five boys were yet to realize how trapped they were, and their attention was instead driven to Harry's weapon. What's that thing? A staff? Bowles asked. I have seen a staff before, but never one made of metal, Pusey added. Where did you get? Never mind that. What do you think you are doing? Flint pointed his wand at Harry. Harry's eyes moved from Derek to Montage before going back to Flint. At least two of you know why I am here. Flint glanced at Derek and Montage. He knew these two had been up to no good today, but they would not talk about what happened. What did you do? Come on, Captain. Who cares? Let's just beat him up and be done with it, Montage said. I knew it, Bowles pointed at them. Shut it, Bowles. It's not like you never came with us for a bit of hunting before, Montage reminded him. Hunting. Flint's eyes went from Derek to Harry. I see. He could already guess what happened to get Potter this angry. They went after his sister. Not that he cared, but this went against his orders. See these scars, Potter? Derek pointed at his face. After I'm done with you, not even that bitch of a mother you have will recognize you, Flint sighed. I told you not to do anything until I got permission. He knew their parents were planning something big on Hogwarts this year, but he had not been given the full story yet. He just had been told to avoid doing anything that called for attention. Fine, it's too late to stop now. Let's take care of this, and make sure that word doesn't get out. Flint moved his wand towards Harry. Incarus. White ropes flew at Harry. He caught them with his staff and flung them back, hitting Bowles in the face. Arg, Bowles yelled as the ropes tightened around his face and neck. Flint was shocked for a moment after seeing his spell deflected with such ease, but he recovered quickly and made haste to free his friend before he suffocated with the ropes. Meanwhile, Montage, Pusey, and Derek went on the offensive. Montage tried the disarming charm. Pusey used a cutting charm, while Derek went directly into a Cruciatus curse. Harry smacked away the two charms and blocked the curse with a conjured brick. He moved his staff up before bringing it down with a descending motion. Ingorgio, the staff grew in size until it almost touched the tall ceiling, and then it descended and landed on Montage's shoulder, making a loud crunching sound when it shattered his bones. The boy let out a tremendously loud scream and went down on his knees. Pusey and Derek threw more spells at him but were too slow. Harry retracted his staff and used first a silencio on Derek before pointing the tip of the staff at Pusey. The 3 green crystals on the end of the staff shone brightly with an eerie green light. Incendium! A splash of liquid fire impacted Pusey's chest. Harry had to ensure he avoided his face, or he would have died instantly. The boy started to scream and tried to remove the burning substance, but that only burned his hands, leading to more screams. The effect only lasted for a few seconds before the liquid disappeared, since Harry had intentionally put very little magic on that spell. Still, this was dark magic, and those burns were not going away anytime soon. His attention went back to Derek, who had been staring at his friend's burns without being able to do anything about it. Gladius! The staff transformed into a long blade. Derek panicked when he saw Harry move quickly toward him. He tried to cast a silent tripping jinx followed by a silent stunner, since he was still unable to speak. Protego! Harry blocked them with a small shield that manifested before his blade. Once he was in front of Derek, he made an upward slashing motion that left a deep diagonal cut on the boy, from his calf all the way to his shoulder. Derek screamed when he saw blood pouring out and felt a burning, painful sensation on his body. Flint was done freeing Pusey. It had only taken him 10 seconds at most, but 3 of his friends were already grievously injured. Only then did he understand how bad of a situation they were in. They had seriously underestimated Harry. Potter, stop this! Flint saw Montage, Pusey, and Derek lying on the ground. Derek had a lot of blood on his chest, and Pusey was badly burned and moaning in pain. It quickly became evident that Harry was not playing around. This was not a simple school duel. He had never fought anyone for real before and could not help but be scared. This is too much. We have to take them to the infirmary. Lucian Bowles stood back up and saw what Harry had done. His eyes opened wide. You are going to be expelled for this. Our parents will make sure. You are talking like Malfoy now. Harry smiled at the memory. It had been a while since he heard the blonde boy's catchphrase, and he kind of missed it. Anyways, let's continue. The staff reverted to its normal shape. Lucian, help me, Flint told his friend. He realized that talking was not going to help them. They both aimed their wands at Harry. Lucian Bowles used a blood-boiling curse, while Flint tried a bone-breaking curse aimed at his chest. These were some of the most dangerous curses they had learned. Only Derek was able to cast the Cruciatus, something he was very proud of. Clank! Harry's staff hit the ground once more. A wall of stone appeared in front of Harry. Several cracks appeared on its surface when the spells hit it. Harry tapped the wall with his staff. Depulso. The wall exploded into 100 fragments of debris that shot at Pusey and Flint like bullets. The boys screamed as their flesh was ripped apart and their bones shattered. A moment later, they were both lying on the floor, their bodies shaking while they made painful noises. Harry saw Montage staring at him with absolute terror in his eyes. When Harry approached him, the boy scrambled backward as fast as he could. Please, I'm sorry. He had lost his wand, and his shoulder hurt so badly that he could barely think. Which hand did you use to push my friend Luna? Was it left or right? Harry asked as he walked toward him. Montage hit his back against a wall and could not go any further. What? He could barely remember what happened that afternoon any longer. Harry brought the pointy end of the metallic staff onto Montage's leg with full force, piercing it. Montage screamed. The blonde girl you attacked this afternoon. Was it left or right? Harry asked again. What? Harry pierced his other leg. Say what again, and I'm taking both. I think it was right, Montage finally said. Harry used his feet to expose Montage's right arm. Defindo. With a quick slashing motion of his staff, the arm was cleanly cut at the shoulder. Montage's eyes opened so wide that it almost looked like they were about to fall out when he saw what happened to his arm, and then he passed out from the shock. Tusk. You lost consciousness just from that. Harry hurried to cast a fire spell and seal his wound before he bled out. He then tapped the severed limb with the staff. This one turned into dust and disappeared. One left, he said as he walked to Derek. He was the only one who remained alert at this point. The terrified boy was not able to see everything that happened, but he had been hearing all the screams his friends had given. Potter, stop this, he shouted. You are going to Azkaban for this. A good memory charm and you won't know who did what. Who's going to get in trouble then? Harry returned the words he told his sister. Besides, it's just a few cuts and broken bones, a few days in the hospital and they'll be fine. Harry glanced at Montage. Well, the missing arm is a different story, but forget about them. Now is your turn. Potter, let me stop you right there, Harry interrupted him. Don't bother apologizing or begging me. I take no joy in those things. Let's get this over with. What else do you want to do? I'm already hurt, don't you see? Derek shouted. Of the four of you, you are by far the worst. Harry got closer. Assaulting children is something I will never be able to ignore. What a why Derek froze when he saw Harry's cold eyes. Are you going to deny it to my face? Harry asked. Those were mudbloods. I never defiled a pureblood girl, Derek said in his defense. And you think that makes it okay? Why do I bother talking to you? Harry pointed his staff between Derek's legs. No. The boy ignored his pain and tried to crawl away from Harry. Incarus. White ropes came out of his staff and secured Derek in place. Harry kicked him to turn him on his back and put a foot on top to keep him from moving again. Keep wriggling around, and this may just kill you. He aimed the tip of his staff at Derek's crotch. Hexalvo horribilis. A sickly yellow orb dropped down and hit his pants. Despite being smaller than a fingernail, the moment it touched the fabric of his pants, it started to spread and dissolve everything it touched, making a sizzling noise and creating an unpleasant yellow smoke. Harry had to use a silencing charm on Derek as his screams were getting too loud. Still, his expression of agony was enough to convey his situation. Harry vanished the acid curse after it had done its job. He pulled some healing potions out of his tunic and started to administer them to the boys. If they died in the school, it would create more problems than necessary, and he needed them alive for now. The bait had been set. The next morning, the castle was in disarray. Classes had been cancelled for the day. The professors were seen walking around frantically. Over a dozen auras had entered the castle, and the entire Slytherin house was missing. The students assembled in the Great Hall were staring with curiosity at the empty Slytherin table. What do you think happened? Neville asked. Who knows? Professor McGonagall would only say that there was some incident at the Slytherin house, Seamus answered. Maybe the snakes started fighting among themselves. We can only hope it was really bad. Ron smirked. Ron, that's not nice. Hermione gave him a disapproving look. Don't give me that, Ron snapped. 2 of those snakes attacked my sister yesterday. Why should I care if something happened to them? Hermione lowered her head, not having an answer for that. By now they all knew about the 4 second-year girls who were attacked by 2 Slytherin seniors, and they were apparently saved by the head boy. Maybe some senior students went to teach those 2 a lesson, Parvati suggested. That would not explain why the entire house is missing, Lavender said. And besides, we don't even know their names, right? She glanced at Lyra. No, we don't know their names, Lyra admitted. I'm sure at least one of them is on the Quidditch team, Ginny added. And we did give their description to Professor McGonagall. Harry, Lyra tugged on his robes. He looked at his sister. Do you know something? She got closer and whispered. Harry stroked her hair. Don't worry about it. Lyra had a worried expression. She was convinced that whatever happened, her brother was somewhat involved. Now she was just worried he was going to be in trouble with the school. Attention, please. The headmaster entered the hall, accompanied by 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. Dad, what is he doing here? Lyra exclaimed. Working, most likely. The ones next to him are Aura Dawlish and the head of the Aura department, Amelia Bones, Harry answered. You know them? Attention, please. Dumbledore had to raise the volume of his voice to silence all the murmurs. These gentlemen and lady behind me are from the Aura department. They have to ask some questions to a few students present in this hall. I will be speaking some names, and I want you to accompany us for a few minutes. Is that clear? Dumbledore looked around the hall. His eyes stopped for a moment on Harry before they continued. Well then, Percy Weasley, Astoria Greengrass, Luna Lovegood, Ginny Weasley, Lyra Potter. Wait, why are they calling us? Lyra exclaimed. Calm down, Lyra, said Ginny. They probably just want to ask us about yesterday. We already spoke with the professor, Lyra said. Yes, but the Auras may want a formal statement, Harry clarified. Dumbledore mentioned the names of several senior students from different houses and then glanced at Harry again. And finally, Harry Potter. The group was escorted to a corridor to the left of the Great Hall, where most of the professors, as well as several Auras, were waiting. Harry saw his mother among the professors and a few familiar Auras like Shacklebolt. Percy, along with Lyra and the other girls, was led into an empty classroom by Madame Bones. Is it okay if I go with them? Lily asked. Madame Bones gave her a warm smile. Of course, Lily. I just want to get an official statement from them. It will be quick. Lily looked back at Harry for a moment before going into the classroom. Dawlish, I would like to speak with my son alone for a minute, James told the other Aura next to him. That's fine, James, but don't take long. Dawlish went to address the other students. You boys sit there. We will be calling you one by one. Harry saw the headmaster and Snape waiting next to an open door, waiting for the students to come in. This way, James led him to what looked like an unused office. He closed the door behind him and placed several security charms. "You really made a mess this time, son," James said. It was hard to tell by his tone if he was angry or just frustrated. "How are you so sure it was me?" Harry asked. James raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you?" "Of course I was, but I doubt you have much evidence of that." Harry shrugged. "This is serious, Harry. 4 boys are in the hospital," James snapped. "I'm usually serious, but to make your statement more accurate, 4 Death Eater recruits are in the hospital. 2 of them attacked your daughter yesterday, and 1 of them tried to use the Cruciatus curse on her." "What did you say? The Cruciatus?" James was taken aback. He already knew of the attack, but had not heard anything about an unforgivable curse being used. "She probably didn't notice it. It was a good thing I was there to stop him." "You were there?" James exclaimed. Harry gave him an impassive glare. "Of course I was. I have an eye on everything that happens in this castle now. Hogwarts is not as safe as Dumbledore likes to say, but don't tell her that. I don't want Lyra to think her brother will always be there to save her." "If you were there, why didn't you intervene sooner? They could have been hurt," James asked. "I told you, she has to learn how to fend for herself, because one day there may be no one there to help her." "Harry, she is only 12, James stated. "So, I had to learn that lesson when I was 11. I don't think we should stay here much longer. They may start to think I'm suspicious," Harry suggested. "They already suspect you, especially Snape," James said. "To be fair, Snape always suspects me of being guilty of everything," Harry felt the need to point out. "But the real question is, can they prove anything?" James sat down and thought for a second. They briefly questioned the boys before being taken to St. Mungo's, and they were unable to remember the person who attacked them. There were clear signs of obliviation being used, and the other students present. They were all knocked out before seeing anything useful. "See, I did a much better job this time." He didn't even use apparition since now he knew they could detect that. Instead, he used a secret passage to leave the dungeons. "What about your wand?" his father asked. "Clean, since I didn't use it. Don't underestimate Miss Bones and Dawlish. They are good at detecting lies even without magical means." "Anything else?" "Yes, I would like to know why you did this. You said they were Death Eater recruits. So was that the reason? Or was it revenge because they attacked your sister?" "That's part of it, yes," Harry admitted. "What is the rest then? What other motives could you have?" Harry grinned. "You should see the results soon enough, probably in a month or 2. Just tell me. I already have Dumbledore for keeping secrets," James shouted. "Sorry, I can't. It's not like I don't want to tell you, but doing so may ruin things." "Now, let's stop the questioning here." Harry stood up. "Best not make them wait too long." "Snape is probably already fuming." "He always is," James sighed. He was then led into a classroom with Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, and Aurora Dawlish waiting for him. For the most part, the Aurora conducted the interrogation, with only Snape interrupting a few times to accuse Harry of something. They questioned him for 15 minutes with his father present, and then tested his wand. With no clear evidence of any wrongdoing, they had no choice but to let him go. Both Dumbledore and Snape knew it had been him, although for different reasons. Dumbledore knew he was the only one capable of moving around the castle without his knowledge, and the only one with the magical prowess to fight against a group of seniors alone and win. Despite tampering with their memories, Marcus Flint and the rest will eventually realize the identity of their attacker, and so will their parents. No hard evidence, they could not openly accuse him of anything, so they will have to resort to other means. At last, that was what he was counting on. That same afternoon, he was discreetly called to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had apparently not been satisfied with his explanation after all. As Harry went inside, he was welcomed by a frowned face. "You look grumpy today, Professor," Harry pointed out before taking a seat. "I expected Professor Snape to be here too." He wanted to. "It's hard to convince him to leave," Dumbledore admitted. "Harry, you are in a very unique position. Because of this, I have overlooked many things. I never said anything when you destroyed Hogwarts property, but this time I have 4 grievously wounded students in St. Mungo's." "You do," Harry nodded. Dumbledore was not amused. "I remained mostly quiet during the morning interrogation because I trusted that you must have a very good reason for this, but I would like to hear it from you." "I did have a good reason," Harry told him. The headmaster frowned again. "Elaborate a bit more, please. I find the approach of your Order of the Phoenix a bit too passive. I'm trying to push things a bit." "Push things, you say?" Dumbledore asked. "You need to give me a more clear answer." Harry chuckled. "You have no idea how funny that is, coming from you." He leaned onto the desk. "But I will give you a more clear answer. I'm starting a private war with Lord Parkinson and his followers." "What, Harry, that's preposterous. Didn't James tell you to leave things to the Order?" he did, and until now I have left the order to approach things in your own way, but we are running out of time. What makes you think that? Dumbledore asked. The order has been keeping an eye on his movements better than me, so you must have also noticed things starting to change this year. Just one look at the Slytherin house, and you can see it. You have many sons and daughters of Death Eaters, members and potential members or allies, and they are all acting off. Dumbledore remained silent for a minute. You are right about that. Lord Parkinson has been moving a lot for the past months. He has been creating many new alliances with other members of the Wisengamot, and also his most trusted allies have been taking trips to different parts of the country or even outside. They are trying to find reinforcements. Giants, trolls, vampires, werewolves, I would keep an eye on those. We already are. So far we have seen nothing suspicious, Dumbledore answered. I believe that Lord Parkinson is preparing to take over the country this year, but he knows he is not Voldemort. Without some powerful allies, he doesn't have the military strength to take over by force. This means he will try to do so by political means. Do you know how to stop that? Harry asked. Well, unless we find out exactly what he is trying to do. No, but I don't understand. How is crippling those boys going to matter in Wait, Dumbledore appeared to finally realize something. You are trying to start a blood feud with those families? Don't worry about the noise, Daphne asked. Harry yawned and got more comfortable on the couch. Sorry, what are we talking about again? I didn't get much sleep last night. Dumbledore had kept him in his office for hours after finding out what he wanted to do. Mostly, he was trying to convince him to give up that plan, but it was too late for that anyway. The pieces were already moving. On the next day, things went mostly back to normal. The headmaster informed the school about the Slytherin students being attacked by a mysterious individual and that the Aura department was working on the case. I'm talking about that note you sent me, Daphne shouted. The blonde girl had almost dragged him away after classes were over. I thought of giving you a heads up, so you won't worry. Harry glanced at her. Didn't seem to work. You look very unsettled. Of course I am. I can't forget about those screams. I think like half the Slytherin students are going to end up with nightmares. Yes, those guys were too loud. You know, I can obliviate. Don't even suggest it, Daphne shouted. I'm not even going to ask why you came to terrorize my house. I already have an idea. Daphne knew those boys well enough and the things they usually did. It wasn't surprising that they ended up the way they did after provoking the wrong person. But their families aren't going to stay quiet and do nothing. 4 of those 5 are all heirs of their houses. I know, I'll deal with that when the time comes. I hope you do. Is there something else? I would like to rest a bit here. Harry closed his eyes. Daphne considered for a moment. I suppose not. I still don't have any more news about, you know, but now it's going to be more difficult too. Are you sleeping already? Daphne frowned. She then stood up from her sofa and approached Harry when she got no answer. She stopped for a moment when she was next to the couch that Harry was resting on and looked closely at his face. How can you look so peaceful now? She could still not figure out how could a boy of her own age do the things that he did. But she did have her own theories. Her eyes went to his silver glasses. Maybe I should take them out. He shouldn't sleep with those on. With a bit of hesitation, she extended her hands and took the glasses off his face. She put them down on the nearby coffee table before looking back at Harry. A hint of a smile appeared on her face. She felt some satisfaction thinking that at least Harry trusted her enough to sleep in front of her. Her eyes moved to his face. He looks even more handsome without glasses. Wait, what am I thinking? Daphne's cheeks became bright red. But she glanced at him again. I may not get this chance again. Her blue eyes moved to his lips. Her face leaned closer and closer to his. Her heart was pounding very fast. Daphne was merely inches away now. I am awake, by the way. Then Harry spoke all of a sudden. Ah, Daphne let out a scream and clumsily fell backward, landing on her butt. Even so. She stood up surprisingly quickly. Sorry, I just remembered. I have something. I'll let you rest. She rushed out the door. Harry watched her leave without saying a word. After she closed the door, he sighed and laid back on the couch. What a troublesome girl. Don't give me more headaches. What is this place? Lyra asked. When you asked me if I was busy on the weekend. This is not what I was expecting, said Luna. This is much better. What were you expecting? Ginny asked, but immediately regretted the question when she saw Luna's face. Don't answer that. This is... Astoria looked around the massive room with curiosity. This is the room of requirement. This is where you will be doing some extracurricular defense classes, Harry told them. Extracurricular classes? Lyra frowned. It's not optional for you, Harry added. But I already have good grades, Lyra complained. I don't think this is about the grades, Lyra, Ginny told her friend. I'm going to teach you how to actually defend yourselves, Harry told them. You mean, if we are attacked like the other day? Ginny asked. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. The guys from Slytherin look always terrified now, Lyra commented. It's not about if, it's about when. During the summer, you learned how to cast a few different spells, but never learned how to use them in a real scenario. But before we get to that, there is something else I want to say. The location of this room is a secret only a select few know and must remain like that. All three girls looked at Lyra. What? Lyra asked, feeling all eyes on her. I won't say anything. Now you have promised me to remain silent about this room, Harry said in a stern tone. Of course, Ginny said. I was only going to tell the Nargles, but it's probably better this way. They would probably tell the blibbering humdingers and make a mess. Luna shrugged. Promise, Astoria raised her hand. Lyra got interrupted. And you must also promise to shut Lyra up when she starts to talk too much, Harry added. 2 more months passed after that. Marcus Flint, Lucian Bowl, and Adrian Pusey returned to school after spending almost a week in St. Mungo's. Marcus and Lucian did not have visible scarring from their injuries, but Adrian had some visible burns on his chest and neck area. Burns inflicted with cursed fire were not easy to remove. As for Montage and Derek, they never came back. Many stories started to circulate about them. About Montage having lost his arm and Derek having been permanently castrated with a dark curse. There were also many rumors about the person or persons responsible for the attack, since no one had been officially punished for it. A few started to mention Harry, since he was one of the students being interrogated, along with some other seniors. But those rumors quickly faded and were replaced by more fantastical ones like Neville Longbottom awakened his full power and took revenge against the Slytherins, or the ghost of the founder, Salazar Slytherin himself, came back from the grave to put some order in his house. Only a few knew the truth, but the parents of the 5 affected students were desperately looking for the real responsible one, and they wanted blood. 2 weeks before Christmas break, space distorted around inside the main chamber, and 2 figures appeared. Why did you have to use apparition? Daphne felt a bit disoriented. The entrance to this place has been closed. This is the fastest way to access it, Harry answered. Daphne got her bearings back and looked around. She then screamed, maybe I should have warned you. Harry realized his mistake. This is the Chamber of Secrets, Daphne screamed again. Terrible memories of their last year resurfaced in her mind. There are no more snakes here, and the professors even fixed the floor and walls. It's quite safe, Harry assured her and hoped she would stop screaming so loudly. It took her a minute, but she finally calmed down a bit. When you asked me if I was free on the weekend, I thought we were going to Hogsmeade, Daphne muttered. Yes, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I even put on a new dress. And now I am in a humid chamber that smells of death, she added. Again, very sorry, but hey, you look very stunning. He gave her a thumbs up. Really? That appeared to cheer her up a bit. Yes, but now we must get down to business. I don't know how long this will take. Harry started to walk to the end of the chamber where his young self had once battled the basilisk with the sword of Gryffindor. You still haven't told me why we are here. Daphne hurried to follow him. I have been making the preparations since we came back to Hogwarts, but for this last part, I need a bit of help. He stopped in front of the large circle that had been drawn onto the stone floor. Daphne saw it and got goosebumps. You are not going to summon another one of those things, right? Huh? Oh, right, I understand the confusion. No, this has nothing to do with demons. This is a circle for a different kind of ritual, Harry pointed out. A ritual? She knew a bit about rituals, but only what she had read in books. I thought no one used them anymore. Since the ministry declared them all illegal, Harry opened a leather bag and started taking out several boxes, glass vials, and other containers before placing them carefully on the ground, close to the circle. They are technically not legal, that's true, but you are doing one anyway. Why am I not surprised? She then seemed to recall something else. Wait, aren't rituals extremely dangerous, and don't you need to make sacrifices for them to work? That's why they were made illegal. Well, I suppose they are, but everything has a price. All the magic we use comes with some price, and the more powerful ones have bigger prices. That's very vague, Daphne frowned. She felt like Harry was doing it on purpose to avoid telling her more. I want to know what this ritual does and what the price is. Remember what you told me on our first week? You said that your family owes me a great favor and that you would do anything to repay it. Her frown deepened. I don't think those were my exact words, but yes. Are you going to ask me to help you and not ask questions? Harry shrugged. To sum things up, I'm going to perform 2 rituals, one to enhance my muscles and bones, The other one is to enhance my reflexes and perception. The prices are not as harmful as you think. Daphne knew him enough to know that this was going to be as much detail as she was going to get. Fine, what do I need to do? Harry smiled. Thanks. He went over the materials, naming each one of them and making sure she remembered them. These are some of the ingredients my father acquired for you. She recalled some of the listed items. Yes, now what you need to do is to place a specific ingredient in one of those small circles surrounding the big one. You will place them exactly when I tell you. Timing is very important. This is why he didn't ask Dobby to assist him. He loved the elf, but would not trust him with a task this precise. Dumbledore would have been a better choice than Daphne, but the old man would not have helped him. He understood rituals much better than her, and would be able to guess that Harry was going to have to sacrifice many years of his life to successfully perform these rituals. Now we can begin. Harry took off his robes. What are you doing? Daphne asked nervously. Harry threw his robes to one side and glanced back at Daphne with his usual calm expression. See the inner circle. She hurried to move her eyes away from him and stared at the large drawing on the floor. On closer inspection, she noticed there were two distinct circles, one on the inside and another one on the outside, and they were connected by some lines. I do. What about it? Nothing with magic can enter that circle, except for myself and the exact ingredients at the precise moment. Anything else has the risk of interfering with the ritual. I understand then. The robes have magical enchantments, as well as the wand, and, wait, you're not going to take off all your clothes, right? Normally, you would have to take them all off, but I will keep my underwear. I already made sure there is nothing there that could cause trouble. Daphne looked a bit relieved to hear that. She didn't know how to act if he were to. So, what do I do exactly? After being done undressing, Harry walked to the center of the circle and sat down. Take a good look at the ingredients displayed there. I will need you to place them in one of the small spaces around the big circle. When I request an ingredient, you will place it. Do not delay and do not stop to ask questions. Daphne nodded. She didn't know much about rituals, but she at least understood that if something went wrong, Harry would be in danger. The fact that he entrusted her with this task meant he had a lot of confidence in her. This made her very happy, but she did her best to keep her impassive expression. Harry then went into a detailed explanation about all the ingredients being used and their order. Daphne got goosebumps when she saw some of them. There were things like basilisk blood, venom, and even its eyes, along with some other nasty things. I'm ready, she told him once the explanation was over. Let us begin then. Harry put his right hand on the inner circle. First ingredient, dragon heart. Daphne followed his instructions and continued to pick ingredients and place them at the correct spots on the large circle. These rare and expensive ingredients would then dissolve and fuse into the magical circle that Harry was sitting on top of. Some visible changes started to occur in Harry as more ingredients were processed. Daphne saw his body shake, and his muscles became more defined. She still kept her full focus on the ritual. 3 more ingredients. She thought after emptying a vial containing several phoenix tears. That ingredient alone was worth more than half her wardrobe. Where did he get the money for all of this? She could already guess that neither of his parents knew about what he was doing right now. They would never have approved of Harry doing something so dangerous. 2 more ingredients, Daphne thought. Harry finally called the last ingredient, basilisk venom. Daphne was well aware that she could not ask any questions right now, so she trusted that Harry knew what he was doing, and then, very carefully, she emptied the vial containing one of the most deadly substances into the magical circle. All that was left now was to wait. The inner circle gained a soft glow, and after that, everything went very quiet for several unnerving minutes. Harry had his eyes closed and appeared to be completely focused on something. Daphne did not dare to speak now for fear of distracting him and causing him harm. Instead, she directed her eyes to Harry's left shoulder. She recalled the markings that appeared on that day at her house when Harry came to save her sister. Those strange marks were still there, and she could swear they looked bigger now. They were completely black like ink and covered his shoulder and most of his left arm. What is that? Over the next 10 minutes, Harry's muscles contracted and grew, becoming more defined. He even appeared to become slightly taller. Then, he opened his eyes. It's done, he said in a tired voice. The process was very exhausting. Did it work? Are you okay? Daphne asked with concern. He gave her a warm smile. Never felt better. He moved his arms a bit. I feel much stronger. The ritual should have also made my bones more resilient and increased the speed at which my body heals itself. That's amazing. Daphne's eyes scanned his naked torso until she took notice of what she was doing and hurried to look away with a light blush on her cheeks. It is. He remained concentrated on examining the results. We will take a short rest and then we can perform the second ritual. Ah, right. She almost forgot there was still another one. Harry took notice of the concern on her face. The next one will be faster, Daphne. It will also require fewer ingredients. He tried to ease her worries a bit. That's good. You're not planning on doing more of these in the future, right? She decided to ask. Harry shook his head. Of course not. Trying to do too many rituals on yourself can lead to catastrophic results. I don't plan to. Harry put a hand on his chest and leaned forward. Harry, Daphne heard his painful grunt and grew concerned. Is nothing. I just felt a bit of pain in my chest, Harry said with a frown. Is that normal? She asked. No, it's not, he thought. It's okay, I just need to. This time it was much worse, and it almost made him fall on his face. Did something go wrong during the ritual? He mentally went over the entire process, but could not find any issues or mistakes. Harry, Daphne was now starting to panic. He was about to say something when he felt the sudden urge to vomit. Daphne screamed when she saw Harry vomit a mouthful of blood on the floor. Harry. Daphne wanted to run to his side, but wasn't sure if entering the magical circle would make things worse. Wand, Harry said with difficulty as he tried to stand up. Your wand? Hold on, I think it was over here. She hurried to his pile of clothes, where she recalled him leaving his wand holster. Harry let out some painful noises before more blood came out of his mouth and nose. What is this? It's like my entire body is rejecting the magic from the ritual and destroying itself in the process. He could feel his muscles trying to tear themselves apart and his organs starting to fail. He was dying, and very quickly. Here, Daphne came back with the wand, but stopped at the edge of the circle. Harry did not have the vocal capacity to explain to her that once the ritual was over, it didn't matter if she entered the circle. So, with a lot of difficulty, he took a few steps closer to her. When he was about to reach her, his legs gave up, and Daphne had to grab him and hold him up. Harry, what happened? Did something go wrong with the ritual? Should I go call Madame Pomfrey? Daphne stammered nervously while trying her best not to let him fall. Harry managed to stabilize himself a bit and placed an arm over her shoulders to avoid falling. Wand. Daphne hurried to place the wand in his free hand. Madame Pomfrey would not be able to save me. And neither would Saint Mungo's. I have a few minutes left at best. There were only two persons he thought could have a chance to save him, and only one of them was in the British Isles. Since he was in no shape to attempt bypassing the international barriers, that left him with only one choice, and it wasn't a good one. I have to try. I wonder if she will actually help me. Harry lifted the wand, and it felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Daphne opened her mouth to speak, but before she could say anything, she felt a pulling sensation and disappeared from the chamber. She felt dizzy for a moment and closed her eyes. Tea there? Ugh, Harry grunted. Daphne quickly opened her eyes again when she heard him vomit more blood. Harry, wait. She then realized that they had apparated into a different location. It was a dark and humid-looking alley. Her eyes followed the direction that Harry's wand was pointing. It looked like an old shop that had not been maintained in decades. The windows were incredibly dirty, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Even the letters on the sign were gone, leaving it as a shop with no name. You want to go in there? She asked him with a dubious face. She did not understand why they didn't go to the hospital if he was able to use apparition from the chamber. Hurry, Harry urged her to go. As much as she wanted to question his decision, Daphne knew that he was in no shape to answer. She had made full use of her limited physical strength to help Harry to the door. He tapped it with his wand, and it opened immediately, revealing the interior of the shop. She was a bit surprised to find that it looked clean, at least the parts she could see under the limited light of a dozen candles or so. We have customers today, welcome. A cheerful voice could be heard as soon as they put a foot inside. Help. Daphne immediately called, MMM. The owner of the voice came into view now. It was a tall, middle-aged woman with average looks, black hair and black eyes. She wore a simple-looking violet dress and several pieces of jewelry on her wrists and neck. She stared at Daphne and Harry with mild interest. I don't usually get customers this young. Please, he needs help, Daphne begged the woman. After all, whoever this was, Harry appeared convinced that she could help him. The woman raised an eyebrow. Does this look like a hospital to you, little girl? But her eyes went back to Harry. If this woman was not a healer, then why did they come here? Harry clenched his teeth and tried to ignore as much of the pain as he could. He had very little time, and now he had to convince this difficult woman to save him. He could only think of one way to accomplish that. The woman asked, Her eyes gained a slight shine as she gazed at Harry. "Morgana," Harry finally said. Expression immediately changed from mild curiosity to anger. A large wooden staff appeared in her hand and was pointed at Harry. "Where did you learn that name?" Harry's answer came in the form of vomiting more blood on her shop's floor. He was completely pale now. Daphne looked at this woman. "My lady, please, if you can't save him. He is going to." Tears fell across her face. Harry lifted his face and looked at the older woman. "Morgana, pact, ritual." He then collapsed. "Harry." Daphne cried. The woman walked to one of the shelves and took a flask before walking next to Harry. She used her staff to flip him over. Then she opened his mouth and dunked the entire flask down his throat. Daphne saw some of the liquid spilling from his lips and gasped loudly. "Are you giving him blood? Unicorn blood? This will keep him alive until I find how to save him." But her eyes moved to Daphne. "He better have a good explanation once he recovers, or I'm killing both of you." The door of the shop closed by itself with a loud bamf noise. Daphne watched the woman work with rapt attention. She had seen healers of all kinds work on her sister, but never one like her. The woman had left Harry lying in the middle of her shop, and then used her own blood to draw some symbols on Harry's chest, and then started to chant in a language she had never heard before. She could do nothing but watch now, not wanting to speak. In fear of interrupting the process, even though she had so many questions, the first one being, who is this woman, what is this strange shop, or why did she get so angry when Harry mentioned that name? Morgana. The woman stopped chanting, stood up and walked to another shelf. The rectangular shop was completely surrounded by shelves that go from near the floor up to the ceiling. There must be thousands upon thousands of objects stored on those shelves. Let's see, where did I put that? The woman muttered as she went through some shelves. Daphne was not surprised she was unable to find something. None of the flasks, vials, boxes, or other different objects had any labels on them. How is she supposed to remember what is where? Is Harry going to be okay? Daphne decided to take this chance and ask. He might, if he survives what comes next. The woman said, What comes next? Ah, here it is. She took a large box out of the shelf. It didn't look that big at first, but as she pulled it, the box grew in size until it almost hid her entire upper body as she was holding it. She then walked back to Harry's side and placed the box down. Your foolish boyfriend performed a ritual that conflicted with a previous one. Now he has two sources of magic inside his body, fighting a war and killing him in the process. But, wait, no, he is not my boyfriend, Daphne shouted at the older woman. The woman laughed. Young love. How adorable. Daphne's cheeks became completely red. She screamed and fell on her butt when she saw what was inside the box. You are very loud, little one, the older witch said before placing what looked like a dead human baby on the floor. What are you doing? With, Daphne pointed at the baby. Oh, we need to remove all the magic this boy added to his body. Now ritual magic is, how can I describe it? Sticky perhaps. Sticky? Daphne had no idea what this odd woman was talking about. Indeed, the moment we remove it from him, it will try to attach to someone else. And so, we need a container for that. A dead human baby? Daphne frowned, the witch grinned. You are wrong in two things. She used her own thumbnail to make a small cut on her finger and then rested it against the baby's forehead, leaving a bloody mark. All of a sudden, the baby's eyes opened and started to flail his little arms and legs around, but did not cry or make any sounds. Daphne's eyes opened wide at seeing this bizarre spectacle. He is alive. It is, kind of, but as you can imagine by now, this thing is not human. Daphne noticed that this baby was extremely weird. What is it then? A homunculus, an artificial living thing, created by alchemy. I got it from an old friend for a good price. Homunculus. Daphne repeated. She looked at the baby with disbelief. There was an uncanny feeling while staring at it. Just one look was enough to know that something was very off with this baby. I better begin. The sooner we start, the better for him. She took out her staff and started to chant again. The blood circle on Harry's chest started to make noises. It was sizzling as if the blood was boiling. Then, some red smoke started to come out of Harry's body and converged above the circle. The smoke then turned into a thick liquid as the witch continued to chant. It's all out. Several beads of sweat covered her forehead. The red liquid hovered gently over Harry's stomach for several seconds before it started to move on its own. Is that the magic from the ritual? Why is it moving so much? Daphne asked. That liquid gave her a terrible feeling. I told you it was sticky. It will now try to attach itself to someone else. The thick liquid started to grow in size. Small tentacles appeared on its surface and moved around. Let's get you a new home. She gave her staff a flick. and the bead of liquid went toward the homunculus's body. As soon as it landed on the baby's face, it moved around and entered through its mouth and nose. They both stared at the homunculus baby in silence for a few seconds. Daphne looked horrified at the spectacle, while the witch just appeared to be mildly interested. "That thing was inside Harry's body?" Daphne asked. "Nasty, huh? That's ritual magic for you, and this one appeared to be special." The witch pointed at the baby. "This one thrashed around with violence as its body started to decay. Less than 10 seconds later, it stopped moving." "Is it dead?" Daphne stared at the unmoving little body. The witch gave her staff another flick, and the box from before came flying and pulled the small body inside. "It is. That ritual was particularly nasty, even if nothing had gone wrong." The witch glanced at Harry. The boy would not have lived more than a few years. "What?" Daphne exclaimed with shock. Did Harry not know this? But he made that ritual, and he was going to do another one on top of that. She did not understand why he would do something like that. "Your boyfriend should be fine now," the witch told Daphne before moving her eyes to the pool of Harry's blood beneath him. "Go check on him." Daphne did not need to be told twice. Harry opened his eyes and found himself on the cold floor of the shop. "You couldn't even put me on a bed," the witch scoffed. "You just woke up and already complaining. Beds are for guests, and I don't remember inviting you into my shop." "Harry, how are you feeling?" Daphne was kneeling at his side. He tried to stand up a bit, and it felt like he was being stabbed by a dozen knives. "I feel better, thanks." Harry's eyes moved around the room until they landed back on the older witch. "At least bring me some robes, don't be so stingy." The woman's frown appeared to deepen. "I care not for your comfort. I still have to decide if you're going to leave this place alive. Now tell me, who are you and how do you know my name?" She pointed her staff at him. "At least she is still temperamental as I remember." He wasn't sure if that was a good thing. "I am Harry Potter," he answered. "Never heard of you," the witch responded. "And I have not interacted with the House of Potter in a very long time. I am sure none of them had learned of my identity or about my pact." She added. "I wasn't done," Harry huffed. "As for how I know your old name or about the pact you were forced to sign by that crazy old man, you told me yourself." "Oh, did I?" Morgana didn't seem too fazed by his revelation. "So you are claiming to be either reincarnation of an old foe of mine, or someone who tampered with the laws of time and space. Is that what you're saying?" "Harry," Daphne turned to him, unsure if she was supposed to hear this conversation. He looked at her with a soft smile and patted her head gently. "It's fine for you to learn some things. You deserve that much and, unlike my sister, you have proven capable of keeping a secret." Daphne felt incredibly happy to hear this, but did her best to keep her composure and just nodded. Harry glanced back at Morgana, who never took her eyes off him after he woke up. "There is some truth in both statements, I suppose." He took notice of her increasingly displeased expression. "But I will explain it better. When I said I am Harry Potter, I didn't just mean in this timeline. I was originally born in a different one." "You traveled from a different timeline?" Morgana became immediately interested rather than surprised. The same could not be said about Daphne. "You are like from the future," she exclaimed. "That was one of my theories." She had thought long and hard about Harry's knowledge of magic, and one of the first things that occurred to her involved time traveling. "I am from a future, not this timeline's future. I don't know what is going to happen here. The world where I used to live was very different from this one, too different to make anything else than some educated guesses. And so, in this timeline where you came from, you met a different version of me and I revealed some of my secrets, like the name I left behind. Is that what you are saying?" Morgana asked. "You did, before you died," Harry commented casually. Daphne became worried about how this witch was going to react, but much to her surprise, she laughed. "Ha, yes, that does seem like the only scenario where I would reveal something like that." "You have your answer then. Can I have some robes now?" Harry requested again. He could have conjured them himself, but he was trying to gauge this old witch's disposition. Morgana stared into his eyes. "As absurd as your story is, I don't feel any deceit from you, and I have heard much crazier ones." She turned around and walked behind the counter at the end of the shop before pulling out some simple black robes. She then threw them at Harry and turned her attention to Daphne. "What is your name?" "Aim. It's Daphne Greengrass, madam." She was not sure what to call her. Harry referred to her as Morgana, but she seemed to dislike that name. "Madam Yafel will do, Miss Greengrass. From now on you and Mr. Potter are my clients and are welcome into my shop." She handed Daphne a paper card. "Hold this, and you will always be able to find my shop in Diagon Alley." Daphne looked at the card she was now holding. It was made of white cardboard and said Madam Yafel, magical artifacts in purple letters. It looked like a simple business card. Perhaps a bit too simple. Mr. Potter, do you know the reason you almost died today? Madame Yafel asked him. Harry frowned. He still hadn't been able to figure that out. Do you know the reason? I'm sure there were no flaws in the ritual. Ritual magic is already flawed enough, but that was not what went wrong. You already had the effect of a ritual inside your body, and these conflicted with the one you did today. Your body paid the price of that conflict. The effects of another ritual. He did not know what to think of that. He never performed any rituals in this life, and the previous owner of this body didn't even know how to hold a wand. He looked at his hands. If it's not a ritual, then what is inside this body? By your reaction, you don't know what I'm talking about, the witch observed. Well, this is none of my business, but you should figure that out before doing more reckless magic on yourself. I will. He needed to find out what happened. As proven by today's events, having unknown effects on his body can only end up in catastrophe. Now all that is left is the matter of payment. Morgana glanced at him. You already took my blood. Harry had not missed the fact that the pool of blood beneath him had disappeared. Ah, is true. Where did all the blood go? Daphne had been focusing completely on Harry and had missed that. That should give you at least a century or two, Harry told her. Aren't you a bit overconfident? Very well. But that would only cover my work. You still need to pay for the loss of my precious homunculus and the robes. Let's say 10,000 for the homunculus and 50 for the robes. That's so expensive, Daphne exclaimed. She may not know the price of that weird baby, but with that amount of money, one could buy a large number of rare ingredients. And 50 galleons for those ugly black robes was just robbery. The witch chuckled. If you can't pay, we can reach a different agreement. If you give the method you used to travel through timelines, we can call it even. I will send my house elf with the money in a few days, Harry told her. He didn't take her request seriously at all. Madame Yafel shrugged. She already expected that. Even if Harry knew how to do that, a method to travel through timelines like that was not something that could be bought with mere coins. Harry adjusted the robes and looked at Daphne. Do you have my wand? She nodded and brought it to him. We should return to the castle before it gets too late, or they will question our absence. Come visit again, my customers are always welcome, the witch said with a smile. When they left the shop, Daphne turned around and stared at the front with confusion. The previously old and dirty shop was no more. Instead, she saw a beautiful place with pristine paint, clean windows, and flower beds on the sides of the door. Sign was now in perfect condition, and she could read the name of the shop with no problems. The letters were exactly the same as the ones written on the card she was given. This is what the shop actually looks like. What you saw before was merely an illusion designed to keep curious people away, Harry explained to her. Who is this Madame Yafel? Everything about her feels very strange, Daphne asked. You probably have read about her, Harry told her. I have read about her. Is she that important? She looked back at the sign of the shop. It's backward, Harry added. Backwards, Yafel, she gasped. Harry, that can't be. She is not real, just an old tale. Careful, don't say that to her face, she may kill you. That woman is the most dangerous blood witch I know, and, he pointed at the card. Don't lose that. She gives them to very few people. That old witch must have seen something in you. Really? Daphne glanced down at the small card in her hands before placing it in her inner pocket. Say, Harry, can I ask you something? She looked a bit hesitant. I figured you would have some questions after learning of my origins. Go ahead. He put a privacy charm around them just in case. In your other life, did you know me? Or, well, the other me? No, not really. We were in the same year, so I recall seeing you a few times when I was in Hogwarts, but we never talked. You are the only Daphne Greengrass that I know. I see. She felt somewhat relieved to hear that. She would not need to compare herself with another version of her own persona. Anything else? Harry asked. Yes, but it's not a question. Daphne turned serious. Then before Harry could respond, she interrupted him with a loud slap. He could have avoided it, but he felt a bit curious about why she did that. What? She pointed at him. What were you thinking with that ritual? Oh, that. I didn't know it was going to affect me in such a way. I still don't understand exactly what happened. Even after being told that he already had the effects of a different ritual in him, this was something he would have to research. I'm not talking about that, she snapped. Madame Yafel told me, even if everything had gone right, that ritual would have killed you in a few years, and you were planning on doing a second one. Why? Now she realizes why she was upset. I suppose it's difficult to understand from your perspective, but how do I explain this? In my old life, I made some very grave mistakes that ended up costing a lot of lives. I don't know why I got this second chance, but I'm not willing to repeat those mistakes no matter the cost. And you would sacrifice your life too? What, to save the world? That's very Gryffindor of you, Daphne scoffed. The world, he raised an eyebrow. You are very mistaken, I'm not so pure. Not anymore, I'm just trying to save a few people who are important to me, but who will likely die if I don't give it my best. She calmed down a bit. Can you at least promise me you won't perform any more rituals? Sure, I can promise you that. He had no plan to do them anyway, not until he knew exactly what had happened. He may be reckless but not suicidal. That will do for now, she told him. Let us return. Harry offered Daphne his hand. Daphne smiled before taking it, and they both vanished from the alley. Harry collapsed on the couch of the meeting room after leaving Daphne at the entrance of the dungeons. His entire body was hurting, but he did not want to worry that girl any further, so he tried his best to hide it. But now he was alone. Dobby, the elf appeared immediately with a loud pop. Master Harry, Dobby approached him, seeing his master resting on the couch like that was not normal at all. Dobby. Do me a favor, bring me a case of healing potions, the best one we have in stock. Immediately, Master Potter, Dobby nodded enthusiastically. Dobby will bring them in a second. Wait, Dobby, one more thing, Master, and a bottle of fire whiskey, Harry grunted, just in case the potions were not enough. Dobby promptly returned with the items. Here, Master. He brought him a large wooden box and a bottle on top. Harry glanced at the bottle. It was an expensive one. Now that I think about it, I never put any fire whiskey in there. Where did Dobby get that bottle? Bah, no matter. He put the bottle aside and opened the wooden box. There were a dozen flasks filled with a thick green liquid. It looked disgusting, but they were very effective. He downed one flask in a single sip. That feels better, but is still so gross. Then he decided to open the fire whiskey. Thanks, Dobby. That will be all for tonight. Understood, Master Harry Potter. The elf looked content to have been of use. Oh, before you go, can you bring Daphne some food to her room, but don't let anyone see you. The poor girl had not eaten anything since breakfast. Dobby can do. The elf disappeared and Harry took another sip of fire whiskey. This is good stuff. It's been long since I had some. He lifted the bottle and read the label. Wait, this is a 1940s reserve. Didn't Dad have one of these? Master, wake up. Harry grunted and opened his eyes a bit. He felt terrible, but at least the room wasn't too bright. Master, Dobby called again. Give me a moment. It took him a few seconds to regain his bearings. He was lying on a couch inside the meeting room, surrounded by a dozen empty flasks and one empty bottle of fire whiskey. Right, I remember now. His body wasn't hurting anymore, but he still had a terrible headache. An improvement at least, he thought. Let's see. Today is Sunday, right? He asked, hoping he hadn't passed out for several days again. Yes, Master, it is Sunday morning, Dobby confirmed. I see. And why on Merlin's name are you waking me up on Sunday morning? Harry grunted. Dobby took a step back. The barmy old man wants to speak with Master. The headmaster? This better be important, or I swear I will pull him by his beard. Harry attempted to stand up and grabbed onto the armrest of the couch. As he did, his fingers pierced the leather, and the entire armrest snapped loose with a loud crack, causing Harry to lose his balance and fall to the floor, along with several of the flasks. Master? Dobby stared at him in confusion, not really understanding what happened. I'm fine, it must have been an old couch. He stood up without help this time. So, I must go to his office, I guess. Yes, he said the password was, never mind that. Harry brushed it off. Where is my wand? He asked while looking around. Here, Master, Dobby will bring it. His wand had somehow ended up on the other side of the room. Okay. Harry took the wand and gave himself a quick look over. He was wearing the black robes Morgana sold him. That will do. It was Sunday, so he didn't need to dress in uniform today, and he also didn't feel like going to his room to change. But before I go see the old man, I need to do one stop. He gave his wand a flick and apparated away. Moaning Myrtle screamed, What are you doing here? You're still angry with me, huh? This was the only bathroom he knew would be empty. It's not like he could go around the school using apparition. Did you come here to destroy my bathroom again? The ghost yelled. Can you calm down? I have a headache already. And no, I didn't come here to destroy anything. Harry entered one of the stalls and started urinating. I was completely full. Why you degenerate. This is a girl's bathroom. Stop with the screeching already. Harry put a hand on the wall of his stall, and it made a loud cracking noise before toppling over, breaking 2 more walls in the process. Both he and the ghost remained in silence after that, looking at the broken stalls. Well, I was done anyway. He lifted his wand. Myrtle screamed at him. You, destroyer of bathrooms. He heard the ghost raging before apparating away. Harry stood before the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office. Password, the construct asked in its usual monotone voice. I forgot to wash my hands, annoying ghost, Harry complained. Encore, just open already, Harry shouted. My headache got worse. The gargoyle spun around, revealing a very familiar set of stairs. Before he could take a step inside the office, Dumbledore already greeted him. Here he is, Harry Potter. I hope this is important, Professor. I'm not feeling great today, Harry grumbled. He arrives late and complains. Is this level of impoliteness normal for your students, Mr. Dumbledore? Harry heard a very acute voice he was sure not to recognize. When he finally entered the office, Harry quickly spotted the headmaster standing next to his desk, and he also saw a tiny man standing right on top of the desk, looking directly at him. Harry panicked for a moment. Professor, please tell me you can also see a tiny man standing on your desk. He hoped this wasn't some hallucination caused by drinking an entire bottle of fire whiskey in like 30 minutes. Harry, Dumbledore looked outraged at his comment. I'll change my impolite for blatantly rude, the tiny man said with clear displeasure. Okay, so you can see it too, that's good. He felt relieved. Harry, this is Professor Mervis Silverbell. You should be familiar with that name, Dumbledore said. MMM. It does ring a bell. He looked at the tiny man again. He was quite peculiar because, unlike races like goblins or dwarves, he did not have stubby short limbs, but he was perfectly proportionate for his size, which was around 1/5 of a normal human. Other than the size itself, he looked like a normal old man with a long white beard and a wooden cane. Ah, I remember now. Mervis Silverbell is one of the authors of the Time book. He glanced at the tiny old man with interest. Are you a gnome, perhaps? It was one of the few races he never interacted with in his past, since they were one of the first to go extinct. I am indeed a gnome, he huffed. Harry, be polite. Professor Silverbell is not only one of the authors of that book, he is also the director of the Time Department in the Ministry. He is, without a doubt, the #1 expert in time magic, Dumbledore explained.